The four other disciples had survived the 8 Strikes of Desolation attack. Standing side by side, they were looking at the dead body lying on the fighting stage, yet they all were still calm. Yue Yang was ranked 71st. He was the strongest of the 5 disciples, but Lin Feng had killed him with a single strike. If it had been any of the other 4, they would have been unable to withstand that strike. Lin Feng, who was stronger than Yue Yang, had the potential to kill each of them. When thinking about what had just happened, they were paying more attention while staring deeply at Lin Feng. A slight murderous chill had filled the air, and as it was carried by a small breeze, on contact it would make the disciples shiver. When I take your life, don't forget to remember that you cruelly took the life of others before. You will equally be killed by someone stronger than you. This was the fate chosen by you. You will now have to deal with the consequences of your actions. Lin Feng finished speaking and started to walk forwards. Sword energy had started to fill the atmosphere and condense on the tip of his sword. A cold sweat ran down the backs of the 4 elite disciples. They could feel exactly how powerful the sword force contained within the sword was. Was Lin Feng already a sword master? How could he master sword force to such a high level? A strong qi filled the air within the arena, and with each step it was growing stronger. The 4 disciples could feel that the terrifying sword force and qi were growing stronger with each step made by Lin Feng. It seemed like this force was absorbing the qi from the atmosphere. We cannot delay this for even a second longer. My qi is getting weaker while the sword force and the qi contained within his sword continue to grow stronger. If we wait too long, we are doomed. The 4 of them were looking at Lin Feng vigilantly and understood that the situation was getting incredibly dangerous. At the same time, they had all started rushing towards Lin Feng from different directions. Die! An incredibly violent sword force started to press down against the 4 other disciples. His hand slightly moved, and suddenly, a radiant light shot through the atmosphere. Suddenly, 2 sprays of blood shot into the air like bloody arrows and turned into an endless stream. His sword was so deadly that with each move another life was taken. 2 bodies fell heavily onto the ground, making a soft thud. When rushing towards Lin Feng, the remaining 2 disciples had chosen to move slightly slower than the others who had just died. They had betrayed them and used them as a shield. But did they think that they were going to survive? Everybody in the crowd was shaking in fear, especially some of the elite disciples. How? How had Lin Feng become so strong? Not only was the qi he was using of the first Ling Qi layer, but he had also managed to kill ranked elite disciples with a single strike. He was fighting 5 elite disciples, and rather than being at a disadvantage, he had already killed 3 of them. Sword of Nirvana, it's an average skill of the Xuan level. That skill enhances the power of each sword strike and also enabled the cultivator to greatly increase his power when using sword force. Many people were looking at Lin Feng and his swordplay. It seemed like he had chosen skills which are usually ignored by other disciples. Many people thought that the Sword of Nirvana was a useless skill. However, they didn't know that the Sword of Nirvana was actually an extremely powerful attack, which had the potential to match that of a high Xuan level skill. However, it required an advanced understanding of the world and elemental forces. It was a very hard skill to practice. This was the reason why so many people had not considered this skill. But Lin Feng could already master that skill to perfection and fully benefit from the enhanced power contained within his sword. Escape! The remaining 2 thought to themselves. Escape was the only thing which remained within their minds. They couldn't fight against Lin Feng anymore. They both turned and attempted to retreat into different directions. Die! Lin Feng's eyes were very sharp. His sword started to glow, and an extremely powerful sword qi spread throughout the atmosphere and then pierced down through the atmosphere. It was aiming directly at each of the remaining 2 disciples. When the qi pierced through their bodies, they both heavily collapsed onto the floor. The names of these 5 disciples had now disappeared from the stone on which the ranking list was engraved. Sword of Nirvana, how powerful! What a terrifying sword force! How strong! Many of the ordinary disciples and even elite disciples were looking at Lin Feng with adoration filling their eyes. No wonder that he had dared to provoke Wen Ren Yan. Lin Feng's abilities and natural talent was much higher than that of Wen Ren, but his cultivation was lower due to less time practicing. With enough time, he would definitely be stronger than Wen Ren Yan. Liu Fei's pretty eyes were wide open. She was shaking at what he had just witnessed. That bastard had killed 5 ranked elite disciples. It seems like I'll never be able to get my revenge and defeat him, Liu Fei was thinking. Her main goal was to get stronger and defeat Lin Feng. But she wouldn't have thought that the lowly bastard was even stronger and more talented than she had initially thought. It seemed like it would be impossible for her to take her revenge in this lifetime. But Liu Fei refused to stop working hard, as one day she might have the chance to gain the advantage again. Nan Gongling was making a wry smile while looking at the fighting stage. That guy, killing 5 extremely talented ranked elite disciples without any hesitation. Patriarch, even though they were fairly strong disciples, they were exterminating their fellow disciples so ruthlessly. Maybe they would be a calamity for the sect in the end. Mo Zai moved and whispered something to Nan Gongling. Nan Gongling looked at Mo Zai and seemed to be really disappointed. He then said, "When these 5 disciples slaughtered their fellow disciples, and when Wen Ren Yan approved it, why didn't you say anything at that moment?" "Patriarch, how could Lin Feng?" started to ask Mo Zai. "All right, I have a pretty clear idea of everything that is going on at the moment." Nan Gongling was annoyed for being interrupted Mo Zai. Mo Zai had no choice but to step back. He couldn't help but look at Lin Feng, as he still hoped in his heart that he would get the chance to kill him. Mo Zai wanted to kill Lin Feng more with each passing day. He couldn't bear being in the Yun Hai Sect while Lin Feng was still breathing. "Lin Feng?" Nan Gongling was looking at Lin Feng, who was standing on the fighting stage with a smile on his face. "Patriarch?" Lin Feng turned around and looked at Nan Gongling, who was standing up. "It was already clear to you that your strength would enable you to win these ranked battles. But before joining, wasn't there something you needed to do?" asked Nan Gongling with a smile on the corner of his mouth. Lin Feng made him feel even more gratified each day. Not only was Lin Feng extremely strong, powerful, and naturally gifted, but he was also polite. He wasn't arrogant at all. Lin Feng was stubborn, but he fought for his convictions. Considering how talented and strong he was, he still acted as if he was an ordinary person. On the other hand, he could understand things and draw conclusions, like when he had said that cultivators who had reached the Ling Qi layer were actually weak, when considering the whole continent of the 9 clouds. Lin Feng was also thinking about his future, and thought that he could climb up within the hierarchy at some point and occupy a high position in the country or even in the continent. "What?" asked Lin Feng. "Put on your elite disciples' robes." Nan Gongling laughed. Lin Feng was really an unconventional genius. Wearing his old ordinary disciple robes in the presence of extremely important people, such as Duan Han wasn't appropriate. Hee. Lin Feng had a smile filled with a hidden meaning on his face. He shook his head and said, "I will not put on the elite disciple robes, and I will also not become a ranked elite disciple. If I fought on the fighting stage of the life and death arena, it was just to show these few people how ignorant they were." "Huh," Nan Gongling frowned. He was puzzled and thus asked, "What is that supposed to mean? Can you please explain?" "Patriarch, ordinary disciples don't count as genuine disciples of the Yun Hai Sect, and they are able to leave the sect as they wish, correct?" Lin Feng's words made Nan Gongling's heart pound like mad. He was very confused but didn't show anything and just said, "Correct. Patriarch, I hope that you can forgive me for this, but from this point forwards I am no longer a member of the Yun Hai Sect." Lin Feng's words stunned a great multitude of people. Lin Feng wanted to leave the Yun Hai Sect? What kind of joke was that? Lin Feng was standing on the fighting stage within the life and death arena like a warlord adored and respected by everyone. But then he suddenly said he would leave the sect. How were people supposed to feel after hearing these words? How could they not be stunned? Everybody wanted to understand why Lin Feng would act in such a way. They needed explanations. Ha 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 ha! An insane laughter emerged. Duan Han was laughing and laughing. He then looked at Nan Gongling and said, "The Yun Hai Sect has to go through some hardship, I see. How horrible for you to have to say goodbye to such an amazing disciple. How amusing. It's really funny. Lin Feng, right? You can come to the holy courtyard of Zhu Yue where you will receive everything that you need to become an even stronger cultivator." Lin Feng, my sect, the Ice and Snow Mountain Village usually only accepts cultivators who possess an ice or snow spirit. Today, I can make an exception and accept you. If you are willing to join us, I will make you a core disciple right away. Same for our Hao Yue sect. If you want to join us, then I can arrange that you will be a core disciple. A few of the powers were trying to make Lin Feng join their sects in the presence of the entire Yun Hai sect, which made them furious. The cheeks of the Yun Hai sect members were burning. They found themselves feeling incredibly humiliated at such actions. "I will think about it," said Lin Feng in a detached tone while smiling. "What a little bastard." If he doesn't die now, then the entire Yun Hai Sect will be humiliated as well as its dead disciples, shouted Mo Zai furiously. He was smiling coldly in his heart, though. Lin Feng was going to get in trouble because of his own actions. "Shut the hell up!" shouted Nan Gongling furiously, which stupefied Mo Zai. Mo Zai was stunned when he saw that Nan Gong had a cold smile on his face. "Lin Feng, 3 days ago, I personally made you an elite disciple. You used to be eager to become an elite disciple. What has happened? Why would you want to leave the Yun Hai Sect and rebel against it?" Nan Gongling was struggling to remain calm. It wasn't easy to see a genius who wanted to leave the sect. Could it be that other members of the sect had threatened him that if he didn't leave, they would kill him? Rebel against it and leave. Patriarch, the word rebel is not really appropriate. In fact, it is the Yun Hai Sect which has already abandoned me. In the sect, it seems impossible for me to earn my place. "Explain," said Nan Gongling, who was full of doubts. "First, I would like to ask the Patriarch a few questions. Is it possible?" "Of course you can." "Patriarch, as an ordinary disciple, one has nobody to learn from. One can only rely on oneself. Is that right?" asked Lin Feng. "That's right," said Nan Gongling while nodding. In fact, this was the way it had always been. Even elite disciples who received cultivation teachings from elders were extremely small in number. "Patriarch, as an ordinary disciple, one can only access the first floor of the Xing Chen Pavilion if one wants to learn new skills and agility techniques. All of these skills and agility skills are of the yellow level. One can access these skills and agility techniques anywhere else. Many places provide these skills and techniques. Is that right?" "That right," said Nan Gongling, nodding again. "Since it's that way, everything that I've been learning until now, all the progress that I've made on the path of cultivation, would it be wrong to say that it is all only due to my hard work and that I learnt everything alone? Therefore, since there are no strong ties between the Yun Hai Sect and me, would it be wrong to assert that the Yun Hai Sect means almost nothing to me? That it is almost useless for me to be a Yun Hai Sect member?" When Nan Gongling heard Lin Feng's words, his face changed and he went pale. The entire crowd also found themselves pale at the thought, but nobody could deny what Lin Feng had said. At that moment, Nan Gongling nodded again and said, "You are right. The Yun Hai Sect means almost nothing to you, but you are a Yun Hai Sect member after all. Leaving because the Yun Hai Sect has given you nothing is the wrong reason. It's illogical. However, if you want to leave for other reasons because of your own personal interests, then it would definitely be ungrateful." "Patriarch, please wait until I finish talking." "Go ahead," said Nan Gongling. "The first time that you and I met was here in the life and death arena. I was unpopular and nobody knew me. I was a nobody. Chu Zhanpeng came with Lin Qian. They wanted to take me away, and because I was only an ordinary disciple, Elder Mo Zai wanted to hand me over to them very quickly. At that moment, you didn't know that I wasn't as weak as everyone thought. If I hadn't been able to stop you from expelling me from the sect, then I would most likely no longer be a sect member. Is that right? I made a huge mistake on that day," said Nan Gongling, admitting his fault. Everyone was touched and moved. Nan Gongling was an open-minded individual. "Patriarch, when the flood of ferocious beasts happened, while I was there hunting and not bothering anyone, Mo Zai, who profoundly hates me, attacked me again because I was a mere ordinary disciple. He tried to hand me over to the extremely dangerous, ferocious beasts. He tried to kill me. When people saw that I hadn't died, they started to believe in my strength, but Mo Zai, as before, didn't get punished at all because I was a simple, ordinary disciple. I am a bit weak. I'm not worth it. Is that right?" Nan Gongling was speechless. That was indeed the second time that he had made a big mistake. If Lin Feng hadn't been strong enough, he may have died because of Mo Zai. At that moment, Nan Gongling was staring at Mo Zai. Lin Feng wanted to leave the Yun Hai Sect, and Mo Zai looked like he was refuting any responsibility. "That was my second big mistake," admitted Nan Gongling for the second time. "Lin Feng, I want you to know that Protector Bei was furious because of that issue. He even injured Mo Zai because of that. He almost killed Mo Zai at that moment. You have a privileged place in Protector Bei's heart. I think that he would be devastated if you left the Yun Hai Sect." Protector Bei cared so much about Lin Feng that he had nearly killed Mo Zai. Nan Gongling wasn't trying to avoid talking about taboo subjects, as there was too much at stake right now. When he said that, many elders made a strange face. They all knew what kind of person Protector Bei was, and surprisingly, he cared so much about Lin Feng. Not too far behind Nan Gongling, there was another elder who made a very strange face. It was Liu Yuan. Fool, no wonder Zhu Yue had protected Lin Feng in front of the ranking list. No wonder he took action to stop me. Lu Yuan was making a depressed face. He would have never thought that Lin Feng had such a terrifying background. He was protected by Protector Bei. He suddenly understood why Zhu Yue had told him that he was going to regret his actions of that day. Lin Feng was also moved. He didn't know that after what had happened with the imaginary demon, Protector Bei had become so furious that he had tried to kill Mo Zai. Lin Feng felt bad because he was unable to return the favor, and the one person that he really appreciated was Protector Bei. Lin Feng was reluctant to leave the Yun Hai Sect because of the protectors who had shown him such kindness. He also had some really good friends such as Han Man, Jing Yun, Protector Bei as well as Protector Kong, and he would miss Liu Fei a little too. Even with the matter concerning Protector Bei, Mo Zai is an elder who believes that he is above everybody else and frequently abuses his power. This is a fact. In addition, 3 days ago when I went to pick up my elite disciple robes and my elite disciple certificate, when Ren Yan tried to kill me and he attacked my friends. When Ren Yan is also a Yun Hai Sect disciple. I will of course not blame the Yun Hai Sect for this, but Elder Lu Yuan was there and did nothing to prevent it from happening. But Lu Yuan is a Yun Hai Sect elder. Not only did he not try to prevent it from happening, but he also said I should die because I wasn't as strong as Wen Ren Yan. Is everyone in the sect who is not as strong as Wen Ren Yan or even stronger supposed to die? All of this is the truth. When the confrontation was over, I asked for my elite disciple robes and certificate twice, but Lu Yuan just replied with one phrase, "Get lost." When Lin Feng finished talking, everybody understood what he meant. It was all because he was still considered as an ordinary disciple, and because he hadn't been able to get his elite disciple robes and certificate. This had all happened because of another elder within the sect abusing their power to punish him. Lu Yuan had used his power as an elder to attempt to win favor with Wen Ren Yan by oppressing Lin Feng. At that moment, everybody was staring at Lu Yuan. He was shaking from head to toe in fear. His entire body felt like a giant weight was pressing down on him. Would he have acted the same if he had known that this would happen? Lu Yuan, is what Lin Feng said true? Nan Gongling's tone was indifferent, but he still sounded firm and imposing. He would not tolerate if Lu Yuan lied in this situation. Patriarch! Lu Yuan was looking down at the ground. He didn't dare look at Nan Gongling. At that moment, he infinitely regretted what he had done. What had happened because of him? He had provoked Lin Feng because of Wen Ren Yan. However, was Wen Ren Yan going to help him today? He had to face the consequences of his actions alone. When Nan Gongling saw Lu Yuan's reaction, he immediately understood what had happened. There was no need for more explanations. Everything that Lin Feng had said was true, and he even kept calling himself an ordinary disciple. What a tragedy. All right, you have a lot of authority, but I respect everyone who can become one of the elite disciples with their own power. When you told him to get lost, you were indirectly telling me to get lost, right? I would never dare. Lu Yuan couldn't help but lower his head and look down at the ground. He felt a cold shiver run down his spine. He was only an ordinary elder within the sect. He did not hold any special rank or status. He wasn't as strong as other elders either. Mo Zai and Lu Yuan were not comparable. Mo Zai would try to kill Lin Feng every time he laid eyes upon him. I will never forget this. Nan Gongling sounded indifferent, which made Lu Yuan panic. He did not know what Nan Gongling intended to do with him, which is why he was terrified. He feared the unknown punishment he would receive. Nan Gongling looked at Lin Feng and couldn't help but reveal a wry smile on his face. Each time they had met, someone had wanted to kill Feng, and an elder of the sect had wronged him. Patriarch, today, you have to understand me and what I had to go through. I don't know when Mo Zai will try to kill me again. I also don't know exactly how many people like Mo Zai and Lu Yuan there are in the sect. Even if an elite disciple is a high status within the Yun Hai Sect, it is still lower than that of an elder. Much like all the times before, if an elder wants to kill me, he can do it freely whenever he wants, as if I am nothing but a piece of trash that they can dispose of at any time. This is all that we disciples mean to the sect. Every single word Lin Feng said was resonating deeply in everyone's heart. Everything was true, so nobody could deny anything that he has said. Nan Gongling was also unable to refute anything which was just said. Lin Feng, what do you want me, Nan Gongling, to do? Nan Gongling was intently staring at Lin Feng while saying these words. Everybody was astonished. Because Nan Gongling wanted Lin Feng to stay, it seemed like he had completely put aside his status of patriarch. It even sounded like Nan Gongling was begging Lin Feng to stay. In fact, all of this is not happening because of you. It is happening because in this world, strength and power are the most important things. Without strength or power, then your life is not valued. This is exactly where the problem lies, and it has deep roots within the sects. When Lin Feng saw how Nan Gongling was handling the matter, he had a good feeling. As a patriarch, he forgot about prestige and glory and was losing face, but he didn't care. He knew that apologizing a few times and admitting one's faults was the right thing to do. That way, Nan Gongling showed that he loved and cherished all of his disciples. He did not protect his face and understood he had been wrong. Patriarch, you already told me that only those who are strong and powerful can be respected and are considered as important members, but have you ever thought that outstanding disciples, just like everyone else, had to start from the bottom while being called worthless? Everyone within this world, no matter how powerful, was at one point a low-leveled cultivator. All of us never stop progressing, and each person has their own pace. Imagine if low-level cultivators with an incredible potential think that they are not important at the beginning because they did not progress as fast as others. If they think they mean nothing to the Yun Hai Sect, then how discouraged will they be in their future cultivation? How are they supposed to have faith in the sect once they become strong? How can they believe they will ever be considered as important and that they will be cherished? Lin Feng's words made Nan Gongling think about the sect itself. Indeed, strong disciples had also all started from the very basics, but they were noticed by the sect only once they made a display of their own abilities, only once they stood out. Some of them were considered so weak initially that they were targeted much like Lin Feng, and even when they became strong, those who hated them continued to target them. The same punishments are applied no matter who breaks the rules, regardless of whether it is an ordinary disciple, an elite disciple, or even an elder who breaks the rules. That's the only way to live in harmony and advance together. There should be many cases where elders have randomly killed disciples. If the rules are broken, the violator, no matter who he is, should be punished. Disciples and elders should be punished the same way. The violator, no matter who he is, should be punished. Nan Gongling looked perplexed. Indeed, in the continent of the Nine Clouds, strong cultivators also had to abide by the rules even if they had higher status or power. Why did this not apply within the Yun Hai Sect? Nan Gongling realized that he had made a lot of mistakes. Outside of the sect, there were rules for everyone, but what about the Yun Hai Sect? If it did not change, then the same as what happened to Lin Feng would happen again. There were a few cultivators who were not respected when they were weak, but actually had an infinite potential. Once they were strong, how were they supposed to respect the sect if they hadn't been respected before? That guy is really a genius. He's so fascinating and wise. He has a lot to teach, thought Nan Gongling as he was looking at Lin Feng, and then said in a very solemn tone, "You have just taught me and made me realize a great deal. Lin Feng, if someday you were to be one of the leaders of the Yun Hai Sect, it would definitely enter a period of prosperity and glory. I really hope that you will stay." Lin Feng would someday become one of the leaders. Everybody was puzzled. Did Nan Gongling's words have a hidden meaning with further implications? Lin Feng shook his head. He didn't really care about these things. He just wanted to make everybody understand the error of their ways. He had a certain potential and could understand a lot of things, but it maybe wasn't all that was needed to become a good leader. Patriarch, I don't feel like leaving the sect. I just want everybody to understand how ignorant and cruel they are behaving. I also want to have a reason to stay. Lin Feng's words weren't as cold and sharp as before. Even Nan Gongling, Mo Zai, and Lu Yuan felt calmer at that moment. Even if he stayed in the Yun Hai Sect, Lin Feng wouldn't devote himself to the sect in the future. However, he admired and had a lot of esteem for Nan Gongling for the actions that he had taken today. Besides, leaving the Yun Hai Sect wasn't required. He just needed a reason for him to stay. Lin Feng, I will prevent others from bullying and threatening you again. No need to say that I will even more do my best so that they don't try to kill you or that they make false charges against you. Nan Gongling promised. This is for the future. What about what happened before? All those people who have bullied and threatened me, said Lin Feng. Was this really justice? My words were not devoid of substance. I will cripple Lu Yuan's cultivation, and he will not be an elder anymore. He will also be expelled from the sect. Nan Gongling's words were sharp and poignant. Everybody was astonished. Nan Gongling was going to cripple an elder's cultivation because of Lin Feng. This was a clear warning to everyone within the sect that things were changing. "Patriarch, please forgive me," said Liu Yuan, who turned deathly pale when he heard Nan Gongling's words. Crippling his cultivation and expelling him from the sect would make him turn into an existence even weaker than a normal person. How was he going to survive? He would have no reason to live anymore. "Your crimes are unforgivable," said Nan Gongling firmly. Liu Yuan's cultivation had to be crippled for Lin Feng to find his peace of mind. "Wen Ren, save me!" Liu Yuan knew that Nan Gongling wasn't going to take back his words. He was unable to make Nan Gongling change his mind, so he shouted these words to Wen Ren Yan. But at that moment, Wen Ren Yan was trying to find a way to deal with Lin Feng. How could he care about Liu Yuan? He coldly glanced at Liu Yuan and then ignored him again, which made Liu Yuan feel like he had been betrayed. Heartless and unfair, thought Liu Yuan. Liu Yuan understood what Lin Feng had meant. Wen Ren Yan did not care for anyone but himself, and was not someone who would care about any past ties. Liu Yuan had now understood that it was useless to back Wen Ren Yan, but he had made Lin Feng suffer a lot, and it was too late for regrets. "Lin Feng, are you satisfied now?" asked Nan Gongling. Lin Feng looked at Nan Gongling with a calm face and shook his head. "Patriarch, it seems like you continue to forget about someone." Nan Gongling smiled wryly while looking at Lin Feng. This guy was really stubborn. Everybody was stunned at what they had just heard, and then they all looked at Mo Zai. They obviously understood that Lin Feng meant Mo Zai should be the next person to be punished. If it wasn't Mo Zai, who else could it be? But many people had thought that Lin Feng would be satisfied just because Nan Gongling had taken action on his behalf. Nan Gongling had asked him if it could be considered enough, which was a hint that he should consider the whole problem as solved. After all, Mo Zai was an important person within the sect. Not only is Mo Zai an elder with extremely high status, but his father was a great elder. He had a lot of power and influence within the sect. If Nan Gongling punished Mo Zai, he would indirectly be punishing his father as well. Nan Gongling was in a very critical situation, but for Lin Feng, there was no compromise. His words were like a sword which intended to behead Mo Zai. Mo Zai looked at Lin Feng with an ice-cold look which was filled with killing intent. This brat really didn't know anything about power and status. Did he think that just because he was a genius that he could get Mo Zai into trouble? "That is ridiculous," said Mo Zai firmly. "Patriarch, Duan Tianlang and the others are here to watch our elite disciple exam. We should continue without delays." Mo Kanglan had been sitting there all along and finally opened his mouth. His eyes had a certain chill emanating from them. He remained silent about the events as the situation was still not clear to him. Protector Bei had tried to kill Mo Zai? He was furious. After all the years that he had spent in the Yun Hai Sect, Protector Bei had tried to kill Mo Kanglan's son because of this disciple. Could it be that Nan Gongling wanted Mo Zai to kneel down and admit his faults in front of everyone that was present just because of that young disciple? When Nan Gongling heard Mo Kanglan, he could not help but continue to smile wryly. If Mo Kanglan hadn't been there, maybe that Nan Gongling would have punished Mo Zai, but Nan Gongling had joined the Yun Hai Sect after Mo Kanglan. Mo Kanglan was a senior member of the Yun Hai Sect. Nan Gongling could penalize Mo Zai to make Lin Feng feel better, but he wouldn't dare to interfere with Mo Kanglan. Nan Gongling was in a dilemma. As a patriarch, he really had to think and properly analyze situation. He was caught between a rock and a hard place. "Lin Feng, let's continue with the elite disciple exam and discuss that problem later, all right?" When Lin Feng heard Nan Gongling, he clearly understood that his status was still not high enough. An elite elder who had a father who was a great elder. They were more important than a junior disciple, even if he was a never-seen-before genius. But Mo Zai needed to be punished for what he had made Lin Feng go through. Did Lin Feng still have to submit to humiliation and keep being bullied because he was weak? If Mo Zai didn't get punished then, he would continue to humiliate and threaten Lin Feng or even try to kill him, because he knew that Nan Gongling would never do anything against him because of his father. Lin Feng shook his head. He looked more determined than ever. Even though he was weak, he was still a human being and a disciple of the sect. He deserved dignity and honor like everyone else. Mo Zai definitely wanted to kill Lin Feng, and he had tried to kill him a few times already. If Nan Gongling didn't try to do what Lin Feng wanted, then Lin Feng would continue to be bullied by Mo Zai and other with high status within the sect. Mo Zai would keep thinking that he could do anything without having to bear the consequences for his actions. "Patriarch, I understand that Mo Zai's status is high within the sect, and that his father is even higher and more important. But does it mean that they can keep bullying and threatening me? Why would I stay within the Yun Hai Sect if I am to remain in constant danger? Lin Feng was being extremely firm on this point. Mo Zai had to be punished for his actions. There was no other alternative that Lin Feng would accept. The atmosphere in the stormy gorge was completely silent. Everybody was watching the events occurring in suspense. Lin Feng, or the elite elder Mo Zai, everyone wanted to know whom Nan Gongling was planning to choose. How stubborn? Many people were smiling wryly inside. Lin Feng was being so firm and determined that Nan Gongling had to decide then and there. How stubborn? This is ridiculous! An extremely loud voice spread throughout the atmosphere. It was an elite disciple who was also present at the current events. He was actually a ranked elite disciple, and he was ranked 21st within the power rankings. It's really a bunch of nonsense, Lin Feng. Elder Mo Zai has an important status in the sect, and he's extremely strong. What do you think you can do? Mo Zai humiliated and accused a simple, ordinary disciple of crimes, so what? You still dare open your filthy mouth and talk nonsense. I am really ashamed to be a member of the same sect as you. I feel dirty and humiliated. The young man had an ice-cold tone and dared say that Lin Feng's words were nonsense. When Mo Zai heard that disciple speak, he had a big smile on his face and looked at that disciple with a look of approval. Lei Bo, there is no need to lower yourself to the same level as this foul-mouthed little brat. The patriarch is a wise man. I know that his decision will be fair and partial. Elder, I obviously know that the patriarch is a wise man, but that little brat who regards himself as a genius is just too insolent. If I came across him during the elite disciple exam, I would definitely kill him. Lei Bo said to Mo Zai. They both said that Nan Gongling was a wise man to flatter him. If Nan Gongling punished Mo Zai, then obviously this would be the actions of a fool. I see that Mo Zai raised many stray dogs. No wonder that he is respected by so many and allows himself to murder so many disciples of the sect. Lin Feng's words were extremely sharp. He was looking at Mo Zai in a mocking way. Lei Bo had wanted to protect Mo Zai, and he was about to pay the price for it. What a filthy mouth! Mo Zai cursed at Lin Feng and glanced at Lei Bo, indicating that he was happy to receive his help. Patriarch Lei Bo, am an open-minded and kind-hearted person, but Lin Feng has insulted and humiliated me. He called me a stray dog. He's an animal. I would like to challenge him to a battle in the life and death arena. I hope that Patriarch has no objection. Lei Bo was furious and asked Nan Gongling for permission to challenge Lin Feng. Nan Gongling frowned. Lei Bo was ranked 21st, and he had already broken through to the 3rd Ling Qi layer. He was extremely powerful within the elite disciples. Even a cultivator of the 2nd Ling Qi layer could never compete with him. Even though Lin Feng was extremely masterful when using his sword, the cultivation gap between them was gigantic. It would be too dangerous for Lin Feng to fight against him with only the 1st Ling Qi layer. When Nan Gongling was about to refuse, Lin Feng started speaking. Patriarch, I am an open-minded and kind-hearted person, but Mo Zai humiliated and bullied me. Then this little stray doggy of his dares say I have a filthy mouth. There is no need for him to ask the Patriarch for permission to battle against me. Let's just do it. Lin Feng raised his head and looked at Nan Gongling in an indifferent way. Lin Feng was so confident with his words that Nan Gongling's heart started to beat faster. Could it be that Lin Feng had hidden his real strength? When Nan Gongling thought that Lin Feng may have hidden his true strength, he became really curious to see and couldn't help but say, I allow you to battle. Thank you, Patriarch, said Lei Bo while looking at Nan Gongling, who actually seemed to be really excited. He then moved towards the central fighting stage and climbed up onto it. He was then facing Lin Feng. This battle is a life and death battle. We both need to put our lives at stake. The Patriarch said it himself. Lin Feng, today everybody will see you die like a dog. Lei Bo said these words in an aggressive tone, as if he feared that Nan Gongling would go back on his words concerning the life and death battles. Lin Feng's words before were very aggressive. Mo Zai was unable to get out of this extremely embarrassing and awkward situation. If Lei Bo was able to kill Lin Feng, then Mo Zai would take him as his personal disciples and help him improve his cultivation. You are very confident. Of course, you just became an elite disciple. You're just a little brat. You may have natural abilities and a high potential, but in front of me, a cultivator of the 3rd Ling Qi layer, you are just too weak. I will not even need to release my spirit to kill you. When Lei Bo finished talking, a strong qi was released from his body. It was so extremely powerful that the audience could feel the pressure from him releasing it. His body started releasing sparks into the air, and even the dust that approached him exploded. As he moved, the sound of thunder roared from his body. The difference between a cultivator of the first and the third Ling Qi layer was colossal. Even a genius couldn't compete with a much stronger cultivator. Even if Lin Feng had mastered sword forces, it was still impossible for him to win. I can tell you, my spirit is a thunder spirit. I am as strong as thunder itself. My attacks are extremely powerful and quick, but you will not have the honor to see me release my spirit. Lei Bo held his right hand up in the air. It started diffusing a dazzling light. It looked like he was using something extremely powerful. Possessors of a thunder spirit could carry out extremely strong attacks. Besides, each of their attacks was incredibly swift and skillful. Lei Bo hadn't broken through to the third Ling Qi layer for a long time and already had his name on the elite disciple ranking. He was ranked 21st, but he would soon be ranked 20th. 8 Strikes of Desolation. Lin Feng didn't feel like talking to Lei Bo much longer. He thrust out his hand and 6 powerful strikes shot toward Lei Bo. HMPH! Lei Bo smiled coldly. Lin Feng's 6 strikes, at the moment when they had crashed into his thunder attack, disintegrated themselves in the blink of an eye. Force! Lin Feng took a step forward, and an extremely powerful sword force began to invade the entire atmosphere. The atmosphere was absorbed by the sword qi and the sword force completely. He thrust his hand out again, and another 6 strikes emerged and shot towards Lei Bo. But Lin Feng clearly knew that these attacks wouldn't affect Lei Bo too much. He suddenly dashed forward with incredible speed, and a whistling sound quickly spread throughout the air. The entire atmosphere was filled with sword qi and sword force, as if his sword was the only thing which mattered in the entire arena. What was even scarier is that the sword force was getting more and more powerful as it absorbed the energy around it. The sword force was even stronger than what he had used to kill the other 5 ranked elite disciples. An incredible force started oppressing Lei Bo's body. Lei Bo had the feeling that he was being strangled and could hardly breathe. It was very painful, as if his bones were about to be crushed from the pressure. Second Ling Qi layer. Lei Bo was stupefied, and he then shouted, "You are not at the first Ling Qi layer, you are at the second Ling Qi layer." The entire crowd was stupefied. Lin Feng had once again hidden his real strength. What a monstrous power! Not so long before, there was almost nobody who knew who Lin Feng was. In a very short time, Lin Feng had repeatedly made a display of his abilities and was now at the center of everyone's attention. Now, with his mastery of forces, coupled with his strength of the second Ling Qi layer, he was definitely able to compete with a cultivator of the third Ling Qi layer. No wonder he had accepted to fight against Lei Bo without hesitation. That young man is really a genius, and the speed at which he learns and masters skills. Nan Gongling felt like his body had gone numb. He still remembered the first time he had met Lin Feng. Lin Feng was still at the Qi layer. He was so weak. Even Lin Qian of the Yun Hai Sect could humiliate him back in those days. In such a short time, he had become so strong. Lin Feng had broken through to the Ling Qi layer and had killed 5 ranked elite disciples. At this moment, he was battling against a cultivator of the third Ling Qi layer, and it looked like he had a great advantage over his opponent. "You just talk shit. You are too weak to be my opponent." Lin Feng started moving so fast that it looked like he had disappeared. His sword tore through Lei Bo's clothes, and Lei Bo felt an intense pain as if his flesh was being split apart piece by piece. The sword force was terrifying. It was the first time that Lei Bo felt such a strong force. He was terrified. "Die!" shouted Lei Bo. Thunderous roars started unceasingly spreading throughout the atmosphere, and as they collided with the sword qi, they started releasing sparks. It looked like an incredible storm was being released from Lei Bo's body. Lin Feng thrust his palm forward. 8 Strikes of Desolation. A terrifying attack was launched from Lin Feng's palm. His strikes were so powerful that they consumed the sky and covered the whole arena with a domineering power. "Divine Thunder!" Lei Bo shouted extremely loudly, and suddenly an extremely powerful thunderous roar came out of his hand and started bombarding the atmosphere. The whole crowd was blinded by the sight of such a powerful attack. It seemed like the deadly power contained within that lightning was endless. In the blink of an eye, it had disappeared as it struck against Lin Feng's 8 strikes. Sword unsheathing. Lin Feng's strikes hadn't fully disappeared yet, and his sword was already overflowing with an endless amount of sword force. Sword unsheathing was a skill which required the utmost speed. The quicker it was, the more explosive its power was. It was a truly terrifying attack. Lin Feng's sword force was extremely powerful as it pierced through the atmosphere and consumed everything in its path. "Divine thunder of wrath!" Lei Bo shouted extremely loudly and looked like his entire body was becoming a thunderstorm. Both his hands raised to strike against the atmosphere with all the power contained within a thunderstorm. Bo! The thunders collided with the sword chi and the sword force. A dazzling light blinded the entire crowd and a scorching heat rushed outwards from the collision. The power of the shockwave was so strong that it would sting the disciples' skin and they couldn't even open their eyes. Lei Bo felt an incredibly intense and sharp pain come from his body. He would have never thought that Lin Feng could be this powerful. What terrified him was that the sword force contained within each of his strikes was growing stronger each time. That sword was surrounded by an incredible amount of sword force. Not only was it not weakening, but it was also growing stronger, which gave Lei Bo the impression that he was going to collapse under the weight of the sword force. "Roaring thunder!" shouted Lin Feng. He then thrust his sword towards Lei Bo. The sword force which he unleashed started to combine with thunderous roars in the atmosphere. The atmosphere was being consumed by the immense power of the attack. In Lin Feng's hands, that yellow-level attack coupled with sword force was as powerful as a Xuan-level skill. Roaring thunder was filling the atmosphere with an incredibly explosive force. Lei Bo's hands were still unleashing a powerful thunder chi. He had managed to block Lin Feng's roaring thunder, but he was sent flying backwards while groaning in pain. Lin Feng's sword force started to consume more energy and grow even more powerful. "I give up. I do not want to fight anymore," Lei Bo shouted extremely loudly. He knew that he couldn't win against Lin Feng, and on top of that, he was already wounded from attempting to block the last strike. The 21st ranked elite disciple, who was at the 3rd Ling Chi layer, suddenly wanted to give up when fighting against Lin Feng. The crowd sighed. Lin Feng, who had only shown his power 3 days ago, he seemed to be invincible. He continued to shock people with his incredible strength. If you look at him, it seems like he is around 15 or has just turned 16. The crowd was trying to guess how old Lin Feng was compared to his battle ability. They were even more stupefied when they thought about it. He was still 16 years old and could defeat a cultivator of the 3rd Ling Chi layer who was on the elite disciple rankings. How was that possible? Was he really human? Lin Feng stopped moving. His sleeves were swaying with the breeze, but the chi and the sword force which filled the atmosphere were still omnipresent and just as oppressing as before. Lei Bo's body was still feeling the immense pressure crushing down on his body, making it hard for him to breathe. "Give up!" Lin Feng had a cold smile on the corner of his mouth. "This is a fight in which we both put our lives at stake. If I live, you die, and if I die, you live. We are fellow disciples of the Yun Hai Sect and we don't hate each other, so why do you need to kill me?" said Lei Bo, hoping to make Lin Feng change his mind. "How ridiculous. You think that I will fall for that? Could it be that you forgot what you said before this battle? You said that you could kill me whenever you wanted. You even said that you didn't even need to release your spirit to kill me. Have you also forgotten that this battle is a battle where our lives are at stake? You said it yourself. If you were stronger than me, would you still say that we are fellow disciples and let me live?" Lin Feng was disgusted by Lei Bo's words. Saying so easily that they were fellow disciples and that they didn't hate each other after everything that he had said before. He had to be insane. "Lin Feng, you are extremely strong, but it would be impossible for you to kill me. Even if you defeat me, you will have to bear the consequences for it." Lei Bo knew that Lin Feng wasn't going to let him off, so he tried to threaten him. "Oh, is that so? Watch me then?" Lin Feng's eyes suddenly started to fill with killing intent, and a smile appeared on his face. His sword released even more force coupled with thunderous roars. Lei Bo started to rub his eyes as he could not believe what he was seeing. He couldn't see Lin Feng anymore. Instead of Lin Feng, there was only a huge sword in front of him. That sword was glowing, and coupled with the extremely bright light was a dark fog. In that dark fog, so many lights were sparkling that Lei Bo had the impression that a million swords were hiding within it. The black fog had started to move in his direction. Extremely loud thunder sounds spread throughout the atmosphere. Lei Bo shouted extremely loudly. Even more powerful and intense thunder emerged from his body. His body was coated in a chi which was yellowish blue. It contained the power of thunder and lightning. When they saw the light surrounding Lei Bo, the crowd was surprised. What was Lei Bo doing exactly? Lin Feng's sword was more suited to battle. He didn't need to consume too much energy in order to carry out powerful attacks, and he could also use it for protection. It gave the impression that Lin Feng was like a fortified mountain. The crowd didn't understand what was going on. The crowd could not see Lin Feng's sword the same way Lei Bo did. In Lei Bo's eyes, there were a million swords whose lights were dazzling and which were trying to kill him. Sword lights were shining everywhere inside the black fog and could take his life at any time. "It's the end for you," said Lin Feng in a cold voice which stupefied the entire crowd. Sword of Nirvana made his sword turn into a deadly sword. Each strike would take a life, and its power defied the heavens. His sword descended from the heavens themselves towards Lei Bo. It seemed like his sword had pierced the heavens themselves. From a distance, it could be seen that a hole was pierced through the clouds, and the heavens had been pierced. It looked like his sword would destroy the entire universe if it stood against him. It was over with this strike. Lei Bo was finished. The entire crowd was blankly staring at that wonderfully mystical sword. The millions of swords as well as the black fog disappeared from Lei Bo's vision, but his face revealed that he had given up all hope because there was a terrifying light which kept moving towards him. It was most likely the last light that he would see in his life. "Don't!" Lei Bo's shout resonated everywhere in the stormy gorge, but his body could not move. He was still stood on the stage motionless. After what seemed to be an eternity, a thin mark appeared between his eyebrows. It was a thin, bloody mark which slowly started to pour with blood. His body fell heavily onto the fighting stage within the life and death arena. That's what the life and death arena was about. Life and death. Did he die? The 21st ranked elite disciple who had a thunder spirit had been killed. Lei Bo had wanted to protect Mo Zai. He had wanted to kill Lin Feng and gain the elder's favor. He would have never thought that he would become Lin Feng's stepping stone. At that moment, the patriarch was secretly afraid that Lin Feng would start his verbal assault where he had left off. Even though the elite disciple exam was about fighting, not many disciples had participated in it. This kind of event was unprecedented in the history of the Yun Hai Sect's elite disciple exam. It had, however, been an extremely enlightening event, and many disciples were forced to look deeply at their actions until now. There was not a single person who regretted watching these events unfold. The crowd of the Yun Hai Sect had realized that they were witnessing the rise of an incomparable genius. "I want that young man." Duan Tianlang's eyes were glowing. He then quickly glanced at Duan Han. Lin Feng's abilities and power were infinitely higher than that of his son, of whom he was already intensely proud. "If he doesn't join me, I will make sure he dies today. I will not allow him to rise up or let him become more powerful. He could become an extremely large obstacle." The patriarch of the Hao Yue sect, Chu Qing, as well as Bing Han of the Ice and Snow Mountain Village, thought the exact same thing. If Lin Feng continued becoming more and more powerful, he would definitely become one of the 8 high officials. Lin Feng couldn't understand all these people's thoughts. He wasn't even as strong as Mo Zai. He was unable to kill Mo Zai, but he definitely wanted to make him understand that he could not bully and threaten him as he wished. Since he hadn't showed all of his abilities so far, the sect did not recognize him. Then he just had to show them more. Holding his soft sword in the hand while his robes were swaying in the air, Lin Feng slowly glanced around at the stormy gorge. "Mo Zai, because he is an elder, he dares to behave unscrupulously. He dares to try and kill disciples in cold blood. He is the shame and disgrace of the Yun Hai Sect. My current strength doesn't enable me to kill that scum of the sect. What I want is for that degenerate to get expelled from the sect." The entire crowd was stunned, astonished, stupefied. Lin Feng had wild ambitions. He suddenly wanted Mo Zai to get expelled from the sect. That was almost impossible. If Mo Zai was expelled from the sect, Mo Kanglan would completely lose face. That guy really is insane. Liu Fei was looking at Lin Feng. She was speechless. She couldn't stand Mo Zai either, but she had never thought of trying to get him expelled from the sect, not even in her dreams. It was impossible for an elite disciple to get an elite elder expelled from the sect, but Lin Feng was not sparing any efforts in his attempt to remove Mo Zai. Mo Zai, who was sitting on the viewing platform, looked ghastly pale. In his eyes, a mere disciple was less than a bug to him. They didn't even exist in his eyes, and suddenly, there was a disciple on the fighting stage of the life and death arena accusing him of various things and calling him the shame and the scum of the sect. And on top of that, he wanted to get him expelled from the sect. He had never been so humiliated in all of his life. He used to be the one who demanded that other people would be expelled from the sect. He used to be the one who expelled lowly disciples from the sect. However, these things were now happening to him. If these things had happened at any other time before then, he would have killed Lin Feng without the slightest hesitation. But that was almost impossible now because of Nan Gongling. As the patriarch of the Yun Hai Sect, he had to give consideration to all parties. Mo Zai was an elite elder and his father, Mo Kang Lan, was a great elder. They were both given the great honor of enforcing the rules within the sect. As far as Lin Feng was concerned, he was one of the most extraordinary geniuses that the Yun Hai Sect had ever had. When Ren Yan would never be able to achieve the same level as Lin Feng, they were worlds apart. Lin Feng was also protected by Protector Bei. If he wanted Mo Zai to be a little bit penalized, that could possibly be arranged. However, Lin Feng said that if Mo Zai was still in the Yun Hai Sect, then he would leave. Lin Feng's terms for staying within the sect was to expel Mo Zai from the sect. I know that Mo Zai's status is high and important. He is an elite elder. I also know that his father, Mo Kang Lan, is a chief figure in the Yun Hai Sect and that he has dedicated his life to serving the sect. I am also aware that I am currently a nobody within the sect and that my words carry little weight. I know that if Mo Zai commits crimes, I cannot do much, but Mo Zai tried to kill me on multiple occasions. Even after being almost killed by Protector Bei, he still had thoughts on taking my life. If he is not severely punished for his crimes, how am I supposed to put my mind at rest and stay within the sect? I just have my sword to show everyone what I am really capable of. This is my only way of proving to the Yun Hai Sect that having me is 10 times, no, 100 times better than having Mo Zai. Lin Feng's words were inspiring. Lin Feng was even crazier than Wen Ren Yan, but was in no way weaker than him. Everyone, however, was wondering how Lin Feng could prove that having him was 100 times better than having Mo Zai. Nan Gongling was curious as well to know how Lin Feng could prove that. At that moment, Lin Feng, who was still standing on the central fighting stage of the life and death arena, was just looking at many elite disciples sitting on the sidelines and declared, "Today is the elite disciple exam. I, Lin Feng, am now challenging any elite disciple who is willing to fight against me. Anyone can come and challenge me. No matter what kind of battle, normal or life and death battle, no matter how many I need to fight against, I will fight with anyone under any terms." What? People in the crowd were stunned. You could hear everyone's heartbeats start to intensify. He's a madman. That guy is insane. He wants to challenge every elite disciple. How insane, when Ren Yan could even compete with core disciples. Even some of the disciples within the top 10 elite disciples could fight with core disciples. They all had unique skills and abilities. They were much stronger than Lei Bo. Lin Feng suddenly dared to look at these elite disciples as if they were weaklings. What was going to happen? The crowd was just speechless. Could it be that Lin Feng was really insane? Had he lost his mind after defeating Lei Bo? But if he was able to defeat any of the elite disciples, then wouldn't he really prove to the Yun Hai Sect that having him was better than having Mo Zai? If he could defeat any elite disciple under their own terms, then wasn't it even greater than 100 times the worth of Mo Zai? This bastard, Liu Fei's magnificent eyes were wide open. Lin Feng was way too crazy. A short time before, he was only a simple ordinary disciple and nothing more. Han couldn't help but giggle. He was so proud to see Lin Feng, who was like a brother to him, on the fighting stage of the life and death arena while issuing the challenge. He had a big smile on his face. Nan Gongling was also shocked beyond belief. He was completely stunned. Lin Feng wanted to challenge all of the elite disciples. Even though Lin Feng was naturally gifted, had he really become so terrifyingly strong? Actually, as far as I can remember, he has not been using his spirit. Nan Gongling suddenly had a realization. He realized that he had never seen Lin Feng release his spirit. He was extremely curious, and he was excited to find out what Lin Feng's spirit was. Considering he had already mastered sword skills and sword forces, could it be that he had a sword spirit? If he had a sword spirit, then he would probably be able to make his sword force even more powerful. Currently, there were some elite disciples whose eyes had lit up, especially the 20 at the top of the rankings. They all regarded themselves as geniuses. They were arrogant and prideful. But Lin Feng, who was on the fighting stage of the life and death arena, dared to talk conceited nonsense and challenge every elite disciple to battle against him. But many of them were worried about how strong Lin Feng really was. especially those close to Lei Bo within the rankings. Lin Feng was so strong that he had managed to kill Lei Bo and was even threatening all of them at that moment. What made them even more worried was that many of these geniuses had noticed that Lin Feng hadn't released his spirit at all. If he had a sword spirit, his strength would probably be monstrous. That would definitely be terrifying and incredibly dangerous to step on the same stage as him. Nobody had dared to reply to Lin Feng as many were deep in thought. The atmosphere was drowned into absolute silence. That silence was broken a few times by some of the sword qi, which emanated from Lin Feng's body, ripping through the air. When Ren Yan, you called me a piece of trash, a nobody, and said that you can easily kill me. Do I need to come down and beg you to kill me? Now that you have an opportunity to kill me, what are you waiting for? Are you currently not scared to challenge like those you called worthless before? Lin Feng was looking at Wen Ren Yan. When everyone heard his calm voice as he spat insults into Wen Ren Yan's face, they were all stupefied. Lin Feng was definitely someone who continued to surprise. He suddenly dared challenge the top-ranked of all the elite disciples. When Ren Yan was at the peak of the third Ling Qi layer. Even though Lei Bo was at the same Ling Qi layer, nobody would dare compare Lei Bo and Wen Ren Yan. They had nothing in common at all. Cultivators of the same Ling Qi layer were not necessarily comparable. For example, Lin Feng was at the second Ling Qi layer, but could defeat and kill Lei Bo, who was at the third Ling Qi layer. The skills practiced and battle experience played an extremely important role, regardless of the layer reached. Wen Ren Yan was also similar to Lin Feng. He had broken through to the third Ling Qi layer, but many core disciples of the fourth Ling Qi layer didn't dare provoke him. You are overestimating your abilities. Just because you killed Lei Bo doesn't mean that you can compete with me. Lei Bo was nothing in comparison with me. In my eyes, Lei Bo was the same as you, a piece of trash, a nobody. Wen Ren Yan was looking at Lin Feng with eyes filled with disdain. Lin Feng wasn't weak, but challenging Wen Ren Yan was like committing suicide. Strength is strength. In Wen Ren Yan's eyes, Lin Feng was a weak piece of trash. You talk so much shit. Is it because you want to show off in front of everybody? Lin Feng didn't understand what Wen Ren Yan exactly meant. Lin Feng then added, you don't have to be like that. Since you are so powerful and that you consider me as a piece of trash, as a nobody, then just climb up onto the fighting stage immediately. Show everybody how strong you are and kill me. Show everybody your real power. Actions will always be better than the drivel from your mouth. Everybody will believe you when you come onto this fighting stage and prove your words, or you can continue to hide there and talk big. Everybody can talk big. Lei Bo also called me a piece of trash before I killed him. He said he was stronger than me. What happened in the end? Lin Feng's words were straightforward, and he was clearly provoking Wen Ren Yan, but what he was saying was actually the truth. Anyone can talk big, but it only matters if your actions can prove what you say. If Wen Ren Yan climbed onto the fighting stage of the life and death arena, he would gain infinite glory. He would be regarded as an amazing talent by everyone in the sect. But he wasn't doing it at all. Not only didn't he climb onto the fighting stage, but he kept talking and talking, bragging about how amazing he was. In his eyes, Lin Feng was just a nobody, an insect which he could crush at any time. Since Lin Feng could be crushed at any time, why did he need to fight? Talking and humiliating Lin Feng was enough, but was that enough to be regarded as a strong cultivator? Wen Ren Yan glanced at the people standing next to him who were still looking as arrogant as ever. You guys go and kill him. I will give you the glory of killing him. Many people's eyes were glowing with killing intent when they heard Wen Ren Yan. Wen Ren Yan was considered a great cultivator by everyone. The glory for killing him, they all know what it meant. Wen Ren Yan had a lot of profound pills. There was a profound pill which he had in abundance, a sort of pill which had a deadly attraction force. I'm going to kill him, said a silhouette while moving towards the fighting stage. It was a young man aged 17, no older than 18. His gaze was as sharp as a dagger. He looked to have an extremely brutal nature. Tong Shu, the Blade Master. It's him. Lin Feng is in trouble. The young disciple came out from the crowd. When Tu Fu had become a core disciple, there were two extremely respected and strong elite disciples, Wen Ren Yan and Tong Shu. Even though Tong Shu was ranked 6th on the elite disciple rankings, nobody had doubts concerning the fact that Tong Shu was much stronger than the 4 others who were above him in the rankings. That was because Tong Shu's spirit was a blade spirit. If Tong Shu only had a blade spirit, people wouldn't have so much faith in him, but he was similar to Lin Feng with his mastery of force. He was able to control blade forces. Tong Shu wasn't able to master blade forces like Lin Feng mastered sword forces. There was actually a huge gap between them as far as forces were concerned. However, Tong Shu had already broken through to the third Ling Qi layer, which would bridge the gap in strength between their forces. Tong Shu versus Lin Feng, it should be a very balanced battle. All right, go ahead. Don't immediately kill him. When the time of his last breath comes, make him kneel down in front of me so that he understands before he dies that I am much stronger than him. The difference between him and me is colossal. Wen Ren Yan said that in an indifferent tone. Don't worry, I understand. Tong Shu slightly nodded and then went up onto the central fighting stage. He was facing Lin Feng and looking as if he had already won. He then grabbed the long knife that he had on his back, then said in a voice filled with hatred, I have used this knife for a long time. Being killed by it should be an honor for you. If I properly understand, you're implying that you choose to have a battle where one of us must die, correct? Lin Feng asked that question in an indifferent tone. Do you think that I have time to play with you? Tong Shu was looking at Lin Feng in an evil way. His expression was sharp and poignant like his knife. His body was radiating killing intent. Tong Shu grabbed his long knife and caressed it as if it was his beloved girlfriend. The knife is an extremely powerful weapon. It's the best of all bladed weapons. The blade spirit is also an extremely powerful spirit, said Tong Shu. I've always heard that swords were the best bladed weapons. It's really the first time that I have heard that a knife is the best of all bladed weapons. Lin Feng was calling in question what Tong Shu said. What do you know about such things? A blade from a sword is too heavy. Sword force is also much harder to control. How could you even compare a knife and a sword? Today I will show you what a knife is. You will understand that it is the best bladed weapon ever, said Tong Shu. A powerful energy emerged from his long knife and spread throughout the atmosphere like a fierce flood. It seemed like it was cutting everything in its path. Blade force? Lin Feng was surprised. How could that guy brag about his knife? Lin Feng also mastered forces, and the force of that knife was quite weak in comparison. Lin Feng's sword emitted a whistling sound. The atmosphere was filled with two opposing forces. The forces on the fighting stage were extremely sharp and were piercing and cutting everything within their path. Blade force against sword force? How terrifying! Many people who were close to the fighting stage were projected back by the forces which had just been released. Many could feel the oppressive nature of these forces. They were too close. They had the feeling that they were going to be cut and pierced by the confrontation of the two forces. But it seems like Tong Shu's knife will be much stronger. After all, he is a cultivator of the third Ling Qi layer. He's much stronger than Lin Feng. It looks like Lin Feng was unlucky this time. So, do you still think that swords are better than knives? Tong Shu was arrogantly looking at Lin Feng. Ignorant, snorted Lin Feng. Lin Feng didn't reply to Tong Shu's question and was sneering at him. I'm ignorant. All right, I will show you who the ignorant one is. When Tong Shu finished talking, the force released from his knife became even stronger and more powerful. It seemed like it was going to completely envelop the sword force and qi. Celestial spirit, thought Lin Feng. Lin Feng released his spirit but didn't say anything. Everything around him started to change into a world of darkness. The entire world was now covered in complete darkness. He became omniscient. He could feel and sense every single bit of blade force and sword force around him. He knew where every single particle of energy was situated and exactly how they were moving around in the atmosphere. Lin Feng's eyes had turned completely pitch black. They looked like black holes. The knife is the best bladed weapon. It is too powerful. A sword is not even comparable with such a magnificent weapon. Tong Shu took a step forward, and suddenly the color of the atmosphere changed. It was filled with the horrifying blade force from his knife. Tong Shu moved towards Lin Feng, and he looked like he was invincible. An incredibly powerful strength seemed to fall from the sky onto Lin Feng's body, and then started oppressing Lin Feng. Laceration? Tong Shu shouted extremely loudly as he stabbed forward with his knife. It seemed like even the sky could not stop itself from being lacerated. Lin Feng looked as calm and serene. He remained absolutely fearless as he stood there. It seemed like he completely disregarded the power of Tong Shu's knife. The glowing light of his sword started rising into the air towards the atmosphere where Tong Shu's blade force was the weakest. Boom, Nangong Ling heart was pounding. Tong Shu's knife was like a hot knife cutting through butter. It was as fast as lightning with its attack. Lin Feng's sword force kept being lacerating by the force contained within the knife. It seemed like Lin Feng's body could get lacerated at any second. Instead of dodging, Lin Feng had used his sword to counterattack. Why? Even though Lin Feng could use his sword in an extremely skillful way, the force of his sword wasn't as strong as Tong Shu's blade force. If Lin Feng could get rid of Tong Shu's blade force, then there probably wouldn't be any problem, but that seemed impossible. If Lin Feng didn't dodge the attacks, then Lin Feng's body would be cut into two. During that extremely short amount of time, Nan Gongling had a million thoughts rushing through his mind. That young disciple who certainly would be able to rise up someday. Was he going to get killed that easily and that quickly? Lin Feng had gotten much too excited. He should have controlled himself better. Tong Shu was smiling coldly. He wouldn't have thought that it would be this easy to kill Lin Feng. What alternative was there? Lin Feng had put himself into this situation. If Lin Feng had known earlier then, he wouldn't have said that blade force was weaker than sword force. Besides, wasn't the knife much quicker than the sword? Ignorant. Tong Shu could already see Lin Feng's body being cut into two. The crowd was also already imagining that. Everybody had stopped breathing. They were speechlessly staring at the fighting stage and had the impression that there was nothing on it but a knife and a sword. Finally, the deadly light of the knife vanished. It seemed like time had stopped. Tong Shu's knife was 20 centimeters above Lin Feng's head, and Lin Feng's sword was now held at his waist. What was happening? Their two bodies had frozen in that strange position. A small breeze was blowing in the air. Somebody coughed, breaking the terrifying silence that had consumed the whole arena. Who won? Suddenly, somebody asked the question. It was not clear to them who had won the battle. Everything had been too fast. They didn't even know where to look. Tong Shu seemed like he was about to speak. Everybody was stupefied. Had he really killed Lin Feng? How did you do that? The one who asked that question was Tong Shu. It seemed like he couldn't believe what had just happened. At that moment, Lin Feng spoke slowly and unhurriedly. Blade force and sword force are the same. They are force. A force is a good way to enhance your attack power as well as other abilities necessary in a battle. A knife has many different uses in life. It is a tool created to aid us. My sword is different. The sword is made for the sole purpose of killing. Lin Feng was standing straight with his head held high. Tong Shu had blood pouring from his chest. Blood was flowing endlessly from his body onto the ground. Everybody was just staring at the amount blood in shock. I understand, said Tong Shu while his eyes slowly closed themselves. Then his body also slowly collapsed onto the ground. Immediately after, the crowd could not believe their eyes. Lin Feng had thrown the body into the crowd of disciples. He refused to let it remain on the stage in disgrace. Tong Shu had lost. Another genius had been killed by Lin Feng. How terrifying! Everybody had the impression that they were in a dream when looking at Lin Feng. It was like he had supernatural powers. He was like a death god as he stood on the main stage. It seemed like nobody was able to defeat him. No matter how strong his opponent was, Lin Feng was always stronger. Fiuwa! Nan Gongling took a deep breath. He didn't know what to think, though. Another valued genius of the Yun Hai Sect had died, and it was only because Lin Feng wanted to prove how powerful he was. Nan Gongling did not want to pay that price. But even though Nan Gongling regretted losing so many disciples, he still felt gratified to have a disciple such as Lin Feng. He was also happy to see the rise of a real genius. That kind of strength, that kind of power, who could compete with it? He was starting to believe Lin Feng. Lin Feng just needed a little bit more time and nobody could stop him. Even 100 Mo Zai-like cultivators wouldn't be able to defeat Lin Feng. Lin Feng turned around and looked at the elite disciples once again. Does another one of Wen Ren Yan's delegates wish to come onto the fighting stage and die in his place? Nobody dared to reply, not even those who were above Tong Shu in the ranking list. Tong Shu's knife was extremely powerful. Even if they wanted to win, they thought it wasn't worth the risk, as they may lose their life in doing so. Once again, Lin Feng had used his sword to strike only once, and Tong Shu blood had been spilled. What had scared them even more is that they didn't know if Lin Feng had really shown all his strength. He had only required a single strike, which was not enough to measure his power. Each time he would increase the power depending on his opponent. Tong Shu had been killed in a single strike. Exactly how much of his strength was still remaining hidden? He was always stronger than his opponent. How was that possible? Everybody was staring at Wen Ren Yan as if they thought that Wen Ren Yan was the only one who could defeat Lin Feng. Today's elite disciple exam could almost be entitled The Rise of Lin Feng. Some people in the crowd were smiling wryly as someone made that comment. The elite disciple exam had gone completely off track. The original purpose was completely forgotten. There was only a single person at the center of their attention. They were focusing on that genius who was named Lin Feng. Almost everybody without exception was intensely staring at Wen Renyan. Wen Renyan frowned as his face twisted with anger, and he looked like a demon with hatred filling his eyes. Lin Feng had been demonstrating extraordinary talent every time he fought. Each time, Lin Feng was surprising everybody even more. Therefore, at that moment, Wen Renyan had the feeling that he was being slapped in the face by every single person who was staring at him, because he had kept humiliating Lin Feng over and over again, calling him a nobody and a piece of trash. His own words had come back to humiliate him in front of the entire sect. At that moment, no other elite disciple would dare to fight against Lin Feng. Only Wen Renyan could fight against Lin Feng. However, at this point, many people were scared that Wen Renyan had talked too big and was not Lin Feng's match. Lin Feng was extremely strong and had hidden his power to such a great degree. He hadn't talked big and he had not lost face yet. How could anyone call him a nobody or a piece of trash? Wen Renyan, are you not supposed to prove to everybody that I am a piece of trash and a nobody now? I think that's what you should do, shouted Lin Feng, which broke the silence and echoed throughout the arena. Lin Feng was also staring at Wen Renyan and quickly glanced at Han Man, who had been injured by Wen Renyan. Lin Feng really wanted to kill Wen Renyan when he had found out about him injuring Han Man. He had built up a great deal of killing intent just thinking about it. Wen Renyan had lied and said to everybody that Liu Fei was his girlfriend. Lin Feng, because Liu Fei had now said that she was his girlfriend, wanted to kill Wen Renyan even more. Because of Wen Renyan, he was once again stuck with Liu Fei. Wen Renyan was more arrogant than strong. Since you are stronger than me, come and kill me. Otherwise it means that I am stronger than you and you are just courting death. Lin Feng was secretly had a cold smile in his heart. Wen Renyan and Mo Zai were the same. They had to die because of what they had done to him and his friends. If Lin Feng didn't kill them whenever they would have an opportunity to kill Lin Feng, they would do so without hesitation. How ridiculous! How pathetic, said Wen Renyan as he started walking towards the highest central stage of the life and death arena. In the blink of an eye, everybody's expression changed. They could not hold back their excitement. They couldn't wait to watch the battle of these two geniuses. Wen Renyan was the top-ranked elite disciple who could even fight with core disciples. He was ranked first from all the powerful elite disciples. Before Lin Feng appeared, Wen Renyan was considered as the junior disciple with the greatest future potential. He was considered as a treasured genius within the sect. Of course, his strength hadn't reached that of Ling Hu Hishan or Tu Fu. The rise of Lin Feng seemed like it had started. Lin Feng was killing all the arrogant disciples because they had humiliated him or threatened him. The ordinary elder Lu Yuan's cultivation would be crippled, and he would be expelled from the sect because of Lin Feng. Lin Feng also wanted Mo Zai to be expelled from the sect. These two disciples were considered as outstanding geniuses in the Yun Hai Sect. Who could dare criticize them? You think that just because you defeated Lei Bo and Tong Shu, you can compete with me? Wen Renyan said with his usual arrogant and aggressive tone, and then added, If I want to, I can crush you like a bug. You're just a nobody, an insect in my eyes. I don't think it's worth fighting against you, but you are insisting so much that I have no choice but to prove you how ridiculous your provocations are. How pitiful for you that you are so overconfident. I will use your death to prove to everyone that my abilities are endless. He was arrogant, aggressive, and thought he was the best cultivator in the world. However, he was indeed strong and respected within the sect. The only thing which is endless is your ability to talk shit, shouted Wen Renyan as he grew even more angry. The more Wen Renyan heard Lin Feng talk, the even more hideous his face looked. All right. When the two disciples were both on the fighting stage, Nan Gongling started talking. You are the geniuses of my sect. The Yun Hai Sect will need you both in the future. You are the successors of those in charge of Yun Hai Sect. Please let's make this battle an educational one for yourselves and everybody who is present. There will certainly be a lot to learn from your battle, so please this time do not fight until the death. Nan Gongling thought that Wen Renyan and Lin Feng were outstanding geniuses within the Yun Hai Sect. The Yun Hai Sect could be proud to have such disciples. If any of them died then, it would be too much of a loss for the Yun Hai Sect. Nan Gongling hoped that none of them would die or get severely injured, or to be more precise, he hoped Lin Feng wouldn't die or be injured. That was because Nan Gongling perfectly knew how powerful Wen Ren Yan was. His strength was way too monstrous. Besides, Wen Ren Yan had a very rare spirit which was more powerful than an average spirit. Patriarch, that piece of trash has been provoking me over and over again. How could I not hate him bitterly for that? This will be his grave, said Wen Ren Yan. Nan Gongling was unable to convince Wen Ren Yan. Nan Ren Yan definitely wanted to kill Lin Feng. If he didn't, he wouldn't be able to prove everyone that he was the true genius of the Yun Hai Sect. Lin Feng was just a nobody and could not be compared with the mighty Wen Ren Yan. This was Wen Ren Yan's current thought process. Lin Feng, please refrain from this fight. Nan Gongling couldn't help but beg Lin Feng to not fight. Lin Feng was slightly smiling and said, while looking at Nan Gongling, "It seems like the Patriarch still isn't convinced of my abilities. Could it be that I have not shown you enough yet?" Nan Gongling smiled wryly and said while shaking his head, "Lin Feng, when Ren Yan has broken through to the third Ling Qi layer and has a blue bamboo beast spirit. Even though you are very strong, you still need more time before you are able to catch up with him." Blue bamboo. Blue bamboo beast spirit? Lin Feng's eyes shrunk. In his memories, the blue bamboo beast spirit was a sort of snake who was small yet very venomous. It had blue eyes and was as fast as lightning. Besides, it was capable of dodging attacks very efficiently. Its power was horrifying, and just the mention of it made many people cower in fear. That's why his eyes look so hideous when he was angry. Sometimes they look like they're blue. That comes from his beast spirit. Lin Feng was thinking about Wen Ren Yan's hideous blue eyes. They really looked like that of a snake and made people feel very uncomfortable when looking at them. But would Lin Feng lose only because Wen Ren Yan had a blue bamboo beast spirit? Patriarch, don't impose restrictions on them. That little brat keeps humiliating my disciple over and over again. He must die. If he doesn't die, then it would make me lose face. Do not put them under any restrictions in this fight. At that moment, a cold and high-pitched voice spread through the atmosphere. A woman was on the top of the gorge. She had called out as she was slowly descending into the gorge. Her body looked lithe and graceful. In the blink of an eye, she landed onto the viewing platform. Who is she? Wen Ren Yan is her disciple. The crowd was staring at the woman who had just appeared. She looked haggard, and the little hair she had on her head was hanging loosely, which gave people a gloomy impression. She looked like she had come straight out of a horror story. Besides, she dared to talk to the Patriarch in such a way which meant that she certainly had a high status. There were also a certain number of disciples who recognized her. They wouldn't have expected her to intervene. Things were not looking good for Lin Feng with the arrival of this woman. Teacher. Even though Wen Ren Yan was normally extremely haughty and arrogant, he was acting very courteously in front of this woman. He was even more polite to her than to Nan Gongling. The woman slightly nodded while looking cold and detached. She glanced at Duan Tianlang and then said to Nan Gongling, "Patriarch, we should not get involved in this issue, otherwise that would make these two disciples lose face." Nan Gongling was making a wry smile. He hadn't thought that this woman would appear there. It seemed like things were getting worse and worse. "Old woman, you come here and tell the Patriarch that he shouldn't get involved, but what are you doing yourself?" A silhouette which was high the air said as its wings created small whirlpools in the atmosphere. "Protector Bei." Nan Gongling was even more surprised with each passing minute. The conflict between Wen Ren Yan and Lin Feng made two of the protectors get involved. "Lin Feng, what do you think?" said Protector Bei. "I agree to a battle to the death." Lin Feng had obviously understood what Protector Bei meant. If he said he didn't agree, Protector Bei would protect him. He had to fight in order to settle his grievance. If Wen Ren Yan knew what even one of Lin Feng's spirits were, then he would immediately refuse this battle and escape. Even if he was entirely convinced by his own strength, Lin Feng also had powerful spirits which were much stronger than his own. Lin Feng would not back down from this fight. Protector Bei said, "If you really want to fight in a battle to death, this is your own decision, and I will not intervene, but you have to remember that you might regret it later." "No need to think about useless things," said Lin Feng, who shook his head. He was already determined to kill Wen Ren Yan. "Okay." Protector Bei felt gratified and was nodding. He then said, "Once you have won, I will help you have Mo Zai expelled from the sect." When they heard what Protector Bei had said, the entire crowd was stupefied. Protector Bei was planning to help him expel Mo Zai from the sect. It looked like the old man of the Xing Chen Pavilion was an incredible figure within the sect. Who else could make such a promise to Lin Feng? He was also incredibly sure of Lin Feng's victory. Mozai's face looked hideous and evil intentions filled his mind. If Lin Feng won this fight, then Protector Bei would expel him from the sect. What a bastard. Mozai hated Protector Bei so much at that moment. The difference between their statuses within the hierarchy was like heaven and earth. Protector Bei was even higher in status than his Mo Kang Lan. Mozai could only hope that Lin Feng would die in the upcoming battle. Old woman, if Lin Feng is defeated, I will not get involved. However, if Lin Feng wins, will you get involved? Protector Bei was looking at the woman as he asked his question. Why would I do that? Besides, my disciple will not lose. The old woman was looking at Protector Bei with eyes full of confidence in her disciple. Protector Bei was also very proud of Lin Feng and believed that this would be his victory. Protector Bei nodded, looking indifferent. Since it's like that, you may now fight, said the old woman. Nan Gongling was smiling wryly. Now that the old woman and Protector Bei had appeared, nobody was listening to him anymore. So after this battle, there would be only one genius disciple left. Nan Gongling was extremely reluctant, but what choice did he have? Lin Feng and Wen Renyan's battle was inevitable. Both of them were standing on the fighting stage of the life and death arena. Wen Renyan was looking at Lin Feng and said, I really don't understand why Protector Bei has any confidence in you. He surprisingly believes that you can defeat me. He will soon find out that he has overestimated your abilities. In front of me, you are just a miserable insect. In front of me, people will think that your abilities are pathetic and miserable. I will prove to everyone that I am the only genius within the Yun Hai Sect. When Wen Renyan finished talking, an evil chi emerged from his body. From his back, a small snake appeared and floated behind him. Even though the snake was only a shadow, people had the impression that it was a real venomous snake. This was Wen Renyan's blue bamboo beast spirit. The small blue bamboo snake slithered up onto Wen Renyan's body until it finally sat atop his head. Its blue eyes looked incredibly evil. Lin Feng, look into my eyes. Wen Renyan was speaking loudly. Lin Feng was staring at Wen Renyan's evil blue eyes. They looked like torrents of lightning. Lin Feng was so absorbed in Wen Renyan's eyes that he was absent-minded for a second. Wen Renyan had an evil smile on his face. He suddenly moved as fast as lightning and landed in front of Lin Feng in the blink of an eye. He thrust out his hand directly towards Lin Feng's head. How quick! Everybody was stupefied. Not only did Wen Renyan's eyes look really evil, but he was also extremely quick and agile. When Wen Renyan released his spirit, his entire body looked like a snake. Looking directly into his eyes for even a few seconds could lead to your death. This looks bad. Lin Feng had been absent-minded for only a brief moment and had quickly used his sword to block the attack. In the blink of an eye, an extremely powerful energy struck against Lin Feng's sword and sent him into the air. His soft sword was zigzagging in the air, and it looked like he was going to fall heavily on the ground because of Wen Renyan's attack. Moonlight feather agility. Lin Feng's body started to twist in mid-air, and he managed to land steadily on both his feet. Wen Renyan didn't even try to come close to Lin Feng. He was still at the same place and said with an evil smile, You see the colossal difference? You may be a genius, but in front of me you are nothing. If I want to play with you, I can play with you. Even if I don't attack you, my speed alone would make it impossible for you to even touch a hair on my body. As expected, Lin Feng is strong, but the difference between Wen Renyan is gigantic. Lin Feng is unable to even touch him. Wen Renyan is way too powerful. Even the second of the ranking list would be unable to compete with him. The crowd was convinced that Lin Feng couldn't do anything. Wen Renyan's attacks almost couldn't be blocked. Lin Feng would quickly get discouraged and end up losing his life. Lin Feng's eyes shrunk. He didn't dare look at Wen Renyan's blue pupils again. When Wen Renyan released his spirit, his eyes were filled with an evil light. If you looked at them even for a second, you could be paralyzed. Lin Feng hadn't forgotten what had happened just a moment ago. What the blue bamboo beast spirit allowed Wen Renyan to do was extremely frightening. It granted him incredible speed and the ability to paralyze an opponent. It was a wonderful natural ability. Some geniuses had such amazing spirits that they had a clear advantage over many people. Wen Renyan was one of those people with an amazing spirit. Celestial spirit. Lin Feng's cold look disappeared and was replaced by a pair of pitch-black eyes which looked extremely evil. He gradually became aware of every single movement within the atmosphere, as if the world was moving in slow motion. His brain was processing the data at an incredible speed. His sword was diffusing an extremely powerful chi, and sword force was gathering. The entire fighting stage was filled with the power from his sword. The smell of blood was still fresh on the fighting stage. However, the sword was emanating an aura of death. It felt like whatever the sword attacked would be cursed to death. Sword force? Oh, isn't that terrific? When Ren Yan was smiling coldly. He was motionless, and suddenly an extremely violent energy spread through the atmosphere and attacked Lin Feng. The energy was being released from Wen Ren Yan's hand in an attempt to crush Lin Feng. This energy was so strong that it did not compare with Wen Ren Yan's previous attack. Lin Feng managed to break free while looking as agile as the wind. The energy being released by Wen Ren Yan's hand was shaking the atmosphere. Phew! Wen Ren Yan took a deep breath and tried to attack Lin Feng again. But it seemed like Lin Feng already knew in advance what attack Wen Ren Yan was attempting and where his attack would target. With graceful and effortless movements, Lin Feng dodged the incoming attack. His body moved like the wind, looking light and agile. It seemed like Lin Feng hadn't required any effort to dodge the attack. The crowd was observing Lin Feng with the greatest attention. Lin Feng's body looked so graceful and agile. Could it be that Lin Feng had learnt and practiced an agility technique to dodge attacks? What kind of agility technique could make him so quick and agile? Could it be that it's not an agility technique and that it's just an illusion? If Lin Feng is able to create illusions, then that's really terrifying. Many people in the crowd were talking about that move Lin Feng had just displayed. Wen Ren Yan, who was extremely quick and agile, had suddenly been unable to reach Lin Feng. Lin Feng had been able to dodge his attacks very easily. Lin Feng was effortlessly dodging attacks and moving with a calm look on his face, even though the move he had done a moment before looked like an agility technique. It wasn't one, but his celestial spirit allowed him to move without wasted movements. His spirit made him omniscient and aware of everything surrounding him, which enabled him to dodge to perfection. Besides, with his spirit unleashed, when Ren Yan was moving in slow motion for him, Lin Feng also felt more relaxed, which made it easy for him to dodge when Ren Yan's attacks with a calm demeanor. "Get lost!" snorted Lin Feng. Lin Feng's sword started glowing, and he elegantly moved the sword through the air. The force diffused by the sword seemed like it could annihilate anything in its path. Wen Ren Yan immediately jumped back to a safe distance and did not want to approach Lin Feng. They were both moving incredibly quick. "How can you be so quick?" said Wen Ren Yan, whose evil blue eyes were staring at Lin Feng in shock. "I thought you wanted to play with me. Why are you suddenly retreating? I thought I was nothing compared with you. What's wrong? Why do you keep running away?" Lin Feng's tone was ice cold. Wen Ren Yan's blue pupils and Lin Feng's pitch-black eyes both looked demonic, but at that moment, Wen Ren Yan couldn't help but stare at Lin Feng's black eyes with a hint of fear. Why have his eyes also changed? Could it be that he has a spirit similar to mine? Wen Ren Yan was wondering what was going on while looking at Lin Feng's eyes. He had noticed that Lin Feng's eyes had changed. They were ice-cold a moment ago, but now they seemed expressionless, lifeless, and contained endless darkness. In Wen Ren Yan's opinion, it could only be due to some sort of skill or a spirit. This would be the only thing which could explain Lin Feng's eye transformation. Skill or spirit, it doesn't matter. I will kill you anyway. Wen Ren Yan thought that deep in his heart. He kept staring at Lin Feng and then said, "Lin Feng, look into my eyes." Wen Ren Yan's normal aggressive and cold look was mixed with his beast-like eyes. This time when Lin Feng stared at Wen Ren Yan's pupils, nothing happened. His eyes still looked like two endless black holes. As expected, it is a skill. It's impossible to paralyze him. Wen Ren Yan looked surprised. It seemed like his two blue eyes were going to be useless against Lin Feng. "Don't worry, I was just playing with you. Since you seem so impatient to die, I will help you achieve your goal." Wen Ren Yan raised his head. He held his hand out in front of him. His blue eyes were refracting the light around him. An ash-gray chi emerged from his palm. The chi was carrying a deathly stillness, and the smell of death filled the entire arena. The blue bamboo snake, apart from being extremely quick when dodging attacks, it was extremely venomous, and touching it would be fatal. There was no cultivator who would risk the poison contained within the blue bamboo snake. Wen Ren Yan had used his spirit to practice demonic skills, which allowed him to channel the poison of the blue bamboo snake. The venom was as powerful as an average Xuan-level attack. It enabled chi to transform into a venomous chi. This type of attack was extremely powerful. It was also able to paralyze the opponent from pain. Touching it would lead to death or immense suffering. These kinds of skills were also extremely hard to practice. Only extremely talented geniuses could learn such skills. Besides, they required spirits which could be considered as rare and mysterious. For example, Wen Ren Yan could learn such skills because he had a blue bamboo snake spirit. His spirit was a perfect combination for these types of skills, which enabled him to carry out monstrously powerful attacks. Wen Ren Yan's silhouette flashed in the atmosphere. His velocity was as quick and agile as before. In the blink of an eye, he was already in front of Lin Feng. He then cruelly attacked Lin Feng with his deathly qi. Lin Feng was surprised by this action. He had already been touched by the qi, which suddenly made him move much slower than before. However, Lin Feng was still very quick and agile when dodging the attacks. He jumped, and his body suddenly looked like it was floating in the air. He suddenly thrust out with his glowing sword. Wen Ren Yan's movement abilities were also extremely good. He was moving like an extremely fast and agile snake. Suddenly, Lin Feng's sword made a whistling sound when it passed next to Wen Ren Yan's body. He had successfully dodged the sword strike from Lin Feng. No wonder that Wen Ren Yan is so arrogant. He is indeed extremely strong. Lin Feng was feeling gloomy for a second. Wen Ren Yan's blue pupils, as well as his venom, were enough to carry out extremely powerful attacks. Besides, his speed when dodging was also extremely good. He could move his body to dodge attacks like a snake. And finally, his speed remained unchanged. It seemed like Wen Ren Yan had no weakness. If Lin Feng didn't have his celestial spirit, he wouldn't be able to cope with Wen Ren Yan's speed of attacks. Because of these things, there was probably no other elite disciple who could compete with Wen Ren Yan. If they fought against him, they would be in quite a terrible situation. I'll see how long you can endure this. When Ren Yan said that while smiling coldly, he was looking down on Lin Feng more than ever. All of a sudden, an incredible qi consumed the entire atmosphere. "That's enough," shouted Lin Feng. "Deadly sword." An incredible quantity of sword force emerged from the tip of his sword. It also seemed like it illuminated the entire arena with its glow. When Ren Yan venomous qi was progressively being pierced and chopped off into pieces by Lin Feng's sword force. Lin Feng stopped using his sword force and prepared to use his sword of nirvana. "A moment ago you said that you were playing with me. I still have seen how you intend to play with me, though. The top-ranked elite disciple, a peerless genius, please stop talking such nonsense when standing before me." Lin Feng's voice resonated throughout the stormy gorge. Wen Ren Yan thought that he was playing with Lin Feng, but how was that even possible? Lin Feng hadn't even been slightly harmed by any of Wen Ren Yan's attacks. He had been able to easily dodge all of them without taking even a scratch. "Stop talking nonsense, and you are nothing. You are just pathetic and childish," said Wen Ren Yan, whose tone was filled with disdain. "Stop talking nonsense. Do you not have eyes in that head, or do you have no brain? Do you think that you are the only one to possess a spirit?" When Lin Feng finished talking, a black shadow appeared behind his back. What stupefied everybody was that within that shadow, there were two pitch-black eyes. They looked extremely evil and demonic. That is the first time that Lin Feng has released his spirit. It looks like it is extremely powerful. What kind of spirit is that? I have never such a thing before. Many people were stupefied when they saw Lin Feng's spirit. That's right, Lin Feng hadn't released his spirit until now. They obviously didn't know that Lin Feng had actually already released the first layer, his celestial spirit, during the battle, however it could not be detected. "Oh my, is that Lin Feng's spirit? I remember that everyone said Lin Feng had a small snake spirit and that it was completely useless. Since when does Lin Feng have such a spirit?" Someone had sighed while saying that. The crowd quickly glanced at him and then ignored what he had said. It was an ordinary disciple who was extremely weak. He was obviously misinformed. "That's right. I remember Lin Feng's useless and crappy snake spirit. Could it be that Lin Feng has two spirits? Otherwise, how could he have this spirit as well?" Another ordinary disciple said. Only the ordinary disciple knew that Lin Feng used to be bullied and humiliated by everyone because of his spirit. Almost all the ordinary disciples remembered that he was known to be a piece of trash. It seemed like Lin Feng had become a completely new person. In such a short time, he had progressed, become so powerful that he was respected by many of the other disciples. Unfortunately for these ordinary disciples, even though they had said the truth, nobody believed them. They believed that these ordinary disciples were just idiots making up rumors. Dual spirit? How could it be that simple? Dual spirits were extremely rare. If Lin Feng had a double spirit, considering that he was already a genius, then it would mean that he is not a genius but a monster. Many of the ordinary disciples were absolutely fascinated by Lin Feng and had become completely captivated. "Wen Ren Yan, I will show you my real power now." Lin Feng sounded completely emotionless, which made everybody shiver with fear. Lin Feng hadn't been using his full strength at all until now. How strong was he? A black fog emerged from his body and started to cover the fighting stage. Lin Feng's pitch-black eyes were looking more and more frightening and cruel than ever before. He was holding his sword in his hand, out of which was emanating a huge quantity of sword qi. Celestial ability. When Lin Feng said that, a small white light flashed in Lin Feng's dark pupils. They looked even more dangerous than Wen Ren Yan's blue eyes. Lin Feng had already released his spirit, but it was the first time that he was using spirit ability, celestial ability. Wen Ren Yan was somehow paralyzed. Suddenly, Wen Ren Yan's spirit had appeared in front of his eyes and was using his own skull against him. That was a refraction. Wen Ren Yan had a strange sensation at that moment. He had the impression that in that darkness he was running, but that his body was not moving at all. Moonlight feather agility. Lin Feng started to step forwards. Lin Feng was extremely fast, and he suddenly appeared in front of Wen Ren Yan and thrust out his deadly sword. Wen Ren Yan dodged the attack and retaliated with the poison from the palm of his hand. But at the same time, a black qi emerged, absorbed the poison into the black fog. The sword started to glow again, and sword force became extremely thick and powerful. Retreat! Wen Ren Yan tried to retreat, but he found that Lin Feng was closely following him like his own shadow. No matter what he did, he could not escape from Lin Feng. The dazzling glow from the deadly sword swallowed the entire atmosphere once again. As Wen Ren Yan retreated, he continued to be met with Lin Feng's sword, and it was getting harder and harder to dodge his strikes. Wen Ren Yan gnashed his teeth. He was confused because he could see the glow from the sword attacking him from every angle. No matter where he moved, he would be in danger. What astonished Wen Ren Yan the most, though, is that Lin Feng was attacking continuously without break. It seemed like he did not have to think about anything and was reacting and attacking instantly. How is this possible? Wen Ren Yan was really astonished. How terrifying. It was as if Lin Feng knew exactly what Wen Ren Yan was going to do at any moment. Just a moment before, Lin Feng had actually aimed his strike where Wen Ren Yan was planning to dodge. It seemed like Lin Feng already knew exactly what Wen Ren Yan would do before he did it. Maybe it has something to do with the oppressing force in the atmosphere. Wen Ren Yan's face looked ghastly pale. Lin Feng's sword was glowing again, ready to attack. Wen Ren Yan was exhausted and felt hopeless. He tried to release more poison, but it immediately got absorbed by the strange black fog. It seemed like Lin Feng was able to completely dominate Wen Ren Yan's strength and abilities. Lin Feng is surprisingly able to put Wen Ren Yan in such a dire situation. Everybody's face looked as rigid as wood. It seemed like Wen Ren Yan was no longer at an advantage, but was actually in danger. He was just defending himself from attacks. No matter where he dodged, he would be attacked again. Each attack was growing more and more dangerous. It looked like he could be killed at any moment. Was it really Wen Ren Yan who was playing with Lin Feng, or the opposite? It more looked like Wen Ren Yan was in serious trouble. Everybody was fascinated by Lin Feng. He was so powerful once he released his spirit. He was a real genius, and his power was terrifying. The entire crowd envied his power and his talent. At that moment, they all understood that Lin Feng was hiding another terrifying power. It seemed like he had another horrifying yet sensational power. How frightening! It seemed like Lin Feng was able to block all of Wen Ren Yan's senses and abilities. Hey, genius! Why are you having such a hard time dodging and continue to spend your time running away? Lin Feng said these words with an emotionless tone, which sent shivers down everyone's spine. Lin Feng surprisingly looked like he wasn't tired at all. It almost even looks like he had more energy than at the beginning of the battle, as if he had just finished his warm-up. The entire crowd was so stupefied that they had mixed feelings. They were both excited and scared of Lin Feng at the same time. Lin Feng's tone and voice had sounded just like that of Wen Ren Yan before the battle, when Wen Ren Yan believed he was just toying with Lin Feng. The crowd was looking at Lin Feng like he was an absolute monster. In the end, who was the true genius? Wen Ren Yan, didn't you say that there was a huge difference between you and me? I believe you said that I'd be unable to reach a hair on your body. Yet now you just keep running away and blocking my attacks. Aren't you feeling ashamed of yourself by now? Lin Feng unsheathed his sword while saying these words which stabbed deep into Wen Ren Yan's pride. He was going insane from the humiliation he was suffering. Wen Ren Yan, were you not supposed to prove everybody that you were an amazing genius? Is this how you intend to prove it? Lin Feng did not look like he was going to let Wen Ren Yan off at all. He was humiliating Wen Ren Yan as he continued to attack him endlessly. Wen Ren Yan's thoughts were getting more and more confused. He was going crazy from the humiliation, and Lin Feng continued attacking him over and over again. You insult others and call them a piece of trash. Well, it seems like you are a piece of trash yourself. Can you feel it? It is called humiliation, but you are a shameless person, so I guess that you do not understand how to feel shame. Lin Feng's words continued to bombard Wen Ren Yan's pride and arrogance. He stopped dodging attacks and started to gather a large quantity of poison which threw itself straight at Lin Feng while looking like a snake. Wen Ren Yan was finally brave enough to challenge death. You should wait until I am done. Then death will come to collect you. Lin Feng's pitch-black eyes were expressionless. The sword force was getting more and more intense. It was consuming everything within the atmosphere and growing in power. Deadly sword? Lin Feng's sword illuminated the atmosphere. It was thrusting towards Wen Ren Yan, whose heart was pounding. Retreat! A voice shouted from the crowd. Wen Ren Yan, without hesitation, retreated backwards while focusing all of his remaining power on escaping. Die! That word spread throughout the atmosphere, and Lin Feng's deadly sword began to pierce through the atmosphere, annihilating everything in its path. Boom! A deadly whistling sound spread throughout the atmosphere. Wen Ren Yan would probably be exterminated in the blink of an eye. Wen Ren Yan's face turned deathly pale, and blood started to drip from his mouth under the pressure. That sword was incredibly powerful. Disperse! At that moment, a strong and pure chi came from the sky and collided into that deadly sword chi. The rumbling noise caused by their collision was unceasingly resonating in the entire gorge. Besides, a silhouette had landed in front Lin Feng. It was the old woman who was Wen Ren Yan's teacher. It's enough. You won, said the old woman in an indifferent tone, yet sounding like she wouldn't tolerate any resistance. Lin Feng's pupils shrank. How ridiculous. Was that all? He had won. But Wen Ren Yan could continue behaving like before if he didn't die. Old woman, have you forgotten our agreement? Said Protector Bei, sounding annoyed. Don't worry, I haven't forgotten about it, but Wen Ren Yan is my only disciple. Even if I am losing face now, I cannot even bear the thought of losing my only student and seeing him die. The old woman's words deeply moved the crowd. However, she said to Protector Bei that he didn't have to worry and that she hadn't forgotten their agreement. She had interrupted Lin Feng and Wen Ren Yan's battle and had saved Wen Ren Yan. Wasn't that a bit contradictory? But the whole crowd didn't pay attention to that. They were still lost in thoughts recalling Lin Feng's sword a moment before. Lin Feng had definitely defeated Wen Ren Yan, the top-ranked elite disciple. At that moment, Lin Feng actually became the strongest of all the elite disciples. Nan Gongling had already stood up. He was staring blankly at the fighting stage of the life and death arena. He was stupefied, but in his heart, he felt extremely gratified by that amazing young disciple. Lin Feng was just amazing. All right, the elite disciple exam is over for today. Everybody can leave. Protector Bei was waving at people. He also didn't argue with the old woman, which surprised a multitude of people. The elite disciple exam was over. Everybody was staring at Nan Gongling. Nan Gongling was staring at Protector Bei, who was just nodding. Hee, brilliant. The elite disciple exam is fascinating. There is no need to finish that early. At that moment, Duan Tianlang said these words while scratching his ear, which made Nan Gongling frown. Patriarch, let the crowd disperse. Dissolve the entire sect. Protector Bei suddenly sounded so solemn. The entire crowd was astonished. Disperse the crowd and dissolve the sect. What was going on? Many people in the crowd suddenly had a bad premonition, and then Duan Tianlang's laughter spread in the atmosphere. No need to waste time. Those at the periphery of the mountain are already dead. Nobody can leave. The best option is to stay here. Duan Tianlang, what do you mean? Nan Gongling suddenly seemed extremely strict and firm. He was intensely staring at Duan Tianlang. What do I mean? Nan Gongling, do you think that I have come here only to watch the best elite disciples of the Yun Hai Sect fighting at the elite disciple exam? You are way too naive, said Duan Tianlang coldly, and then said, I said it already. I came here today because last time, the Yun Hai Sect refused to hand over some of its best disciples. I came here personally as a delegate of His Majesty. Boom! His words were detonating in people's brain. The ground was faintly shaking, which stupefied everybody. Besides, it seemed like it was shaking more and more. Not too long after, it seemed like the entire gorge was about to cave in. The noises were becoming louder and louder, more and more intense, and were probably covering the entire area of the Yun Hai Sect. PFFFFFF? Protector Bay sighed in a sorrowful way. He realized that these people had actually come to the Yun Hai Sect with harmful intentions. The ground kept shaking, and a huge cloud of dust was rising up in the air. At that moment, the crowd looked up in the air and saw a great number of Kai Zai armored cavalry at the top of the gorge. They were carrying bows on their back and looked like they were ready to attack at any moment. Kai Zai armored cavalry. Lin Feng's eyes shrank. How come the armored cavalry were suddenly surrounding the area? Lin Feng glanced at the armored cavalry and then glanced at Liu Fei, but at that moment, Liu Fei seemed as surprised as him. What was going on? What had happened? Liu Fei also glanced at Lin Feng. These were her father's personal army, and they were surprisingly surrounding her father's sect. Could it be that my father gave them orders himself? Is it even possible? Liu Fei was thinking and looked extremely perplexed. She thought that it would be ridiculous. Nobody could understand her father better than her, and her father would have never ordered such a thing. What was going on? Duan Tian Lang? Nan Gongling looked enraged and furious. His eyes, filled with murderous intentions, were fixedly staring at Duan Tian Lang. Nan Gongling, no need to stare at me like this. These Kaizai armored cavalry are your dear friends, Liu Kang Lan's personal army. If there is a problem, talk to him, not to me. Duan Tian Lang was smiling evilly. The ground was still shaking. In an instant, the top of the stormy gorge was full of Kaizai armored cavalry. There were so many of them that not a drop of water could trickle through. The stormy gorge was completely surrounded by Kaizai armored cavalry, and the situation really looked critical and dangerous. Many disciples of the Yun Hai Sect were scared and shaking. What did these people want to do? In the stormy gorge, around the life and death arena, the beginning of a great turmoil was about to happen. Wen Ren Yan was in a dire situation as blood dripped from the side of his mouth. He was injured from that strike, and if this battle continued then, he would surely lose his life. However, events had unfolded to his advantage. Suddenly, Duan Tian Lang started to move down from the viewing platform. All eyes fell onto him as he slowly stepped down. Chu Qing, who was next to him, looked at him anxiously. He surprisingly was moving towards the fighting stage of the life and death arena. He was extremely powerful. It seemed like each of his steps made the entire atmosphere vibrate. He was slowly moving towards the life and death arena and then stepped on the highest fighting stage. He was walking slowly as if he was having a peaceful walk in a flower garden. People of the Yun Hai Sect, please listen. Duan Tian Lang glanced at everybody and said in a loud voice, I, Duan Tian Lang, represent His Majesty. My duty is to select some outstanding disciples who will join the holy courtyard of Zhu Yue. However, your patriarch has refused to help His Majesty's aim. These days, His Majesty is furious and wants the Yun Hai Sect to disappear. Duan Tian Lang's harsh words penetrated into everybody's soul. He wanted the Yun Hai Sect to disappear from the Zhu Yue country. How could he make such a powerful sect as the Yun Hai Sect disappear? There was only one solution: exterminate everybody within the sect. These people wanted to exterminate every single member of the Yun Hai Sect. Everybody was panic-stricken. The Yun Hai Sect members had joined the sect for the sake of cultivation to become stronger. Being killed for no reason would be an injustice. However, His Majesty is willing to show mercy. He's giving a chance to every single one of you, ordinary disciple, elite disciples, as well as core disciples, whose names are on the ranking lists to accept our offer and leave the Yun Hai Sect to join the holy courtyard of Zhu Yue. The others will not be required. Duan Tian Lang's words detonated in everybody's brain. The crowd felt numb after hearing these words. Leave the Yun Hai Sect? Only those who were ranked disciples. Those who were not ranked felt frustrated in their own lack of power. They wouldn't have the chance to enjoy the best weapons and skills. They may even die here because of the sect they had chosen. Nan Gongling, who was sitting on the viewing platform, didn't look happy to hear this announcement. They wanted to exterminate his beloved Yun Hai Sect. Did he hear them correctly? The Yun Hai Sect had already been existing for 1,000 years. It had gone through many great crises, but probably never as serious as the current situation. These were earth-shattering events for the sect. The Hao Yue sect, the Ice and Snow Mountain Village. The Mo Shu sect as well as Duan Tian Lang had come to the Yun Hai sect to completely wipe its roots from the Zhu Yue country. Obviously, all of this originated from the imperial clan. They were the ones who had assigned Duan Tian Lang to carry out these tasks. The Yun Hai sect had become the imperial clan's prey. Why choose our sect, the Yun Hai sect? Nan Gongling sounded cold as ever. He was intensely and fixedly staring at Duan Tian Lang, wishing he could tear apart his flesh and bones. Would the Yun Hai sect disappear under Nan Gongling's reign? Nan Gongling, you really don't understand, said Duan Tian Lang while smiling coldly. If you say that this is because I offended your son, I will not believe it. I think that even you wouldn't believe it. The Hao Yue sect, the Ice and Snow Mountain Village, you all came for such a stupid and absurd reason. Nan Gongling glanced at Chu Qing and Han Zhu Tian and met their gazes. You're right. The Hao Yue sect also refused the request at the beginning, but I told them that I would make the entire Yun Hai sect join me or be destroyed. Then they immediately accepted. Duan Tian Lang stupefied everybody in the crowd. Make the entire Yun Hai sect join him or be destroyed? I knew it, said Nan Gongling with a sad smile on his face. When all these people had come, Nan Gongling had tried to guess why Chu Qing would also come along. Then, why the Yun Hai sect? It's easy to guess, because the Yun Hai sect is the weakest and the easiest to defeat from all of the great powers. You just have to let some of your best disciples of the sect leave to join me, then I may show mercy upon your sect. You're a liar, a soft voice said, spread in the air. It came from a lithe and graceful silhouette in the crowd which was slowly moving towards the fighting stage of the life and death arena. Her facial expression revealed intense and bitter hatred. Duan Tian Lang, you're lying. Liu Fei's beautiful cheeks suddenly seemed very pale. She was filled with anger and indignation. If you chose the Yun Hai sect, Duan Tian Lang, it's because you are jealous of my father. You envy him. You envy his strength and talent. That is why you chose the Yun Hai sect and plotted against it. You lied and made the Kai Zhu armored horses come with me beforehand. All of this is because you want my father to suffer, because you are jealous that you can never be his match. Liu Fei was filled with hatred, and then she added coldly, Duan Tian Lang, you are shameless. You're disgusting. Many people were astonished when they heard Liu Fei's words. In the Yun Hai sect, nobody knew exactly what Liu Fei's status really was or who her father was. From what Liu Fei was saying, it seemed that her father had a really high position within the country, especially if amazing and famous cultivators such as Duan Tian Lang envied him. Besides, what were the Kai Zhu armored horses? They were the private troops of Liu Fei's father. The divine arrow, Liu Kang Lan. Many people said that together. In the Zhu Yue country, it was said that there was a man even more glorious and famous than Duan Tian Lang. That man could only be Liu Kang Lan and his divine arrow. At some point, Liu Kang Lan was the leader of a huge army composed of thousands of cultivators, and they had saved a city from destruction. They had killed tens of thousands of enemy troops. An arrow on his back, one man, he had led an entire army on his own. He had killed a huge amount of enemy soldiers, and when he had come back, he was covered with blood and fell into a coma. The divine arrow was a symbol of the Zhu Yue country. Besides, the Kai Zhu armored horses made enemies panic-stricken and terrified. What made everybody proud was that Liu Kang Lan was a member of the Yun Hai sect, and even though he had been helping the imperial clan, he had always been loyal to the Yun Hai sect and had always been proud of being one of its members. Liu Fei's family name was Liu. Many people would adore her even more for that. Fei, how can you even possibly think that way of Uncle Duan Tian Lang? Your father and I are bosom friends. We're like brothers. How could I be jealous of him? Duan Tian Lang was shaking his head and smiling. He was looking at Liu Fei with eyes full of affection. That made everyone feel even more scared. Liu Fei's father and he were bosom friends. Nan Gongling thought that Duan Tian Lang was being extremely treacherous. It made him want to vomit. You and my father are bosom friends like brothers, yet you want to exterminate the Yun Hai sect and all of my father's friends and fellow members. Liu Fei's eyes, which were filled with disgust, were staring deeply at Duan Tian Lang. Fei, that is what His Majesty wants. If I exterminate the Yun Hai sect, it will be only because His Majesty has ordered it. This is nothing personal. The Yun Hai sect of today is not the Yun Hai sect of tomorrow. What it wants to do now would just be hindering some disciples' progress, especially the geniuses. Leaving would be a great opportunity for them to learn and benefit from the best resources available. Besides, I firmly believe that they will all be pleased. If you don't believe me, just come and look. Duan Tianlang had a smile on the corner of his mouth. He turned around and looked at the entire crowd. His facial expression became ice cold. What I said was all true. Ranked disciples who are willing to leave the Yun Hai Sect, please immediately move over there to the Kai-Zu armored horses. Please remember that you don't have much time. The entire crowd suddenly became very agitated. A lot of people were looking at Nan Gongling and the elders of the sect. Those who are willing to leave, please go already. Don't stay within my Yun Hai Sect. Protector Bei had suddenly said that while waving his hand. Protector Bei! Nan Gongling was looking at Protector Bei as if he couldn't understand what the old man meant. Patriarch, this is their own decision. Protector Bei looked sad as if his heart was broken. It was hard to abandon ranked disciples. They were all extremely talented. Besides, someday they were likely to rise to even greater heights. What a pity, all right, said Nan Gongling, who knew how sad Protector Bei felt. Therefore, he didn't refute and then nodded. Thank you, Patriarch and elders of the sect. Many people, when they saw Nan Gongling nod, started moving towards the Kai-Zu armored horses. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of disciples were moving towards the Kai-Zu armored horses. Besides, the number of disciples moving towards the horses was way above the number of actually existing ranked disciples. Many unranked disciples were trying to pass themselves as one of the ranked disciples of the Yun Hai Sect. Stop there! Duan Tianlang had a big smile on his face. Fei, you see. These people understand that I'm giving them a great opportunity and they cherish and appreciate it. Therefore, they are happy to leave the Yun Hai Sect for something better. Nan Gongling looked sad. He had the feeling that he was being abandoned by too many people. Lin Feng, you were right. When Yun Hai Sect's disciples are weak, they are not treated well enough. We don't attach enough importance to them. Only when they become strong enough, we attach enough importance to them for the glory of the sect. Nan Gongling was staring at Lin Feng. His voice was filled with sorrow. He hadn't realized these things until he saw all these disciples willing to leave. His heart was broken after watching all of the disciples who had wanted to leave. Hard times were the best moment to see who would remain loyal to the sect and who would attach no importance to it at all. Unfortunately, I found that out too late. If I had found that out 10 years earlier, maybe things would have been different. I would already have accomplished great things like Liu Kang Lan. At that moment, Lin Feng was expressionless. He also wouldn't have thought that things would turn out this way. However, Lin Feng admired Nan Gongling. Nan Gongling cared about the Yun Hai Sect more than himself. For you, it's too late. For him, he still has a chance. If he wishes to go to the holy courtyard of Zhu Yue, then we would welcome him with open arms. Duan Tianlang was looking at Nan Gongling and Lin Feng. He knew that Lin Feng was a real genius. In comparison to all of the other disciples of the Hao Yue sect and the Yun Hai sect, Lin Feng definitely stood at the top. He was such a talented disciple that he had to go to the holy courtyard of Zhu Yue. Of course, there was still Wen Ren Yan as well. Even though he had been defeated by Lin Feng, he was still extremely strong, and his fighting style was indeed lethal. If Lin Feng hadn't been there then, Wen Ren Yan would have been the most outstanding disciple of the Yun Hai sect. Even if they destroy the Yun Hai sect, they will never kill Lin Feng. He's way too important. He's a unique genius which is only seen once. Lin Feng has a bright future with endless possibilities. Everybody was amazed by Lin Feng's talent and envied him. What did they have to do to be as respected by others as Lin Feng? Besides, it really seemed like the situation was as Lin Feng had described. In the Yun Hai sect, those who were weak were bullied and threatened. So the Yun Hai sect had nothing to offer to those whose strength hasn't manifested itself yet. You too. You just have agreed to my terms, and the doors of the holy courtyard of Zhu Yue will open themselves for you. There is no need to repeat myself, but statement that the training conditions will be much better than in the Yun Hai sect is a fact. Duan Tianlang was looking directly at Lin Feng and Wen Ren Yan. That holy courtyard of Zhu Yue again. Lin Feng thought about the fact that Liu Fei had already solicited him a few times and wanted him to join the holy courtyard of Zhu Yue, but he still hadn't given his reply. He wouldn't have thought that somebody would ask him to go there again and in such a short period of time. He definitely never thought it would be under these conditions. When Ren Yan looked rigid, he then glanced at the old woman who was standing on his side and then at Duan Tianlang. He had an evil smile on his face. My teacher is great and the Yun Hai sect respects me. Would it be right for me to leave? Thought Wen Ren Yan. The old woman had prevented Lin Feng from killing Wen Ren Yan. Wen Ren Yan could finally repay all of the things she had done for him. Wen Ren Yan is extremely strong, and there is no doubt to his talent. Staying here would just be a waste of his talent. He should definitely go. Even though he was defeated by Lin Feng, there is nothing to be ashamed when comparing such geniuses. The whole crowd was looking at Wen Ren Yan, who was furiously looking at Duan Tianlang. The history of the Yun Hai Sect dates back 1,000 years, and you want to destroy it in the blink of an eye. How tragic, how pitiful, the Yun Hai Sect. While saying this, when Ren Yan had released his blue bamboo beast spirit. At full speed, he launched himself at Duan Tianlang while shouting loudly. The Yun Hai sects will live on through me. I will become stronger than anyone within the sect has before. When he finished his sentence, when Ren Yan had already landed next to Duan Tianlang while looking as evil as always. The entire crowd was surprised. They didn't know what Wen Ren Yan was doing, and they only saw an evil look in his eyes. He was going to betray the sect and join the holy courtyard of Zhu Yue. What a shameless person. He really doesn't care about losing face. How can the sect create such disgusting and shameless person? Many disciples and elders were cursing at him. Ha ha, Duan Tianlang paused and then said while smiling, a wise man submits to circumstances. Wen Ren Yan, do not worry because in the future you will never be forced into such a sorry state. Evil little monster. The old woman looked furious and released an extremely cold qi, and then she rushed towards Wen Ren Yan. At the moment when the old woman was passing next to Duan Tianlang, he swung down towards her using his gigantic sword. A loud, thunderous impact spread through the life and death arena. The body of the old woman was thrown back to where she was initially standing, and she couldn't help but feel a sensation of fear fill her heart. Teacher, don't worry. In the future I will become much stronger than you ever could. I will never disappoint you. When Ren Yan was looking at his teacher with eyes filled with arrogance, the old woman who was forcefully repressing her injuries could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood after hearing these words. It had been a long time since she had seen the sight of her own blood. Don't be impatient. Duan Tianlang was staring at the old woman while watching her movements closely and then looked at Lin Feng and said, what about you? Will you accept my offer like Wen Ren Yan? The Yun Hai Sect has made you suffer greatly. Is there even any reason for you to give it face? Lin Feng looked at Duan Tianlang with a calm look, as if everything that had happened did not affect him in any way. It was impossible to remove the serenity covering Lin Feng's face. Everybody in the crowd was staring at Lin Feng while impatient to hear his answer. Lin Feng, he's right. The Yun Hai Sect has made you suffer so much. You should go with him. I will not try to prevent you from leaving. Nobody in the Yun Hai Sect will blame you for leaving after everything that has happened. Nan Gongling had spoken these words as he stood motionless on the viewing platform. When Ren Yan had accepted so it would be normal for Lin Feng. When Ren Yan had been treated completely differently to Lin Feng. He had received a lot of attention from the sect at the beginning. He had been protected, admired, and respected by all of the elders. He had also become the direct disciple of a powerful teacher. Lin Feng was different. He owed nothing to the Yun Hai Sect. Nan Gongling hoped from the bottom of his heart that Lin Feng would stay, but he also could blame him if he wanted to leave, because he had no reason to stay. Even if Lin Feng accepted Duan Tianlang's proposition, Nan Gongling wouldn't blame him, but he would definitely be depressed. You are asking Wen Ren Yan and me at the same time. Do you think that I would reply positively knowing that he might go as well? Said Lin Feng with a cold tone. Lin Feng's reply stupefied Wen Ren Yan. Wen Ren Yan could not suppress the hatred which had appeared on his face when he heard the words from Lin Feng's mouth. In this world, enemies cannot be enemies forever. Even if you hate him, I will give you both the same chance to join the holy courtyard of Zhu Yue and the possibility to advance your cultivation in such an amazing environment, where you will receive the best resources. In few years, you can kill him if that is your wish. I will stay out of personal grudges. All that matters is if you have the strength to achieve your goal. No, said Lin Feng while shaking his head. If you have me, then you don't have him. If you have him, then you don't have me. Lin Feng was strict with his words, which made Duan Tianlang frown. What do you want then? Said Duan Tianlang. I want to kill him right now. Lin Feng's ruthless words had surprised Wen Ren Yan, that bastard. Are there no other solutions? Asked Duan Tianlang. No other solution will ease my anger. This is the only option, replied Lin Feng. Duan Tianlang was surprised and after a small moment said, all right, but first you have to promise that you will join us. Once you have joined our side and agreed to my offer, then I will kill him where he stands. Boom. Wen Renyan had the impression that a bomb had detonated in his brain. Lin Feng just had to agree for Duan Tianlang. To kill him, he was betraying the sect which had nurtured him and what was going to happen in the end. How ridiculous. Everybody watching felt a cold shiver run down their spines. Surprisingly, Duan Tianlang attached so much importance to Lin Feng that he suddenly was ready to kill Wen Renyan to make Lin Feng join them. It looked like Wen Renyan was going to die a miserable death. "No, you must kill him first," replied Lin Feng, shaking his head as firm as before. "If I kill him, will you go back on your promise?" said Duan Tianlang while shaking his head as well. "Are you trying to use me?" Lin Feng smiled when he heard Duan Tianlang's words. "You are very smart, but you are also very heartless. You are good at manipulating others to your will. I don't like those types of people." "So do you mean that you are refusing my offer?" said Duan Tianlang in a slightly angry tone. "Indeed," said Lin Feng as he indifferently nodded, which made everyone watching astonished. Lin Feng had surprisingly refused to go to the holy courtyard of Zhu Yue. He had even tried to trick Duan Tianlang into killing Wen Renyan. Everybody was looking at Lin Feng with a perplexed expression. Nobody understood why Lin Feng would act in such a way. "Wen Renyan, did you see? You are a piece of trash. When you are not needed anymore, nobody will hesitate to throw you away. Even if you stay alive, you are doomed to forever live in my shadow." Lin Feng's words were like sharp blades which cut Wen Renyan's pride into tiny little pieces. His arrogance and pride had just been crushed. He would never forget this moment. That's right. Lin Feng just had to nod once and Wen Renyan would be killed. How laughable was his situation. "That's enough," said Duan Tianlang, who was now in a bad mood after being used. Staring at Lin Feng, he said, "I admire your courage, but could you give me your reason for refusing my offer?" Duan Tianlang thought that Lin Feng hated the Yun Hai Sect because of everything that he had said. He could easily kill Wen Renyan at any time if it would convince Lin Feng to join them. "Even though the Yun Hai Sect itself doesn't mean much to me, I have a debt of gratitude owed for Protector Bei's recognition and appreciation. He cares about me deeply and has continued to protect me. Besides, in the Yun Hai Sect, I have friends who are like brothers to me. How could I ever abandon them for worldly items?" Lin Feng still had a very calm look on his face. He then added with an indifferent tone, "I, Lin Feng, have my own talents and my loyalty cannot be bought." His voice wasn't loud, but everybody heard and understood him clearly. "Protector Bei cares about me. How could I ever abandon them for worldly items?" These were sentences that the entire crowd of disciples would never forget, just like the sound which came from the drums on the precipice of Zhanggu. This would be something which they would never forget in their lifetime. Although they sounded like simple words, it was not something that just anyone could have said under these circumstances. At that moment, many people thought of Protector Bei and realized how important he was to the sect. Protector Bei was really proud of two things in his life. The first one was that he had accepted Liu Kanglan as his student, and the second was Lin Feng. That young disciple's words had profoundly touched him. "Protector Bei, you don't make mistakes. I have eyes, but I did not recognize MT. Tai, and now I realize that we have such a wonderful disciple within the sect." Nan Gongling could not help but praise Protector Bei and scold himself. The old woman was also looking at Protector Bei and said, "You have a much better eye than I do. I'll remember our agreement." "Don't worry," said Protector Bei while nodding, which made a bunch of people curious. They were all wondering what these two protectors were talking about. People could hear about their agreement but still didn't know what they were talking about. At that moment, Duan Tianlang had a furious look on his face. To be honest, I am surprised by your decision." Duan Tianlang had a cold smile on the corner of his mouth as he stared at Lin Feng. "You are a genius. I really appreciate your talent and battle ability. I offered you a great opportunity, but you are not willing to seize it. It is very important for you to understand that because you are a genius, you will not be treated like other people who refuse this opportunity. If you refuse, I will have no choice but to act rashly. I will not let you off, and I will not be able to let you continue living. If you refuse, you are doomed." Duan Tianlang suddenly filled with killing intent as a strong qi was released and shot towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng's expression didn't change from his usual calm expression. He obviously understood what Duan Tianlang meant, but he had already understood the consequences of his choices. Some decisions in life needed to be chosen carefully as it could lead a person to their own death. "Duan Tianlang, I will not allow you to touch him." At that moment, Liu Fei suddenly jumped in front of Lin Feng to prevent Duan Lang from attacking Lin Feng. She looked extremely furious at his actions. She had always thought that Lin Feng was a pervert with hidden intentions. She hadn't thought that Lin Feng could say such touching and moving things while his life was at stake. He had now shown his true character. Everything he had said so far had deeply moved Liu Fei. She had discovered a new aspect of his personality that she had never noticed before. Lin Feng was such a great talent that he couldn't die. It would be such a pity if he died here under these circumstances. At that moment, the situation was critical for the Yun Hai Sect. Liu Fei was using her own life to stand up for the sect and protect it. She had hoped that she could avoid the worst possible outcome. Fei, he must die. Duan Lang sounded really firm in his resolution. I will not allow you to touch him, said Liu Fei as she grew more and more furious. She stared at Duan Lang with evil eyes. Fei, why do you care so much about him? What does he mean to you? Duan Lang's son, Duan Han, was staring at Lin Feng. He had recognized him from their earlier encounter. On the day which he came to the Yun Hai Sect with Kai Zai armored cavalry, they had stopped because Liu Fei knew him. However, she had said they were only fellow disciples of the same sect and nothing more. But at that moment, Liu Fei was protecting Lin Feng with her life. Duan Han was troubled. He was a genius and had always hoped that Liu Fei would become his wife. Our relationship is none of your business, Liu Fei said while intensely staring at Duan Han. Then she glanced at all the Kai Zai armored cavalry and sighed. You should all listen to me. I don't care about who you are, your status, or even whose orders you are acting upon. I will not allow you to touch him. Otherwise, I will inform my father and his army will come to take care of you. Duan Han's face looked extremely ugly at that moment. He then said in an extremely cold tone, Fei, do you like this young man? It's none of your business, said Liu Fei furiously. Whom she liked was none of Duan Han's business. Duan Han was stupefied. His expression changed from shock to a face which resembled an evil demon. He then said in an ice-cold tone, all right, now there is a second reason for him to die. Lin Feng, you're always saying long and righteous words. What the hell are you doing now hiding behind that girl? Lin Feng was smiling wryly. Liu Fei was always protecting him. Lin Feng moved in front of Liu Fei, took her hand and whispered, You're my girlfriend, how could I let you protect me? HMPHH? Liu Fei looked embarrassed, but a smile had appeared on her face. That bastard, when had he learnt to be a gentleman? But Duan Han's face became even uglier as he shouted, Your girlfriend? What gives you the right to say that Liu Fei is your girlfriend? Lin Feng, do you dare to come and fight with me? Lin Feng, don't, said Liu Fei with a hint of worry. Liu Fei pulled on Lin Feng's sleeve to stop him. She clearly knew how strong Duan Han was. His power was even more frightening than that of Wen Ren Yan. His sword was infinitely more powerful than what Lin Feng had displayed earlier. But how could Lin Feng retreat now? Don't you dare, laughed Duan Han. Lin Feng moved towards Duan Han. Duan Han was about 18 years old. Even if he was extremely strong, there was no reason for Lin Feng not to be able to fight against him. HMPH, all right, snorted Duan Han. He had an evil covering his face. As he held his sword, a great quantity of sword chi emerged and was released in the atmosphere. That sword chi was getting more and more intense while it violently whistled through the atmosphere. Slowly it started to gather another power. Sword force! The entire crowd was stupefied. That was sword force which he was using. Duan Lang's son, Duan Han, was using the same force as Lin Feng. The sword force he was releasing was cutting through the atmosphere and filling the entire arena. The chi from his sword was even stronger than that of Lin Feng, but Lin Feng's sword force was much more powerful than that of Duan Han. Lin Feng was surprised. He unsheathed his sword and just like Duan Han, he released his sword force. Tusk, a sword master doesn't necessarily need to use his sword, pay attention, said Duan Han. Suddenly, Duan Han moved his hand and it seemed like his sword, chi was suddenly mixing with the chi contained within the earth and the heavens. His sword was glowing as chi could circulate in and out of his sword. The crowd was stupefied. It looked like pure chi was being released from his sword. How could Duan Han be so monstrously powerful? It had to be a skill, an extremely strong and powerful skill. Sword! Duan Han shouted loudly. An extremely powerful yet pure chi was emerging out from the palm of his hand while emitting a radiant light. The sword chi in the air took the shape of a sword and looked like it was aiming directly at Lin Feng. At that moment, all the sword chi and sword force had combined and was starting to pressure Lin Feng's body. The energy sword thrust itself towards Lin Feng at incredible speed. Lin Feng could dodge, but had to be careful as by dodging the sword created from energy, he would be open to other attacks. Duan Han was a genius sword master. He had learnt and practiced many sword skills. Lin Feng had no choice but to recognize that Duan Han was a sword master. Lin Feng didn't think that way about all the sword users he had met before, even if they had a sword spirit. However, Duan Han was different. Deadly sword. When Lin Feng saw all the combined sword energy, he grabbed his long sword and released an incredible amount of chi to block the incoming energy sword. An incredibly huge amount of sword chi started to cover the entire arena. However, it seemed like Lin Feng's sword chi was unable to compete with the sword energy which was released by Duan Han. How powerful! His pupils started to dilate. At that moment, he could already feel the sword energy released by Duan Han growing closer, which suddenly made Lin Feng feel imminent danger. He could not help but groan as he was in a dangerous situation. But the most terrifying thing was the sword energy which continued to thrust at Lin Feng. Boom! Lin Feng was projected back several steps, and blood started to drip from the corner of his mouth. A bright red blood was dripping down his chin. Lin Feng's robes were ragged, and his body was riddled with wounds. Liu Fei, who wasn't far behind him, ran straight towards him and offered her hand to help him stand. "I'm all right," said Lin Feng indifferently while shaking his head. All the sword chi and sword force started to combine into another energy sword. Even though Lin Feng was defeated, he would still remain brave until the end. How powerful! He's not that much older than Wen Ren Yan, but he's much stronger. That's another genius, a genius sword master. The crowd was thinking all sorts of things. A sword master was extremely powerful, much more than expected. Do you see now? You cannot even withstand a single attack. We have nothing in common. You will forever be chasing my footprints. Duan Han was staring at Lin Feng and looked extremely cold. He then raised his hand and shouted, "Raise your bows!" "Ha!" The loud shout spread throughout the entire atmosphere of the gorge, and then all the cavalry mounted on their Kai-Zai armored horses raised their bows. They had filled the cliff at the top of the gorge completely. A terrifying chi filled the air above the life and death arena. I just have to speak once and everybody will fire their bows. They will kill anyone with just a single word from me. How could you even think that you can compete with me? You may lower your bows. Duan Han had told them to lower their bows, and all the cavalry instantly lowered their bows. Your strength and my strength are not even comparable. You cannot master forces to the same level as me. What makes you think that you can be intimate with Liu Fei when I cannot? Duan Han said with an ice-cold tone. "Duan Han, you are a shameless asshole," shouted Liu Fei, furiously cursing at Duan Han. "If you are so strong now, it is because of the clan in which you grew up, which descends from the imperial family. You don't know what it is to lack great teachers and resources. Why are you doing this to Lin Feng? Besides, Lin Feng is an expert at learning martial skills and agility techniques. Haven't you noticed that his skills have the power of highest quality Xuan level skills? He has gained everything by relying on his own power. Are you not ashamed to show off the power you gained from your clan in front of Lin Feng? All you have learnt and all the power you have is because your family and because you have a high status. You have never had to rely on your talent, do you even have any? You cannot deny, however, that I perfectly master all of these skills. You cannot deny that I am now an extremely strong cultivator. Lin Feng and I really have nothing in common," said Duan Han, disagreeing with Liu Fei. "Even if that's the case, what's your problem? Don't forget that you are older than Lin Feng as well. In 2 years, he will be much stronger than you. You are pathetic and shameless." Liu Fei was shouting, and everyone was nodding in agreement with what she was saying. That's right. Everything that Liu Fei said to Duan Han was actually justified. Because Duan Han came from such a powerful family and had such a high status, that didn't mean he wasn't gifted or couldn't use forces properly. However, was he more gifted than Lin Feng? Lin Feng's background wasn't as good as Duan Han's. Lin Feng could only rely on himself to gain his power. If Lin Feng switched places with Duan Han, he would probably be many times stronger than him. Besides, Lin Feng was still very young. He was 2 years younger than Duan Han. 2 years was enough for Lin Feng to exceed Duan Han even without the same resources. Lin Feng was much more talented than Duan Han. No matter what you say, strength is strength, weakness is weakness. Today he will die, said Duan Han furiously. All right, we don't need you to get involved, Fei Fei. Sooner or later, you will become a member of my family, so come and stand next to me. Duan Tianlang had said that while looking at Liu Fei. It sounded like he was convinced that Liu Fei would someday become the wife to his son. "In your dreams, I, Liu Fei, will never be a member of your family," screamed Liu Fei in disgust. "HMPH, Liu Fei, don't say such things in front of me. That's a great offense. Don't forget that the Duan family is also a part of the imperial clan." Duan Tianlang moved his arm. Immediately after, all the cavalry on their Kai Zai armored horses once again raised the bows that they had just put down. "All right, that's enough for today. I'm offering you a great opportunity, but you don't know how to appreciate it. Since you have decided to act this way, then—" Duan Tianlang suddenly stopped speaking and then raised his hand. He waved his hand down as a signal, and then a storm of arrows began whistling through the air while releasing a strong qi. "They're attacking!" The whole crowd had now realized that they were in danger. After that, they saw Duan Tianlang wave his hand again and say the following words: "Total extermination." These two words resonated in everybody's mind as if the words were said by a terrifyingly evil god. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Whistling sounds filled the entire atmosphere. What seemed like an endless shower of arrows was piercing through the atmosphere above the stormy gorge. However, no arrows were aimed at the stage of the life and death arena where Duan Tianlang was standing. This was the only location which was not a target for arrows. The whole crowd was looking at the arrows flying above their heads and were terrified. Most of them had already given up all hope of escaping alive. There were so many arrows, and each of them was as swift and powerful as a meteor crashing down from the heavens. The cavalry on the Kai Zai armored horses were definitely incredibly powerful. Horrible shrieks could be heard and resonated through the entire gorge. Some of the Yun Hai Sect's disciples had been hit by arrows in the head, shoulders, chest, and arms. Bright red blood was filling the gorge like an ocean. Only the strongest cultivators within the gorge had managed to avoid the arrows. It was already difficult to dodge the arrows, and this was also only the first wave of arrows. Nan Gongling was looking at the arrows flying above his head. He was still standing on the bleachers. Some arrows flew above his head, but he managed to disintegrate them into dust, which then continued flying past him. An immense sorrow could be seen in Nan Gongling's eyes while he was looking around at the current scene. He then closed his eyes because he couldn't stand seeing all his precious disciples being killed before his eyes. All these disciples admired him and worshipped him as the patriarch. In front of that spectacle, he felt absolutely powerless. The elders of the sect were feeling the same as they watched the bloody spectacle before them. They would have never expected that the Yun Hai Sect would ever go through such horrible hardships. This truly felt like a nightmare. They would never have expected the total extermination of the Yun Hai Sect would occur on this day. The first wave of arrows had finally come to an end. The blood from all the dead disciples created a small river of blood which was flowing through the gorge, which was drowned in silence. Lin Feng, who was standing inside the life and death arena, was calmly looking at the blood flowing through the gorge. The sunlight was shining down on his skin, yet he didn't feel any warmth at all. He just felt an endless coldness running through his veins. In the stormy gorge, some people had entered death's embrace, while some others were still struggling against death even in their last moments. Those who were about to die were crying tears of regret while staring at the heavens and screaming in pain. If this was the previous world, there were many disciples who were still very young and would have still been going to school. They had parents, brothers, and sisters. Their future was still filled with endless possibilities. They had come to the Yun Hai Sect to become stronger and to receive an education in cultivation. They had come hoping to improve their lives and allow their families to have better living conditions. But after Duan Tianlang's voice resonated in the atmosphere, their future of endless possibilities had turned to dust. Death was already here for them, and their bodies were already floating within a sea of blood. Lin Feng's heart had never felt so cold. He felt so cold that he had the feeling his heart was losing blood through stab wounds. These young disciples were just like him, made of blood and flesh. They still had a long life before them. Many of these young disciples had done nothing wrong and were just trying to improve their family's well-being. PSSSSHHHHHHHHH. Lin Feng took a long and deep breath of the desolation before him. He then looked closely at a thicker artery of that bright red river of blood with his eyes wide open, and had the feeling that he was drowning in an endless pit of sorrow. The strong cultivators could steal the future which belonged to the weaker people of this world. They could slaughter them and exterminate them as they would do to bugs. That was the cruel and sad reality of this world. Those who were not powerful were like insects to be crushed by those stronger cultivators. Fire! Duan Tianlang's voice spread throughout the atmosphere again, making the stones of the gorge tremble. Sharp and deadly arrows started piercing through the air again like evil spirits falling from the sky. Horrible shrieks spread throughout the atmosphere. There was nothing to be done, though. The ordinary disciples who were particularly vulnerable could only stare on in despair. Ah! A horrible shout filled with pain and agony filled the gorge. Liu Fei was kneeling down on the ground looking at the corpses while grabbing her beautiful long hair with such power that it ripped some from her head. Her delicate cheeks no longer had a rosy complexion, and she stared on lifelessly. The ones killing these people were the cavalry on the Kai Zai armored horses, her father's own army. Those who were being killed were the Yun Hai Sect's disciples. They were her fellow disciples, but also her father's fellow disciples. She, like many others, could only stand there and watch the slaughter with broken hearts while unable to prevent the massacre from happening. Duan Han, bring her over here, Duan Tianlang had said with a cold tone while looking at Liu Fei. Duan Han slightly nodded and moved towards Liu Fei. But at that moment, an extremely quick and agile silhouette quickly landed in front of Liu Fei. It was Lin Feng. Get lost. If you want to die, don't worry, it's only a matter of time, Duan Han said while looking expressionless, but Lin Feng seemed like he hadn't heard Duan Han's words. He was only staring at him with his pitch-black eyes. He was looking at Duan Han with a cold and calm expression. How ruthless would someone need to be to remain calm while thousands of people had been and were being saladered? Huh, Duan Han frowned and looked at Lin Feng's eyes, which looked incredibly evil. These cold and evil eyes suddenly made Duan Han shiver. Since you want to die right now, I will finish you off, Duan Han shouted while his face twisted in anger. He was furious because he had shivered from fear while in front of Lin Feng, and Duan Han felt humiliated. Even though he didn't deny the fact that Lin Feng was a genius with incredible talent, he still thought that Lin Feng had no right to humiliate him because he was just a nobody from no-name clan. The sight of Lin Feng and Liu Fei caring for each other made him especially furious. He wanted Lin Feng to kneel down at his feet. He wanted to show Liu Fei that Lin Feng was a weakling and a nobody. He could never compare with the majestic blood which ran through his veins. Duan Han's sword started to glow. He had a sword spirit and had been learning sword skills since he was a child. Swords had almost no secrets from him. His sword skills were so advanced that he didn't even need a sword in order to use his sword skills. In his hands, almost anything could become a sword. An extremely powerful sword qi emerged from the palm of his hand and created a strong wind moving towards Lin Feng. Duan Han wasn't using any specific skill. He wanted to show Liu Fei that he was extremely powerful and could kill Lin Feng with a simple wave of his palm. Pierce! Lin Feng's body moved gracefully towards the attack. He grabbed his sword and pierced towards Duan Han's sword qi, aiming exactly at its weakest point. Duan Han immediately understood. He perfectly understood that the qi that he was using had taken form. It was very clear to him which part of it was stronger and which part was weaker. PSSSHHH? Duan Han's sword qi vanished in an instant. Lin Feng's sword, which was filled with a deadly qi, was still moving towards Duan Han at an incredible speed. Duan Han was surprised but reacted quickly. He raised his right hand and released a strong qi which shot towards Lin Feng's sword with a whistling sound. However, this qi still wasn't enough to stop the attack. The sword which was rushing toward him did not even slightly slow down. The sword was still filled with a deadly qi which smelt like death and destruction. Duan Han frowned. He was a cultivator of the fourth Ling Qi layer. He was much stronger than Lin Feng, but why did Lin Feng's sword give him such a bad premonition? Duan Han raised both his hands to stop the extremely powerful deadly qi, but it didn't work. His body was projected backwards by Lin Feng's powerful attack. Die, Lin Feng said with a calm and ruthless tone. The qi from his long sword was giving the feeling that death itself was contained within the sword. His sword force was also emerging endlessly from his long sword. The qi and force emerging out of Lin Feng's sword looked so natural, as if it was absorbed directly from the power of heaven and earth. How is that possible? Duan Han stared onwards and could not believe his eyes. The sword force, that sword, everything had merged into perfect harmony. Even with his years of training, he was unable to perform such a feat. That sword was as fast as lightning, and its power was incredible. Duan Han had absolutely no time to counter an attack with such power. He had no choice but to dodge. He's probably using his sword of nirvana. Being able to keep up that power even during a second attack is really incredible. Lin Feng is a genius when it comes to learning skills. His power is really terrifying. He will definitely not die today. Protector Bei's attention had been on Lin Feng from the beginning. Everybody in the Yun Hai Sect could die except for Lin Feng. Protector Bei wasn't being cruel or merciless when thinking that everybody could die except for Lin Feng. He just thought that if only one person survived, it had to be Lin Feng because he was the only hope of a future that the sect had. Protector Bei even thought that if he had to die, it wouldn't be a problem as long as Lin Feng stayed alive. Shadow steps, Duan Han started moving at full speed. His entire body looked like a shadow while it tried to escape Lin Feng's deadly sword. He then stopped and looked at his clothes. They were torn and ragged from almost taking that previous attack. When he saw that, his face changed and he looked hideously evil. Lin Feng had surprisingly almost injured him and had managed to tear his clothes. If he had been a single step slower, then that deadly sword would have directly pierced into his chest. Duan Han could only feel extraordinary shame and humiliation. He, who had broken through to the fourth Ling Qi layer, had suddenly almost been injured by Lin Feng, who had only broken through to the second Ling Qi layer. Just like a moment ago, he had been humiliated by Lin Feng again. "You are very lucky, but now I will have to get serious." Duan Han was trying to hide his anger and remain calm. He was, of course, not going to admit that he had almost been injured by Lin Feng because of his own arrogance. He would rather attribute it to Lin Feng's luck. "You have broken through to the fourth Ling Qi layer. I have broken through to the second Ling Qi layer. You are apparently extremely strong, and apparently I'm not even worth the effort of fighting. Yet I almost injured you, and then you attribute it to luck. I see you must not have been serious when you just ran away with your tail between your legs. Duan Han, don't you think that you are shameless pretending to this extent?" Lin Feng had a smile on the corner of his mouth. His pitch-black eyes were radiating killing intent. His words were ridiculing Duan Han. "How can you be so shameless here?" Liu Fei had moved closer to Lin Feng. She was looking at Duan Han with an icy stare. Her eyes were filled with hatred and contempt. Duan Tianlang and his son had destroyed the Yun Hai Sect. She would make sure that these two disgusting people were going to regret it for their entire life. When Duan Han heard that Liu Fei was insulting him, his face looked really ugly. Duan Han had always thought that Liu Fei would become his wife, and seeing his future wife insult him and protect another man had made him furious. "I am shameless. That piece of trash is not even able to defeat me, and I am shameless," said Duan Han while coldly looking at Lin Feng, and then said, Fei, I will show you the gigantic gap that exists between him and me. The difference is way too big. I am at the second Ling Qi layer, and you are the fourth Ling Qi layer. You are obviously very strong, but bragging in front of me can definitely be described as being shameless," said Lin Feng, who wasn't scared of Duan Han in the slightest. He then added, "If you are brave enough, then try and attack me. HMPH, I will just show you that I don't even need to move from where I stand to defeat you," shouted Duan Han. Duan Han was furious because of Lin Feng's sharp tongue. He stood in the same position while waiting for Lin Feng to make the first move. Lin Feng's dark eyes revealed a slightly happy expression for a second. Lin Feng suddenly closed his eyes and had a feeling of absolute peace and serenity. He felt at peace in this world made of darkness. The loudest noise would not have been able to disturb Lin Feng at that moment. In Lin Feng's mind, there was only a dark world filled with coldness and the smell of death. Lin Feng had the feeling that there was no sword qi existing in this world, and the life and death arena was absolutely calm inside this world of darkness. At that moment, a grayish-black shadow emerged out of Lin Feng's sword, slowly filling the atmosphere. It looked like the shadow of death which had come to claim the dead. Death is cold, death is dark, death is here. Lin Feng opened his eyes, and they were filled with an indescribable darkness, which made him look even more heartless than before. Lin Feng started moving, and the grayish-black qi which was emerging out from his long sword started to follow him. His sword looked like it could annihilate all of the 10,000 things within creation. He then began another strike using the skill sword of Nirvana. Lonely sword! The force diffused by the sword was much weaker than before. The qi didn't make whistling sounds as it pierced through the air. The sword this time seemed lonely and silent. The sword carried the smell of death as if it was going to annihilate everything within the world to make itself the only thing remaining. A lonely sword. Duan Han's face drastically changed. It was as if he understood the danger of the sword which was in Lin Feng's hand. He was surrounded by such a terrifying energy which smelt like death and battle, he could not help but tremble in fear. Celestial propulsion? Duan Han used a high-quality skill of the Xuan level. An extremely powerful essence appeared in front Duan Han's body while he started to retreat. Crrrrrr. A small sound was heard. The lonely sword had the power to annihilate all things within creation. Even Duan Han's high-quality Xuan level technique had vanished when it touched the energy emitted by Lin Feng's sword. Get lost! At that moment, a loud shout spread throughout the atmosphere. A dazzling sword broke the chi from the lonely sword. Lin Feng's body was projected back like a leaf in the wind, but the attack eventually reached its destination, and Lin Feng coughed out several mouthfuls of blood. The one who had attacked was Duan Tianlang. His face had grown extremely cold. He looked like he was ready to murder Lin Feng on the spot. Sword masters were in perfect fusion with their swords to the extent that they could exchange energy with each other. This was called Unity Force. Unity Force enabled sword masters to move, but powered by the sword force granted by their swords. It also enabled them to carry out even stronger and more powerful attacks which no longer relied on chi. Only real geniuses could learn to master their force to such an extent. They would need to be at a minimum of the Ling Chi layer to use Unity Force. However, the force was much more efficient and powerful when cultivators had broken through to the 5th or 6th Ling Chi layer before using it. Duan Han, Duan Tianlang's son, at the moment when he had broken through to the 3rd Ling Chi layer, had learnt how to use Unity Forces. He was a real genius. The sword chi and sword force released when using Unity Force is not easily dispersed. Unity Force was thickly condensed with power and several times stronger than normal forces. Only sword masters who were geniuses could comprehend the power behind Unity Force before having reached the Xuan Chi layer. Lin Feng, who had only broken through to the 2nd Ling Chi layer, had managed to trick Duan Han. Lin Feng had started using Unity Force a moment ago, but he couldn't control it, which is why Duan Tianlang had time to interrupt his attack. At that moment, Lin Feng had blood spilling out of the corner of his mouth, but his dark eyes were still revealing a happy expression. Father and son fighting together against a single disciple. We really do have nothing in common. I could never be that shameless. Lin Feng's words were so sharp that Duan Han had the feeling he was being stabbed through the heart. You shut the hell up, said Duan Han, extremely furious, which made him look like a demon. He hated Lin Feng from the bottom of his heart. Duan Han, what's the point in arguing with someone who is already dead? Duan Tianlang had said that in a loud yet indifferent voice, and then started moving straight towards Lin Feng. Duan Tianlang, attacking junior disciples is really the worst thing a wise senior cultivator could do. You are a worthless person. Nan Gongling and a few elders fell from the sky and landed in the life and death arena just in front of Lin Feng. Duan Tianlang stepped forward, however, when he saw all the elders who were accompanying Nan Gongling, he hesitated. Suddenly, an extremely powerful chi filled with the atmosphere, and the sky looked like it was going to collapse under the pressure. We will slowly kill these old guys over time, but first we must kill Lin Feng. Duan Tianlang had said this with a neutral tone, as if he had said nothing special. He had brought along some outstanding cultivators to support him, and did not fear the power of the Yun Hai Sect. The patriarch of the Yun Hai Sect, the patriarch of the Ice and Snow Village Mountain, as well as the one of the Mo Shu Sect. They were all monstrously powerful cultivators in their own right. They had also brought along their elders and disciples as support. They were a much stronger fighting force than the Yun Hai Sect. At this time, their goal was to annihilate the Yun Hai Sect, take everything that belonged to them, and then share it equally between them. That was actually one of the reasons why Duan Tianlang had managed to convince all these patriarchs to join him and help him get outstanding disciples to send them to the holy courtyard of Zhu Yue. There were many things to take from the Yun Hai Sect. Amazing treasures, profound skills, and agility techniques, as well as these outstanding young disciples. Kaizai armored cavalry troops slaughter them all. Duan Tianlang made a wave of his hand. Immediately, the cavalry on the Kaizai armored horses started galloping towards the inside of the gorge. Duan Tianlang, I am the patriarch of the Yun Hai Sect. If you want to destroy it, then you will need to fight against me. Nan Gongling started moving with extreme speed, and a gigantic chi, which contained elements of force, shot straight towards Duan Tianlang. Why would I be scared? Said Duan Tianlang while smiling coldly, and then his body immediately rose into the air. Nan Gongling followed him into the air. High up in the air, Duan Tianlang's sword started glowing, and HR tried to attack Nangong Ling with an extremely powerful sneak attack. Boom! The gigantic python fish had its wings wide open, and the patriarch of the Mo Shu sect was sitting atop it looking evil. The eyes of the beast were extremely terrifying. How evil! Protector Bei released his crane spirit, then it flew up at the speed of lightning and threw itself at the flying python fish. Everybody else was choosing an opponent, and a large-scale battle began to take place. It was a huge battlefield filled with blood and power. It was like a hurricane was moving from place to place and leaving behind destruction and bodies. On the ground, in the air, no matter where it was within the stormy gorge, there were battles taking place. The fighting stage of the life and death arena was shaking so much that it looked like it was going to collapse under the pressure. Lin Feng's pitch-black eyes were looking around at the huge battle. Lin Feng had the feeling that the patriarch, Protector Bei, and these elders of the sect were fighting for him. Lin Feng would have never thought that these people would try to annihilate the Yun Hai Sect. He especially never thought that so many people would fight for him. An extremely cold feeling invaded his heart like a waterfall of ice. Lin Feng felt a sudden sense of belonging within the Yun Hai Sect. People were fighting for him. They were risking their lives to protect him. Nangong Ling, Protector Bei, as well as other elders were very powerful. They might have the power to win this battle or scare the opponent from the fight without risking their lives. Nothing was certain, but at least there was still some hope to be found. However, they were all fighting with their life on the line because of him, a disciple of the Yun Hai Sect. The Yun Hai Sect. Lin Feng whispered the name of the sect while looking at the sunlight that was shining down on the river of blood. Lin Feng! At that moment, a voice spread throughout the atmosphere. Lin Feng turned around and was surprised. He only saw someone with a cold look who was moving towards the fighting stage. The eyes of this person looked like they were ready to murder. It was Mo Zai, filthy animal. Lin Feng saw Mo Zai's cold smile getting clearer and clearer as Mo Zai was approaching him. In such a horrible and desperate situation, Mo Zai, who was an elder, wasn't fighting for the Yun Hai Sect, but was moving towards Lin Feng to settle personal grudges. In that chaotic and apocalyptic situation, Mo Zai had decided he would use the opportunity to kill Lin Feng. Why would you kill me now? What's the point? Wouldn't it be better to try surviving now? Lin Feng was looking at Mo Zai, who was moving towards him with a cold, murderous look. Well, do you think that if I hand you over to Duan Tianlang, he will still want to kill me? In such circumstances, I will not need to struggle to survive and can live comfortably. Mo Zai had a particularly evil smile on the corner of his mouth. Lin Feng was astonished to hear such shameless words leave the mouth of an elder. It was already impossible to be more shameless and despicable than Mo Zai. I really admire you. Being so incredibly shameless, and on top of that being able to smile with happiness while you watch your sect be destroyed, said Lin Feng. Why? Why not just consider winners to be great and losers to be trash? Losers in my eyes are always in the wrong. Duan Tianlang is powerful, and if he wants to annihilate the Yun Hai Sect, then it is useless to go against his will. Those risking their lives for the Yun Hai Sect right now are stupid and ignorant losers. Not only was Mo Zai cruel and heartless, but he also sounded extremely arrogant. It really seemed like he had no values at all. Since it's like that, come, I will end your pitiful life. These words had come directly from Lin Feng's heart. It seemed easier said than done, but Lin Feng already looked like he was ready to kill Mo Zai. Mo Zai frowned and suspiciously stared at Lin Feng. A second later, Mo Zai looked relaxed again, as if he was worrying for no reason. Even though Lin Feng was a genius, it was impossible for him to kill Mo Zai. Such a pity, I will kill you like an insect between my two fingers. I will make you die slowly and painfully. Mo Zai released his bow of vine spirit, and immediately vines emerged beneath Lin Feng's feet. Mo Zai was attacking Lin Feng with a surprise attack even though they greatly differed in power. Lin Feng was suddenly wrapped up in the vines from the sudden attack. Surprisingly, Lin Feng was not attempting to resist. Mo Zai hadn't noticed that Lin Feng had a smile on his face. It looks like you have already given up. Don't worry, I will kill you very slowly and use your head as a trophy, said Mo Zai while looking extremely cruel. At that moment, a shadow was climbing up Mo Zai's body. That shadow was intangible. It was almost invisible and did not look like something that should exist within this world. Is that so? Suddenly, Mo Zai stopped moving. His body was no longer under his control. He shivered from head to toe in fear. It's him. Mo Zai would never forget that day when that black shadow had completely oppressed him. At that moment, There was a shadow that was preventing him from moving. Lin Feng, you already knew about this, right? Mo Zai had the feeling that his body was completely frozen. He was unable to move. Lin Feng, a moment before, hadn't dodged his attack, but he had allowed himself to be attacked willingly. But that shadow hadn't appeared since the last time, so how could Lin Feng have any idea that it would appear? Elder! Mo Zai said that to the shadow, but didn't dare try to move. He was scared because his life could end in a single moment. The sect has such degenerate elders like you remaining. This is such a disgrace. The voice came out of nowhere. Suddenly, a dark green light flashed through the air with incredible speed. No silhouette was seen, only a light as it flashed through the air. When the light vanished, the silhouette had finally appeared. This person was wearing a black cloak which seemed to hide part of his face. Suddenly, the silhouette took out a dagger which had bright red blood dripping from the tip. That blood was obviously Mo Zai's. Mo Zai was still standing at the same place as a moment before and was still completely motionless. His eyes were wide open, as if he couldn't believe his eyes. He still could not believe that within that split second that Elder had ended all his chances of life in this world. Blood suddenly started spilling out from his throat, and his body collapsed heavily onto the ground. I would have never thought that someday I would use this dagger against an elder of the sect. How lamentable. The old man's voice sounded desolate. Protector Kong, said Lin Feng to the old man in the black cloak. So that's how it was. That shadow belonged to the old man who protected the precipice of the abyss. How did you know that I was here? Protector Kong looked at Lin Feng while nodding. When he used his shadow spirit, there was only a shadow. A moment ago, Protector Kong hadn't revealed that he had arrived, and yet Lin Feng had willingly lured Mo Zai into attacking him. Perception, Lin Feng replied calmly. His spirit enabled him to sense the world. He didn't need his eyes to observe it. He could sense and perceive all things and their movements. In Lin Feng's brain, that world of darkness was actually extremely clear, as if he was the creator of the darkness. Everything that surrounded him was known to him and appeared with total clarity. Even though Protector Kong had been using his shadow, Lin Feng had surprisingly been able to sense his presence. Lin Feng then understood that the shadow was the one that had protected him last time he had been attacked by Mo Zai. Protector Kong then nodded. Lin Feng, you are the most extraordinary young man that I have ever met. You are a true genius. Leave this place and go far away. Go as far as you can and let's hope that someday the Yun Hai Sect will be reborn again. Protector Kong's voice was filled with sadness. He was a protector of the Yun Hai Sect, and on that day, the sect which he was protecting was being exterminated. If I am alive, I will definitely bring the Yun Hai Sect into the future. Lin Feng solemnly nodded as a sign that he was making a promise to the old man. However, he still had to get out of that massacre alive. Duan Tianlang would never let him off. Ah! In the sky, blood was raining down. Someone wearing dark clothes had been killed. It looked like an elder of the Yun Hai Sect. Kong Ming, I've been waiting for you for a while. Then a silhouette fell from the sky and landed in front of Protector Kong. Protector Kong was speechless and he was shaking in anger. His facial expression suddenly drastically changed, and he vanished in the blink of an eye. There was only his shadow remaining on the ground. At that moment, a silhouette in the sky was looking at the blood and then at Mo Zai's cadaver on the ground. That person's face was filled with hatred. Yun Hai Sect, I have done so much for you and in the end you end up killing my only son. How could you? Mo Kang Lan had gone insane. He turned around and looked at Duan Tianlang and Nan Gongling who were fighting. Die, thought Mo Kang Lan evilly. His silhouette then flashed through the atmosphere and landed next to Nan Gongling, and he wholeheartedly started fighting on Duan Tianlang's side against Nan Gongling. Nan Gongling didn't know that Mo Zai was dead, so he didn't understand what was happening. Mo Kang Lan's attack projected Nan Gongling straight towards Duan Tianlang's sword. Suddenly, blood gushed out of Nan Gongling's left arm and mixed with the bright light released by the sword. Nan Gongling's left hand had been completely cut off by the sword. Mo Kang Lan? Nan Gongling fell down onto the ground but didn't even look at his hand, which had been cut off. Instead, he was staring at Mo Kang Lan, who had pushed him into the attack. Mo Kang Lan, his friend and a great elder of the Yun Hai Sect. This is my revenge, said Mo Kang Lan coldly while looking at Mo Zai's corpse lying on the ground. Nan Gongling then noticed Mo Zai's corpse and his own wound, then at Protector Kong in the middle of a fight. Mo Zai had been killed by Protector Kong. Nan Gongling was obviously able to understand what had happened. It is good that he finally got what he deserved, Nan Gongling said while sounding indifferent. He then looked around him. He saw that many elders were in weak positions, and that the opponents still had many people who hadn't even gotten involved in the fights yet. They were just there to prevent people from escaping. All the members of the Yun Hai Sect, gather around me immediately. Nan Gongling had shouted these words very loudly, and suddenly, a multitude of people were coming from all sides towards the fighting stage of the life and death arena. More and more people stopped fighting against their current opponents. They left them behind and joined Nan Gongling on the highest fighting stage. Apart from Nan Gongling, who had had his hand cut off, many other people were injured and covered with blood. Lin Feng was standing behind the crowd. He looked calm, but his eyes were filled with sorrow in front such a tragedy. "Do you know what to do now?" While blood was unceasingly spilling out of Nan Gongling's arm, he was fixedly staring at Duan Tianlang. Everybody in the crowd didn't need explanations. They all nodded as a sign that they had understood what Nan Gongling meant. "Protector Bei, take him." Nan Gongling had said that to Protector Bei in a solemn tone. Protector Bei nodded solemnly. His crane spirit amongst all the people who were present was the strongest and the quickest of spirits. Immediately after, Protector Bei landed on Lin Feng's side. He released his spirit, spread his wings, and grabbed Lin Feng. Lin Feng had finally understood what Nan Gongling meant. They wanted. Everybody, including all of the elders, were staring at Lin Feng. All sorts of expressions could be seen on their faces, but a few of them revealed hope. Everybody was looking at Lin Feng with hope. Lin Feng was their only hope. Lin Feng had a big headache. He had the feeling that he had just received a mountain of pressure on his shoulders. These strong people wanted to give up their lives to make sure that Lin Feng escaped alive. They wanted to sacrifice themselves for him. All these lives to save a single life. Many of these people were strong enough that they might be able to survive if they attempted to escape alone. While there was no bond between Lin Feng and many of these people, they had all chosen to entrust the future to him. Because Lin Feng did not have strong ties to the sect, they did not know what he would do if he escaped alive. But they all still had relieved expressions as if they had done all that they could. The only one who wasn't looking at Lin Feng was Nan Gongling. He was observing the opponents. "I, Lin Feng, have my own talents and my loyalty cannot be bought." How could he not have faith in the person who said these words? Nan Gongling had only thing in mind: let Lin Feng escape while they cleared a path for him. "Go!" Nan Gongling shouted extremely loudly. He then immediately jumped into the air again and prepared for battle. Everybody started moving at the same time as Nan Gongling. "The sect is being destroyed under my reign, Yun Hai Sect. Please forgive me. I'm so sorry." An extremely powerful chi was released from Nan Gongling's body, and he threw himself into battle to clear a path without hesitation. This was the greatest regret of his life, that in his time the Yun Hai Sect had been reduced to such a sorry state. "You will die!" A loud shout filled the air, and suddenly a glowing sword whistled in the air accompanied by multiple different attacks. Boom! Nan Gongling's body turned into nothing but ashes. The youngest patriarch in the history of the Yun Hai Sect had perished. Nobody seemed to feel sorry for him or was crying loudly. All the elders of the Yun Hai Sect were calmly looking at his dead body. They were being attacked from all sides, as well as they distracted the enemies from chasing Lin Feng. This was not how things were supposed to be. Some elders were still trying to dodge the incoming attacks and to fight against the enemies of the sect. They didn't care about dying for the sect, but they were still hoping to survive long enough to kill their opponent. "Die! Die! Die! Die!" A strong wind was blowing over the arena. Each and every elder tried to survive as long as they could and fight sparing no effort while using their full strength. The opponents were only attacking and didn't even need to defend themselves. Each and every single of these elders was falling down under the various attacks. This was the last chance that they had to show their will and determination. Lin Feng was looking at them and didn't blink even once. All these people who were fighting to the death would turn their head around and have one last look at Lin Feng before they died. "Let's go!" Protector Bei finally started moving at full speed like a comet moving towards the horizon. The wings of the crane were creating whirlwinds as they flapped through the air. The power of these whirlwinds was painful to Lin Feng like blades striking his skin. But at this moment, his heart was in even more pain. His fellow disciples, his friends, and even those elders that owed him nothing, but they still gave their lives for him. They were all going to die while he would have to live on. "Where do you think you are going?" A loud voice spread throughout the atmosphere. It was just as incisive as ever. A dazzling sword appeared. It was the old man which was stood next to Duan Tianlang. Piercing shadow die? A loud voice spread throughout the atmosphere but seemed to come from nowhere. Only a dark green light flashed, but that light, everybody saw it. The possessor of a shadow spirit could kill without moving. He could pull out other people's souls out of their body and take their lives. "How dare you!" shouted a voice extremely loudly. The shadow and the gigantic dazzling sword collided into each other. For a second, it seemed like they were both attempting to swallow the other. The old man was injured and blood started to flow from his chest. At that moment, the shadow appeared while the arm and the dagger had disappeared from sight. Protector Bei hadn't even seen what had just happened and continued flying towards the horizon. "You cannot leave." Another voice spread throughout the air behind Lin Feng and Protector Bei. The python fish was spitting in and out a thick smoke. It suddenly opened its gigantic mouth and took a deep whistling breath which resonated in the atmosphere while releasing a strong qi. At the same time, a legendary rock spread its gigantic wings and flew towards Lin Feng and Protector Bei. The strong qi and the air currents in the atmosphere slowed Lin Feng and Protector Bei's escape. Lin Feng had the impression that his body was going to be swallowed by the beasts chasing him. If Protector Bei wasn't firmly controlling the situation, Lin Feng would have already been eaten by the python fish. The legendary rock was a Xuan-level beast. It was extremely powerful. Only cultivators of the Xuan Qi layer could control them. A single breath could release an incredible amount of energy, and Lin Feng, at that moment, would be unable to withstand even half of a breath. "Suppress them!" Teng Wushan was on the body of the legendary rock and was shouting. He took out some pitch-black chains and threw himself at Lin Feng while attempting a surprise attack. "Get lost!" A loud shout was heard. The pitch-black chains had been intercepted by someone, and that person was the old woman. "Go! I will kill this evil animal." The old woman's voice was calm, but Protector Bei solemnly nodded. There were only two people who were strong enough to catch up with him. One of them was the old man carrying a huge sword, and the other was Teng Wushan, who was riding the legendary rock. These two people had both attempted to intercept him with their attacks. The old man had been injured by Protector Kong, so if they managed to kill the legendary rock, nobody would be able to catch up with Lin Feng. Concerning what the old woman had said, Protector Bei had doubts and suspected she wouldn't have the power to kill the rock. "I still remember our agreement. Please remember to tell Liu Kang Lan, that little bastard, that I forgive him. As far as Wen Ren Yan and Liu Fei's wedding is concerned, let's forget about it. Lin Feng is suitable for this position." The old woman said calmly. Protector Bei laughed but didn't reply. "HMPH, you are not allowed to brag until you have actually killed my legendary rock." Teng Wushan said that while smiling coldly. He then made the pitch-black chains shake so much that the old woman almost lost balance. As she looked like she was about to fall, the legendary rock was ready to swallow her whole. Xuan-level beasts were extremely intelligent. Thus, when the old woman said that she wanted to kill it, she had earned the hatred from the beast. "An animal is animal," the old woman shouted extremely loudly in a cold tone. Her long hair was floating in the air. Then a viper shadow appeared behind her back. It then seemed like her entire body had transformed into a snake. Immediately after, she threw herself straight towards the open mouth of the legendary rock. That's right. She didn't resist, and instead she hurled herself straight into the mouth of the legendary rock. At that moment, she was inside its body. When Lin Feng saw that, he was extremely moved. "Let's go," Protector Bei said indifferently. They looked behind them one last time and flew away at the speed of light. They only heard a tremendous roar fill the air from a distance away as they continued to move into the horizon. Lin Feng had already guessed what had happened to the legendary rock. As far as the tensions between Lin Feng and Wen Ren Yan were concerned, Lin Feng didn't hate the old woman at all for having saved Wen Ren Yan. He could understand her and why she had saved her only student. The old woman didn't care about losing face to save her only disciple's life. In the Yun Hai Sect, she was a protector. She was also ready to sacrifice her life for the sect. That old woman was really ugly and had terrible judge of character, but was definitely worthy of respect. At that moment, nobody was able to catch up with Protector Bei. The wings of his crane spirit were flashing through the air at the speed of light, and in the blink of an eye, they had disappeared from the stormy gorge without a trace. Protector Bei and Lin Feng finally escaped from the Yun Hai Sect alive, but they didn't have any happy emotions from surviving the catastrophe. They knew that their lives had been saved because of all the blood that was flowing down the stormy gorge. At the precipice of the abyss, there were only cliffs and precipices, nothing else. Apart from the passageway leading to these precipices, the only other possibility to access or leave the place was by flying there. At that moment, the silhouette of a crane was flying towards the precipice of Zhanggu and was about to land by the square room filled with drums. Lin Feng recognized this place. He was surprised. Actually, he even had doubts. Protector Bei hadn't brought him far away from the Yun Hai Sect, rather he had brought him to the precipice of Zhanggu. "We're going down." Protector Bei looked at the precipice of Zhanggu, and immediately after they landed there, they were surrounded by a dense fog. "Do you remember this place?" asked Protector Bei to Lin Feng. Lin Feng didn't really understand why the Protector Bei was asking him that, but he nodded and said, "I remember this very well. Yes, walking from passageway to passageway and precipice to precipice, you just end up here." While talking, Protector Bei tapped a stone 3 times, and suddenly a stone wall started moving and a door appeared. These cliffs and precipices really constituted another world, but also offered a scenery of exceptional charm. "Let's go inside," said Protector Bei while bringing Lin Feng in. Then the door closed itself, making a loud slamming noise. The place that they entered looked like a temple. It looked like an extremely temple within a palace. It was filled with an antique type of qi. In the middle of that temple, there was a painting of a dragon and a phoenix. There were a multitude of pillars as well which were supporting the walls of the ancient temple. On these pillars, there were a myriad of carvings representing different ferocious beasts. Surprisingly, Lin Feng had never seen many of these ferocious beasts. He was shocked that he did not know of the beasts on the carvings. The Yun Hai Sect didn't build and established itself here for its physical features. It actually established itself here because they had discovered this temple. Protector Bei's voice was resonating in the temple, and he then continued to introduce the place to Lin Feng. Extremely strong cultivators in the past must have regularly come here in the ancient times to practice cultivation. Of course, this place may have also been an ancient sect. Some of the most powerful and mysterious skills and techniques that you can find in the Xing Chen Pavilion were actually brought from here. Before we found these skills and techniques, the Xing Chen Pavilion didn't have that many extremely powerful skills. But because news spreads quickly and there are many people with bad intentions, this place is kept secret from everyone within the sect. Only protectors of the Yun Hai Sect know about this place. Even the Patriarch does not know that this temple exists. Extremely strong cultivators of the ancient times came to practice here. Even the Patriarch didn't know that place. Lin Feng was touched by the fact he had been told this secret. Surprisingly, only protectors of the sect were allowed to come here. Lin Feng was observing the temple with all of his attention. It was imposing, gigantic, and the qi flowing in the air was extremely powerful. The temple was filled with all sorts of treasures, skills, techniques, and weapons. Even though they were covered in dust, they were all very old and probably extremely powerful. "Lin Feng, come with me." Protector Bei started walking and brought Lin Feng into the depths of the temple. A short instant later, they found themselves in front of the entrance of a small room. In the middle of that room, there was a brown wood carving. There was also a bookshelf in which there were many books. Even though they were covered with dust, they were perfectly arranged and sorted, which meant that someone had tidied this place recently. "We're going to take all of the skills and techniques of the Xing Chen Pavilion. They are all handwritten copies. The lowest skills and techniques are of the Xuan level. The highest skills and techniques are of low-quality Dai level ones. There is an incredible amount of books, but they are extremely hard to learn, and many cannot be practiced. Even the protectors found them difficult to learn. Practicing them even a little bit already enables us to carry out extremely powerful attacks. You can choose an appropriate skill for yourself to learn." If Lin Feng had come to this place before, he would certainly have been overjoyed, but at that moment, he couldn't express the slightest sign of happiness. All the events that had occurred were uninterruptedly appearing in his mind. He couldn't get rid of these horrible images. "Let's go and check another room." Protector Bei wasn't done showing things to Lin Feng. He then brought him to another antique room. "Weapons." The floor made of stone was diffusing an extremely old yet strong qi which made Lin Feng feel shivers. These weapons all had spirits. These weapons had spirits, they were spiritual weapons. You can call them weapons, but it would be more precise to call them spiritual weapons. Protector Bei continued his explanations while sounding solemn. "Weapon is a word used to describe ordinary weapons, but these weapons here have spirits. They are extremely powerful and unique." Protector Bei walked towards an ancient sword and grabbed it. He then said to Lin Feng, "Give me the sword that you're carrying on your back." Lin Feng slightly nodded and handed his long sword to Protector Bei. Protector Bei didn't use any skill or technique, but Lin Feng's long sword flew into the air towards Protector Bei and collided into the other sword. Clang, an incredibly clear and melodious sound resonated in the room. A sword then moved straight into Lin Feng's hand. That sword was extremely sharp and looked beautiful and shiny. All of these weapons are not ordinary weapons. They are all spiritual weapons. An ignorant man can quickly become a criminal, but treasuring a jade ring is also a crime. We have never let the weapons see the real world, but from today, all of them will belong to you. Belong to me? Lin Feng was astonished. Protector Bei was still there alive, but he was giving everything to Lin Feng. Indeed, everything that is here now belongs to you, stated Protector Bei solemnly while nodding. He then took a stone which was laying amongst all the weons. It looked ordinary. This is an ancient Na stone. It is empty inside. If you put a drop of blood on the top, the space which is inside that stone will open itself for you. Protector Bei explained the things to Lin Feng while handing the stone over to him. Lin Feng used his sword to cut the tip of his finger. He then let a drop of blood fall onto the stone. His blood was slowly flowing on the stone, and then something strange happened. The Na stone diffused a bright and dazzling light. Lin Feng's blood became extremely red and slowly started spreading through the stone. At that moment, a wonderful sensation and emotion welled up in Lin Feng's heart. It was as if Lin Feng and that stone had created an indescribable and unbreakable connection. Lin Feng had the feeling that his entire consciousness had connected with the stone. Inside of that stone, there was an incredibly huge space which was full of items. A strangely familiar smell invaded Lin Feng's nostrils, which suddenly made him shiver. Is it? Lin Feng's pupils were dilated and staring at Protector Bei. You are right. This is Nangong Ling's chi. When he was still alive, everything that belonged to him, everything that belonged to the sect was stored in that stone. Now you are the owner of that stone, declared Protector Bei solemnly. Then he fixedly stared at Lin Feng and said, Lin Feng, from today you are the new patriarch of the Yun Hai Sect. Lin Feng, from today you are the new patriarch of the Yun Hai Sect. Protector Bei was speaking in a solemn and quiet tone. Lin Feng was trembling from head to toe while staring blankly at Protector Bei. Lin Feng, even though the Yun Hai Sect probably has nobody left, I don't want it to let it disappear forever. That was Nangong Ling's wish as well. In the future, if you have the chance, then I hope that you can rebuild it and revive the Yun Hai Sect. While looking at the myriad of wrinkles present on the old man's face, Lin Feng nodded solemnly and respectfully. If I, Lin Feng, don't die, I will definitely revive the Yun Hai Sect. All right. Protector Bei smiled and tapped on Lin Feng's shoulder with his right hand. Lin Feng, there is something else I have to tell you. Protector Bei, please tell me. In the past, Fei's father, Liu Kanglan and Nangong Ling were the most outstanding disciples of the Yun Hai Sect, which gave endless hope to everybody within the sect. Before Nangong Ling became the patriarch of the Yun Hai Sect, there was Nangong Ling's teacher and former patriarch. Actually, he would have preferred to make Liu Kanglan become the patriarch. He also wanted to give him his only daughter for marriage. But after that, Liu Kanglan decided to leave the sect, abandoning everything behind him. He wanted to let Nangong Ling become the patriarch, but what Liu Kanglan didn't know is that the patriarch's daughter had already fallen in love with him. Because she had been abandoned by Liu Kanglan, she was feeling so desperate that she committed suicide. Because of the death of his daughter, the patriarch at the time suffered so much. One day he left the Yun Hai Sect and never came back. Nobody knows whether he was dead or alive. Since that moment, Nangong Ling became the patriarch of the sect. Besides, Liu Kanglan had completely lost face, so he couldn't come back to the Yun Hai Sect. As an apology, he made Fei join the Yun Hai Sect. He wanted to apologize to the former patriarch and to his daughter, even more to the former patriarch's wife. Her beloved daughter had passed away, and her husband had disappeared without leaving trace. Therefore, the old woman had a deep and bitter hatred for Liu Kanglan. She became Wen Renyan's teacher and dreamed of seeing her student getting married with Liu Kanglan's daughter, Fei. That is why Wen Renyan had dared to act such a way in the Yun Hai Sect. When Lin Feng heard all of these things, his heart was pounding. He was astonished. He wouldn't have thought that the Yun Hai Sect had such secrets. No wonder Wen Renyan was so arrogant and dared say that Liu Fei was his. No wonder that the old woman had seemed so eccentric. That explained everything. Lin Feng, Did you hear the old woman when she told me to tell Liu Kanglan that she forgave him? She also said that she had no objections to you getting married with Fei. However, this is your private life, and I'll let you arrange the things yourself. Protector Bei was speaking honestly, pouring out the content that was locked away in his heart, and then continued. Liu Kanglan should be in Duan Ren City now. You can go and look for him. He is an honest man. He is afraid of fighting with Duan Tianlang, though. If something happened to Liu Kanglan, please take good care of Liu Fei. Protector Bei, there is nothing happening between Liu Fei and me, said Lin Feng while smiling wryly. The old woman had only said that Lin Feng was better suited for Liu Fei than Wen Ran Yan. Did that mean that he had to marry Liu Fei? What the old woman said was a suggestion. You have to go tell Liu Kanglan that Liu Fei is still in the Yun Hai Sect. Duan Tianlang, considering Liu Fei's status, would never dare kill her. But if Liu Kanglan fell from power or died, things would be different. Therefore, you must take good care of Liu Fei. Besides, Liu Fei is also an outstanding young woman. You two are a perfect match. All right, we have talked enough for now. The temple is yours. Dispose of it as you wish. Don't forget to go and find Liu Kanglan. Protector Bei? Lin Feng's voice was firm. Protector Bei's tone of speech made Lin Feng have an ominous premonition. On that side, there is an exit. It leads to the Black Wind Mountain. Please be careful. Of course, you can also practice in the temple. You can wait to become a little bit stronger and then go out, said Protector Bei while scratching his ear. When he finished talking, he turned around and headed to the exit. Protector Bei, you... Lin Feng's facial expression drastically changed. He ran after Protector Bei and wanted to shout and ask him to stay. Lin Feng, I am a protector of the Yun Hai Sect. While the Yun Hai Sect still exists, then I can live. However, if it were to be destroyed, then how can I continue living without protecting it? When he finished talking, Protector Bei was already leaving. The large stone door opened, making a rumbling noise. Protector Bei didn't turn around and left Lin Feng alone within the temple. Lin Feng stared at Protector Bei's back as he left. Lin Feng had the feeling that lightning was surging in his heart. He was standing there while gazing blankly into the distance. While the stone door was closing itself, Protector Bei's silhouette was gradually vanishing. This would probably be the last time he saw Protector Bei. Lin Feng understood clearly that this temple didn't only separate him from the rest of the world. It was a spiritual separation like the yin and the yang. It was the key to eternal life. Lin Feng stood there alone at the same place for a long time while staring blankly into the distance, and then finally started moving again. He closed his eyes and took a deep, sorrowful breath which resonated throughout the temple. Patriarch, Protector Bei, Protector Kong, Old Woman, these noble elders, they sacrificed themselves to save my life. They fearlessly handed themselves over to those despicable people to protect me. They are not here anymore, but I am still here, and I have so many things to do. Lin Feng was talking to himself. His sad expression had turned into a determined expression full of willpower. It required an extraordinary strength to change destiny. Lin Feng wanted to make these people who had given their lives for him a chance to find peace in death. He would make them proud and they would not die in vain. Yun Hai Sect, Ice and Snow Mountain Village, Mo Shu Sect, Duan Clan, Hanzu Tian, Teng Wu Shan, Duan Tian Lang, Duan Han, Mo Kang Lan, Wen Ren Yan. All these names, all these treacherous people. They were deeply engraved in Lin Feng's memories. He would never forget about them. He would one day get revenge for the events which had happened today. Lin Feng turned around and walked towards the first room he had visited. In that room, there was a huge bookshelf full of agility techniques and martial skills. It was divided into sections. One section was dedicated to agility techniques, and one section was dedicated to martial skills. Blade Cadence, low die-level agility technique, produces pure and sharp energy to propel oneself. Lin Feng looked at an agility technique, but it didn't suit him at all. The best was to possess a blade spirit when using that agility technique. Of course, Lin Feng was too weak at the moment to use the energy required. He couldn't learn and practice such agility techniques. After getting stronger, and after breaking through to the Xuan Qi layer, he would be able to control pure energy, which was extremely powerful. Lin Feng put the book back into the bookshelf and checked 2 martial skill books. Swift Leaves, skill of the low die level. Leaves emerge out of the palm of the user. These leaves are faintly discernible and extremely quick. It seems like they have no power, but they can actually penetrate directly into the opponent's body, causing internal damage. These leaves are extremely powerful and can go almost unnoticed. That looked like a skill suited to a female cultivator. It didn't look that strong, but if the opponent underestimated that skill, they would probably die in horrible conditions. A female could easily get close and kill her opponent without anyone seeing an attack. Besides, that attack was faintly discernible, which made it almost impossible for opponents to block it. Lin Feng put it down and looked at another skill. Deadly Cross Shadow, low die level skill. Suitable for people whose spirits enable them to become invisible. It is divided into 3 movements: Vanishing Shadow, Dark Shadow, and Deadly Cross Shadow. This is similar to Protector Kong's skill, thought Lin Feng. His heart bounced for a second. It seemed like Protector Kong had only learnt the first part of the skill and had combined it with other skills. Besides, it was a perfect skill for his shadow spirit. It was extremely strong. Too bad that Protector Kong hadn't been able to practice until Dark Shadow Pierce, otherwise he could have been really invisible. As far as the last part of the skill was concerned, Deadly Cross Shadow, it was indeed extremely powerful, making you almost undetectable by the enemy. My celestial spirit enables me to release a special cloaking chi, and the illusionary demon makes my opponents suffer of hallucinations. Combined with my spirit, that Deadly Cross Shadow should be perfect. Lin Feng's heart was racing. That skill had no strength requirement. A cultivator of any chi layer could learn and practice it as long as they could understand the complexity of the skill. That skill was only a tool, though, a way to complement one's other skills. Bringing Deadly Cross Shadow into play could strongly enhance a person's other abilities. Lin Feng then continued looking at other skills. He didn't find any other skill which was appropriate for him. He then put all the skills on the bookshelf into the Nuh Stone. Apart from Lin Feng, the protectors hadn't told anybody else about that place. These things should be safe in the bookshelf, but if Lin Feng had a problem, it was probably better to have them near him, especially in case of emergency. Lin Feng then went to the other room where there were the spiritual weapons. He also began putting them inside the Nuh Stone. There were a lot of purity stones in the temple. Lin Feng also put them all in the Nuh Stone. Purity stones contained pure chi like that of heaven and earth. Any cultivator who had at least broken through to the Ling Chi layer could use these to enhance their cultivation. It was a very valuable item. How could Lin Feng not take these precious items with him? Lin Feng walked around in that vast temple. He made a few rounds and noticed that on the pillars situated at the both ends of the temple, the ferocious beasts engraved into the stone were exactly the same. Only by looking at the drawings of the ferocious beasts, Lin Feng could feel an extremely strong and powerful chi. It was much stronger than that Xuan-level python fish. But Lin Feng was more concerned with something else. There was a greenish door made from carved jade which was emanating a strong chi. Lin Feng tried to push it in vain. No matter what strength he put into it, it wouldn't move. Furthermore, there also seemed to be no hidden lever or switch to open the door. What is the secret of that door? Maybe the one who built this temple has left hints behind. Too bad that I can't open it. Lin Feng frowned. Protector Bei hadn't opened the door for him. Maybe none of the protectors of the Yun Hai Sect had ever opened this door before. Never mind. If I have the opportunity and I am strong enough, I will come back and try again. Lin Feng said these few words while finally giving up. In the history of the Yun Hai Sect, which dated back to 1,000 years, nobody had ever opened that jade door. It was obviously very hard to open, and it would be a waste of time to stay there for too long trying to open it. These days, the most important thing was to become stronger. Strong enough to protect himself and strong enough to protect those who are close to him. Lin Feng had broken through to the second Ling Chi layer, which was extremely rare for his age. But if he had to face cultivators who had cultivated for a few years longer, then he would be in a critical situation, no matter their talent. He needed to become strong. There was a bed made of stone which was appropriate for the practicing of cultivation techniques. Lin Feng sat cross-legged on that bed and entered into a state of meditation. He was absorbing pure chi from the purity stone. However, he quickly opened his eyes with a perplexed look. On the path of cultivation, sitting and meditating wasn't enough to advance to the next chi layer. Knowledge was also necessary, as well as enlightenment on the path of cultivation. Lin Feng had the feeling that he had absorbed enough pure chi in order to break through to the third Ling Chi layer. It was enough chi at that moment to condense into the next layer, but he had yet to break through. He would break through to the next Ling Chi layer at the right moment. When the water comes, a channel is formed. It feels like a week has passed since I entered the temple. Lin Feng tried to estimate the time he had spent in the temple. He then immediately stood up and walked towards the exit. Considering Lin Feng's strength, it was impossible for him to leave the same way he had arrived. He could not fly. He had no choice but to walk through the long and narrow passageway towards Black Wind Mountain. Lin Feng was convinced that this passageway had been constructed by the previous generations of the Yun Hai Sect. It was impossible for the ancient cultivators who owned the temple to spend so much time digging in the rock to create such a long passageway to go to the Black Wind Mountain. Why would they need to do something so hidden? The ancestors of the Yun Hai Sect had created that place for the members of the sect to take refuge. They would have never thought that the Yun Hai Sect would never get the chance to escape from an attack, and that they would be slaughtered, leaving behind a river of blood. Lin Feng had walked for a while when he arrived at the end of the passageway. At that point, the passage was so narrow that he had to crouch down to exit. It was really extremely dark, and Lin Feng observed the sky for the first time in over a week. It was night and the full moon was brightly lighting the sky. The air was chilly, and Lin Feng could sense the cold in his lungs and throat. This place was the summit of a chain of mountains. Surprisingly, this is where the passageway leads to. It's a very safe route, thought Lin Feng, filled with admiration for those who had created the passageway. This place was a part of the Black Wind Mountain, and it seemed like no humans had ever been there. This place was mainly occupied by ferocious beasts. Ferocious beasts in that part of the Black Wind Mountain were much larger than average, so even if they found the entrance of the passageway, they'd never be able to gain access because the passageway was very small and narrow. Apart from ferocious beasts, even if human beings found the entrance of the passageway, who would be willing to crawl through the dark passageway for such a long time without knowing where it led? A small rock which was hanging above of the entrance of the passageway fell down and rolled across the floor. Lin Feng sat on that rock and stared at the full moon. His eyes revealed disappointment. Lin Feng felt extremely lonely. Back in the days, he had been riding his horse from Yangzhou City towards the Yun Hai Sect, crossing a wide range of landscapes, including lakes and rivers. Back then, he would have never thought that the Yun Hai Sect would give birth to lakes and rivers of blood. Lin Feng was thinking about that bloodbath and replaying the massacre over and over in his head. He had no choice but to hope for a better future. It was a cold and windy evening. Lin Feng's robes were flowing in the wind, but Lin Feng remained motionless like a statue. At that moment, the chi of heaven and earth had started fluctuating in a strange way. It suddenly started rushing towards Lin Feng as if it was going to pierce into his bones and flesh. It was both marvelous and intriguing at the same time. Lin Feng wasn't really paying any attention to the events happening before him. He just kept looking at the moon with a look of sorrow on his face. At that moment, Lin Feng wanted to forget everything. He had really lost too much. Huh! Lin Feng had just been sitting on that rock for a little while and something incredibly strange happened. Lin Feng was astonished. A milky, pure energy was floating around his hands. It was more condensed than what Lin Feng had ever experienced before. I broke through to the third Ling Qi layer. Lin Feng was dumbfounded. He wouldn't have thought that sitting on that rock for a little while would make him break through to the next Ling Qi layer. He attributed the event to his previous meditation, but mostly to his own luck. Third Ling Qi layer. That coupled with all the cards I now hold, if I meet Duan Han now, I should definitely be able to defeat him. When Lin Feng remembered Han Man, his eyes formed into an icy glare. Duan Han and his father all had to die for having exterminated the Yun Hai Sect. They had exterminated his closest friends. WHO dares, shouted Lin Feng extremely loudly. He turned around and his pupils shrank. At that moment, a silhouette appeared in front of him, but Lin Feng had the impression it was a hallucination. It was an extremely beautiful silhouette. The moon was shining upon that exquisite silhouette, allowing Lin Feng to clearly see some of her physical features. What a beauty! Lin Feng had the impression that he was dreaming. She was wearing thin white robes. Anyone who saw her would feel like protecting and hugging her, but would certainly not feel enchanted. Such perfection? Lin Feng was stupefied. Even if he felt determined and had a lot of willpower, when seeing this young girl, he could only be amazed at the beauty of the women in this world. They all looked so beautiful and delicate, much more than in the previous world. Many of them even looked like goddesses. Liu Fei was extremely beautiful, and she was incredibly strong. Lin Feng had realized that beauties of this world were on another level. The girl who was standing in front of Lin Feng looked like an illusion. She actually looked like a painting. Who are you? What are you doing here? The incredibly beautiful girl opened her mouth and her voice sounded out, breaking the illusion. She wasn't an illusion, but she was so beautiful that she didn't look real. My name is Lin Feng. How did you find your way to this place? Lin Feng was too perplexed and intrigued when looking at this young girl. It was at night in a lost corner of the Black Wind Mountain, and suddenly a beautiful girl had appeared from out of nowhere. Lin Feng was utterly confused at how this had happened. Lin Feng moved towards the girl to see her better, and as expected, that girl didn't look weak. She even looked remarkably strong. Lin Feng! The girl whispered Lin Feng's name again for herself, and then immediately said, I've always lived here. Suddenly you come here and ask me what I am doing here. I also don't know how I found this place. Lin Feng shrugged and replied, but it was unlikely that she would believe him. Since it's like that, please leave, said the girl, giving a cold stare. But I don't know where I am or how to leave, said Lin Feng, smiling wryly. He only knew where the entrance of the passageway was, but he didn't know where he was at that moment and where to go from there. He didn't know where he was exactly. Are we in the Black Wind Mountain? Asked Lin Feng. The girl stared at Lin Feng. He surprisingly didn't even whether it was the Black Wind Mountain or not. Indeed, this is the hinterland of the Black Wind Mountain. Lin Feng was stupefied. This was the hinterland of the Black Wind Mountain. Protector Bay probably never walked here before. Lin Feng was smiling wryly. On the outskirts of the Black Wind Mountain, there were strong, ferocious beasts. But inside the Black Wind Mountain, there were even more powerful, ferocious beasts, and they were constantly running wild. If Lin Feng wanted to get out of here, then it wasn't going to be easy. If Protector Bay had known this before then, he probably would have never left Lin Feng alone in the temple, and would have never shown him the passageway. You just said that you've always been living here. Lin Feng just realized what the girl had said. He was stupefied. There were people living in the Black Wind Mountain. Indeed. I've been living here with my mother since I was a child. The girl was nodding her head confidently. Have you never been out of here? Asked Lin Feng. Never. Lin Feng didn't know what to say, but he was thinking that it was better for such a beautiful and delicate woman to never venture outside. She was so beautiful that she would cause great trouble wherever she went. She looked lovely enough that she might just cause the downfall of the country. Maybe her mother is as beautiful as her, and this is why they enjoyed living in seclusion, thought Lin Feng. He then asked her, Are there no ferocious beasts in the area? No, there aren't any, said the girl, shaking her delicate head. Lin Feng slightly nodded. No wonder that she could live here all of her life. If there were no ferocious beasts in that area, it wouldn't be very dangerous. Do you want to leave here? The girl suddenly asked Lin Feng while staring at him. Her eyes were sparkling. Of course, I want to leave tomorrow morning, said Lin Feng. I'll help you leave here and I'll come with you. The girl opened her mouth again, but this time Lin Feng had a weird feeling. She would bring Lin Feng out of this place on her own. In the Black Wind Mountain, there were many dangerous, ferocious beasts. That girl didn't seem to be a weak cultivator, but she also seemed to be about as young as Lin Feng, which meant she couldn't be that strong. How could she walk through the Black Wind Mountain so easily? Lin Feng's spirit smelt like that of the imaginary demon, so that made things easier for him in the Black Wind Mountain. He could disguise himself as one of the ferocious beasts and walk freely around the mountain. You don't trust in my strength? Asked the girl as if she could read Lin Feng's thoughts. Of course I don't. The Black Wind Mountain is extremely dangerous. Do you think that it is easy? Besides, you said that you have never left here before. Even though I have never left here, I know the Black Wind Mountain better than anyone. I even know where to go in order to avoid ferocious beasts. It is very easy for me come and go as I please. The girl said while sounding indifferent and also looked at Lin Feng expressionless. Better than anyone. She knew how to avoid ferocious beasts. Lin Feng was stupefied. He was looking suspiciously at that beautiful young girl. If she could really avoid fighting while navigating the mountain, then it would indeed be safer. Do you agree to help me leave? Asked Lin Feng. Yes, I have never left here, but I would like to see how it is on the outside. If I get out of the Black Wind Mountain, I will also need your help, said the young girl very honestly. Well, your mother? She went out. I still don't know when she's coming back. No need to worry about her. Lin Feng was a bit confused, but it would be very hard alone in the Black Mountain Forest with all these extremely powerful wild beasts. Lin Feng nodded and asked, Then when should we leave? Now, replied the young girl. All right, I want to go to the Yun Hai Sect. Do you know it? Said Lin Feng as he stood up. I know. I know everything in the Black Wind Mountain, but if I leave the Black Wind Mountain, I'll be lost. The young girl replied honestly, showing that she was extremely naive. The tops of the trees was still covered with early morning fog. Some people could already be seen walking past the gate leading into the territory of the Yun Hai Sect at the foot of its mountain. Most of them were going to the Yun Hai Sect. Very few people were walking away from the sect. At that moment, a young man and a young woman were walking towards the Yun Hai Sect. They were looking at the mountain where the Yun Hai Sect was, and they both smiled. "Girl, this is the Yun Hai Sect. Duan Tianlang really is an incredibly powerful man. He completely destroyed the Yun Hai Sect within one day. That's why everybody admires him in the Zuyue country. Nobody will ever dare provoke him or his family in the future. Besides, I heard that he has an enemy in Duan Ren City. His enemy has a divine arrow spirit. When he heard what happened to the Yun Hai Sect, he started coughing blood. It seems like he is seriously ill." When the young man wearing luxurious clothes told the young and beautiful girl these things, they both laughed wholeheartedly. "Besides, now that the Yun Hai Sect has disappeared, our Qingye sect has expanded faster. Nobody in the surrounding area will dare to attack us. Indeed, if the big sects of the country don't come attack us, this entire area is ours." The young girl laughed and said, "Every day is different. The Yun Hai Sect used to be extremely powerful, and now it is nothing but dust. Over time, everything would eventually fall. The sect became so strong that many people are now frightened of you. Core disciples could maybe compete with you, but elite disciples are worthless. Besides, you're only 17 years old and you're already so powerful. You're a genius. Your future is filled with endless opportunities. Haha, our Qingye sect is much stronger now. It can't be compared with the Yun Hai sect of the past. We have so many geniuses. They only had a few good skills and techniques, that's all. The Yun Hai sect was a bunch of crappy cultivators. If we keep improving our stock of skills and techniques, we'll become much stronger than they ever were." When the young man wearing the luxurious clothes heard the young girl praise him, he felt extremely proud of himself and laughed arrogantly. "Is that so?" At that moment, a voice came from behind. The young girl and boy turned around and saw two people, but the young boy and girl didn't even look at one of them. They directly stared at the young girl wearing white robes. They were fascinated by her beauty. They had the impression that nothing else existed in the world other than her beauty. They could only see that beautiful girl wearing white robes. She made all the material attractions of that world utterly unimportant. One only wanted to look at her forever. She didn't look like any other person in the world. The boy wearing the luxurious clothes and his fellow disciple were staring at the beautiful girl and had the feeling they were looking at a spirit. In the world, there were surprisingly people who could be that beautiful. The girl who was standing next to Lin Feng, when she noticed that these people were staring at her, couldn't help but smile wryly and shake her head. The girl had done exactly as she had promised Lin Feng. They had left the Black Wind Mountain, and what surprised Lin Feng the most is that they really had encountered no ferocious beast at all. They had managed to avoid fighting altogether. Lin Feng had started to think that the Black Wind Mountain wasn't actually as terrifying as the rumors described. There were certain paths that were incredibly safe. It was just that very few people knew of these paths. Of course, the Yun Hai Sect is a crappy sect. Otherwise, how could they have been annihilated so easily? Said the arrogant young man. The girl who was with the young man couldn't help but dully stare at the other girl. She didn't feel at ease because that other girl was much more beautiful than her. She had a lot of self-confidence when it came to her appearance and believed that she was extremely beautiful, but at that moment, she had the feeling that she didn't exist when standing next to that other beautiful girl. That girl was infinitely more beautiful than her. Since the Yun Hai Sect is a crappy sect, then why are the disciples of the Qingye sect so afraid of going near the Yun Hai Sect disciples? Why do you all keep a distance of a few hundred meters from the sect even now? Why do you all look at the Yun Hai Sect's disciples with such reverence and respect? Lin Feng said that while smiling coldly. The Qingye sect was an extremely small sect. They suddenly dared criticize the Yun Hai Sect because it had been annihilated. It seemed like they had forgotten that they used to bow down before the Yun Hai Sect's disciples. They were really a bunch of shameless people. That's because there are rumors which say that the Yun Hai Sect has a great multitude of great skills and techniques, that's all. I am happy that they are all dead. Besides, we are proud of our sect. We've never bowed in front of Yun Hai Sect's disciples. They're just a bunch of trash. That young, arrogant disciple suddenly regained his composure and stopped staring at the girl. His eyes suddenly looked incredibly evil. Lin Feng was accompanied by an extremely beautiful girl who looked like a goddess. How was it possible not to be jealous of him? Such a beautiful girl should be given to the patriarch of the small Qing sect as a wife. Suddenly, the young, arrogant disciple paused and started looking at Lin Feng with eyes filled with killing intent. Huh! Lin Feng frowned. His heart felt cold. That young man was suddenly looking at Lin Feng as if he wanted to kill him. The weak are the prey of the strong. The law of the jungle was the law of this world. If someone wanted to kill someone else, he would have no compassion and do it without hesitation. If I understand you properly, the Qing sect's disciples are much stronger than those of the Yun Hai Sect. Is that right? Asked Lin Feng coldly. Definitely. How could the trash of the Yun Hai Sect compare themselves with the great disciples of the Qing Sect? The young man becoming more and more aggressive. He wanted to make the beautiful girl accompanying Lin Feng impressed by his confidence and strength. He, I challenged an elite disciple of the Yun Hai Sect one day, and I lost. You seem to be even stronger, though, considering what you are saying. Shall we have a look? Lin Feng had a naive smile on the corner of his mouth, making him look harmless and weak. Elite disciples of the Yun Hai Sect are so crappy. They can't even be compared with me. But since you are curious, I will show you what a strong cultivator is and how weak you are in comparison. The young man wouldn't have thought that Lin Feng would take the initiative to challenge him. He couldn't help but be overjoyed. Lin Feng was going to die in such a pitiful way. Besides, what is a piece of trash like you doing with such an amazingly beautiful girl? When you die, she will stay with me, and I will take care of her. While saying these words, the young man in luxurious clothes took out a long sword and waved it through the air. He released his sword spirit and started moving towards Lin Feng, looking extremely overconfident. Second Ling Chi layer, and you think you are going to kill me? That's surprising, said Lin Feng on a cold and indifferent tone. Lin Feng raised his right hand, and an extremely powerful and strong sword, Qi, suddenly emerged from his palm and invaded the atmosphere. The young man almost immediately collapsed when he was hit by the pressure. His face turned deathly pale with fright. The fact that you use a sword is a humiliation to all swords, Lin Feng said in a cold tone. The young man was already frozen by the pressure of the qi which Lin Feng released. A thin mark of blood appeared on his throat, and with his eyes looking immensely frightened, he collapsed heavily onto the ground. The girl who was accompanying him also looked terrified. How had her fellow disciple been killed? How strong, how powerful. There was a gigantic gap between Lin Feng and her fellow disciple. When the girl saw that Lin Feng was staring at her, she could not help but start shaking with fear. I don't even need to use a single skill to kill trash from the Qing sect. Lin Feng's cold expression made him look evil, like a ferocious beast. Tell me your purpose for coming to the Yun Hai Sect. The Yun Hai Sect was completely annihilated. We came here to test our luck and see if we could find a few good skills and techniques. We are not the only ones. Many other people want to come here for the same purpose. The young man hadn't died yet and hastily replied to Lin Feng. What about those who exterminated the Yun Hai Sect? Haven't they stolen everything already? Those who exterminated the Yun Hai Sect stayed here for 3 days after the battle. They stole almost everything, but maybe they didn't care about some skills and techniques which might prove very useful to us. Besides, the boy who had just been defeated by Lin Feng looked ashamed. He was being humiliated. Besides what? Besides, in the stormy gorge, there are many corpses. Maybe they were carrying things which we could know that they have died. Lin Feng was shaking in anger from head to toe. These animals wanted to violate the dead bodies of his fellow disciples and elders. An extremely strong and sharp sword qi invaded the atmosphere. The young man suddenly looked deathly pale again. That sword qi was so powerful. How strong was Lin Feng? Cripple your own cultivation and then piss off. Lin Feng sounded extremely cold-blooded. He was initially thinking of letting these people off, but when he heard that they wanted to steal things from the dead of the Yun Hai Sect, he didn't feel like being merciful anymore. These 2 disciples were shaking in terror. I will let you take 3 breaths from now. If you don't cripple your own cultivation, you will not breathe a 4th. Lin Feng had said he would kill them with a commanding tone. If I cripple my own cultivation, isn't it like dying? All right, I'll finish you off now then. Lin Feng released an extremely strong sword qi which oppressed them so much that they could feel the pressure was ready to crush them. The 2 young disciples were stunned. All right, I'll cripple my own cultivation, said the 2 young people while gnashing their teeth. They raised their hand and stabbed their dantian. They became so weak that they could not even stand. They fell helplessly onto the ground. Meng Qing, let's go. Lin Feng said that to the girl who was accompanying him. Lin Feng had helped her find a name because she had told him she didn't have one. That was the only name that had come into Lin Feng's mind, because Meng meant dream and Qing meant lover, and any man would have dreamt of having that girl as a lover. That was the only name which Lin Feng could come up with that would match her. Of course, the girl didn't know why Lin Feng had chosen that name for her. Actually, the outside world was completely unknown to her. "Why don't you kill them?" Meng Qing suddenly asked Lin Feng that question, which surprised Lin Feng. He was blankly staring at her. "When I look at their eyes, I feel like vomiting." Meng Qing had replied to her own question. Her face revealed that she wasn't used to speaking with other people. "When you look into my eyes, what do you feel? I will just show you." Lin Feng was stupefied. Meng Qing's expression seemed like she suddenly had a great idea, and she ran forward. Meng Qing didn't really understand Lin Feng's feelings, but Lin Feng found her to be cute and charming. Unknown warmth filled his heart. Lin Feng was observing Meng Qing. He was in admiration of her beauty. She looked so delicate and so cute. There was absolutely nothing detestable about her. Her thoughts were also pure and innocent. Lin Feng found it easy to get close to her. Life and Death Arena, Stormy Gorge, Yun Hai Sect. A bright red river of blood was flowing through the Stormy Gorge. Even though 7 days had passed, the river of blood was still flowing. There was a legion of corpses lying on the ground. The corpses hadn't started decomposing, yet due to the cold temperature. The strangest thing was that many people were walking around the corpses and didn't look disgusted by all the blood. They did not seem disturbed by the scene before them, and in the contrary looked overjoyed. Each of these people had eyes filled with greed. The Yun Hai Sect deserved the title of a great sect. Even if these corpses only belonged to disciples of the sect, they still have a great deal of items on them. A male cultivator was kneeling down next to a corpse and took a high-quality yellow-level skill from it. He then looked around him carefully, as if he was scared to be noticed by someone before he picked it up. He wasn't the only one. There was a multitude of other people just like him stealing things from the corpses within the gorge. They were all disciples of the smaller sects. When they heard that the Yun Hai Sect had been completely annihilated, they had rushed here to see if they would be lucky and could find some treasures hidden on the corpses. At that moment, there were 2 silhouettes stood at the top of the Stormy Gorge and were about to throw themselves into the gorge. One of them looked fascinatingly beautiful. The other was wearing a mask which had a bronze look. This mask had the capacity to increase qi. These 2 people were obviously Lin Feng and Meng Qing. Lin Feng was too famous. All the great sects of the country were looking to kill him. He obviously had to be careful. Therefore, he had taken that mask from inside the temple. When she saw all the blood and smelt the putrid odor released by the corpses, Meng Qing started feeling dizzy. She felt like vomiting when she saw the scene. "Why did we come here?" asked Meng Qing, looking at Lin Feng, but she noticed that Lin Feng was absolutely motionless. An extremely cold aura was surrounding his body. These animals, not even letting the dead rest in peace. Lin Feng saw someone who was searching a dead body, and when he finished, he kicked it, which made the body roll away. Lin Feng was indescribably disgusted at the actions of these cultivators. When she saw Lin Feng's change in aura, Meng Qing stopped talking. She didn't want to disturb Lin Feng. Lin Feng spread his arms, looking like a bird spreading its wings, and jumped down into the gorge. Down in the Stormy Gorge, the cultivators who were looting the dead bodies of the Yun Hai Sect members could feel a bad premonition. Something was about to happen. They all started to look around and then looked at Lin Feng, who was jumping down into the gorge. "Here comes somebody again." Everybody then stopped looking at Lin Feng and continued what they were doing. "Help yourself, but let's not bother each other." The cultivator who had just kicked one of the corpses away said to Lin Feng, who had just landed next to him. His manner of speech was indifferent. Nobody replied. An incredibly powerful sword qi emanated from Lin Feng's body, which stupefied the cultivator who had just spoke to Lin Feng. He started to shake from head to toe with fear. "What are you doing? There are many people here. Could it be that you refuse to share the items with anyone else?" When that person sensed the qi released by Lin Feng, he shouted that really loud, trying to draw the attention of everyone in the area. Obviously, when the crowd heard that somebody had arrived and wanted all the items for himself, they all turned around and stared at Lin Feng with angry expressions. But they only saw the glow from a sword. It was a bright and resplendent light, but it looked deadly. That glow appeared and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Then the cultivator who had spoken loudly was immediately beheaded by Lin Feng. Lin Feng hadn't pronounced a single word. When everybody saw that, their eyes began to fill with indignation. Because he was an extremely powerful cultivator, that guy wanted to take all the treasures here for himself. Your Excellency, everybody has come here with the same purpose. There is no need to be cruel and merciless. Otherwise, it would make a powerful man such as yourself look rude rather than your usual elegant self. A cultivator who wasn't far from Lin Feng had said with a cold tone. Lin Feng turned around. Lin Feng's eyes, hidden inside the mask, were extremely evil to behold. He didn't feel like showing mercy to anyone any longer. Lin Feng's silhouette vanished in the blink of an eye and appeared as quickly in front of the man who had just spoke to him. He then activated his deadly sword. Cruel, merciless, rude. This despicable cultivator was stealing various treasures from dead bodies and suddenly talked about cruelty, mercy, and rudeness. Lin Feng's sword started to glow again. The other man's face turned deathly pale. He was terrified when he saw the display of such power. Surprisingly, you are the type of person to enjoy spending time with the corpses here, so I will help you become one of them. This was the first time that Lin Feng had spoken during the whole event. His voice was filled with cold and merciless killing intent. His mask hid his face, which made people even more scared of him. Lin Feng made one step, and with a single strike he sent another head toppling to the ground. It was clear that Lin Feng was not playing around. However, it seemed like he was killing these fellow cultivators without any reason. What does he think he is doing? Could it be that he wants to kill everybody within the stormy gorge? When the crowd saw that another person had just died, they were all terrified. "Stop! What are you?" said a cultivator who saw Lin Feng walk past him. "I am the one that will take your soul." Lin Feng's sword started to glow again, and as his final word was heard, a dazzling light filled the air. The cultivators stared in shock as another headless body hit the floor. All the people who were in the gorge looting from the corpses suddenly stopped and started staring at the strange cultivator wearing the bronze mask. Each time he took a step, another cultivator's head would be separated from their body. At that moment, Lin Feng had already killed more than a dozen of the grave robbers already. They didn't even know what they had done to make Lin Feng so angry. "This does not look good. We have to find a way to stop him. Otherwise, he'll end up killing us as well." Some of the cultivators had understood that the situation was getting more dangerous. When that person finished talking, those surrounding him were all nodding in agreement. "Let's fight him together as a group. We shouldn't give him a single opportunity to attack." The whole crowd started moving towards Lin Feng as a group and were getting ready to attack him. His sword was too dreadful. It seemed like Lin Feng would behead anyone he encountered on his way. Lin Feng was still moving from place to place and beheading people when he noticed the crowd moving towards him. These people sensed the qi emanating from Lin Feng's body, and it was growing stronger and stronger. "Don't be afraid of him. He cannot deal with this many of us. Even if he is quite strong, there is no way he can defeat this many people at once." The closer they got, the better they could sense Lin Feng's qi. Many cultivators had tried to reassure the others, although it looked like these words were said to reassure themselves before the others. Lin Feng slowly started walking towards the approaching group. The sword qi was growing stronger and stronger, which gradually destroyed the confidence of the cultivators in the crowd. "I don't want any of the treasures here." Finally, one of the cultivators who was in the middle of the crowd gave up because he could sense the strong qi which Lin Feng was emitting. He then turned around and tried to escape. He had the feeling that even this many people couldn't defeat Lin Feng. Deadly sword! Lin Feng took a few steps forward and brandished his long sword. At that moment, a deadly sword qi invaded the atmosphere and created a hurricane-like wind, annihilating everything in its way. PFFF, PFFF, PFFF. The people in the crowd were breathing heavily. The nearer they were getting to Lin Feng, the more scared they were becoming. They had almost stopped moving and were looking at Lin Feng in terror. At this moment, every single cultivator within the group looked down at their chest and saw a small hole which had been pierced. "Why?" Each and every single one of them started to collapse on the ground one after the other. Even while dying, they still didn't understand what was going on. Lin Feng was extremely strong. Why was he attacking them? "Because you all deserve death." Lin Feng was holding his sword and turned around and looked at the horizon. There was nobody left. The last remaining grave robbers were running away. Lin Feng had become extremely strong. A moment before, whether it had been a dozen or 100 cultivators, nobody would have been able to avoid his sword. The only solution would have been to run far away. What cruel behavior! Suddenly, on the top of the stormy gorge, a loud voice could be heard. 3 cultivators were jumping down into the gorge. "Who are you?" asked the one who seemed to be the leader of the group of three. He was a handsome young man who looked arrogant. Chen Xing was an elite disciple, but his name wasn't carved into the ranking list. He had been very scared of being killed by Duan Tianlang. Fortunately, Wen Renyan had been there to protect him. After having been tested by Duan Tianlang, he had been recognized as a talented cultivator, and he had been assigned to guard the Yun Hai Sect. Wen Renyan was extremely strong, and Duan Tianlang attached great importance to him. Duan Tianlang had thus sent Wen Renyan to the imperial city to join the holy courtyard of Zhu Yue. At that moment, Wen Renyan was in the imperial city and everybody respected him. Many had started to worship him. When Wen Renyan left the holy courtyard of Zhu Yue, he would become a very important person within the country. Chen Xing didn't dare provoke Wen Renyan and wanted to gain his favor. When Renyan was extremely strong, he was a genius. Since Duan Tianlang had also started taking care of him, Wen Renyan's destiny could only be extraordinary. Well, Lin Feng's power is even scarier than that of Wen Renyan. If he had agreed to leave with Duan Tianlang, I probably wouldn't even be alive now. When thinking about Wen Renyan, Chen Xing remembered Lin Feng and how scary he was. Even when Lin Feng spoke, it was terrifying. When Lin Feng saw Chen Xing, a light flashed through his eyes under the mask. His eyes looked even more ruthless and evil than before. How shameless. Chen Xing had betrayed the Yun Hai Sect and was acting arrogantly again. He was again treating others like they were beneath him and had obviously not learnt his lesson. How quickly he returned to his old ways. Since the holy courtyard has been created, Duan Tianlang is extremely busy and has no time to come here and take care of everything. I am here to handle things on his behalf. Everything here belongs to me. If you want to take things from these corpses, do as you please, but don't make trouble, otherwise I will kill you like a worthless dog. Chen Xing was shouting loudly at Lin Feng. His voice was resonating throughout entire gorge. He was still using the same arrogant tone he had before when he spoke to Lin Feng. His voice carried a clear killing intent. Chen Xing thought that he was stronger than anyone from the smaller sects who would come here to loot. He thought that everyone was beneath him, and even dared to look down on Lin Feng. When Lin Feng heard what Chen Xing had said, he was even more furious. Before, he was a disciple of the Yun Hai Sect and was respected by everyone. These days, he despised the Yun Hai Sect. Because he was only interested in saving his neck, he had betrayed the Yun Hai Sect. So he had gone and sought refuge with Duan Tianlang, and to make things worse, he let anyone violate the bodies of his former fellow disciples. Chen Xing was a beast, an animal. He did not deserve to live. Duan Tianlang is not worried about letting a piece of trash like you manage the Yun Hai Sect. When Chen Xing heard the evil and cold voice that came from behind the mask, he was stupefied. He stared at Lin Feng and asked, "Who are you calling a piece of trash?" "Chen Xing, you used to be the best of all the ordinary disciples. However, you betrayed the Yun Hai Sect and allowed others to humiliate and violate the bodies of your former sect member. What gives you the right to look so proud and arrogant?" Lin Feng had spoken with an ice-cold tone which made Chen Xing shrink back. He was fixedly staring at Lin Feng. "Who are you?" Because of the bronze mask, Lin Feng's voice sounded a little different. Lin Feng's body gestures were a bit different as well. Therefore, Chen Xing was unable to recognize Lin Feng even though he was standing before him. "You betrayed the Yun Hai Sect and now you're trying to act like a little boss here. Do you even have a sense of shame?" Lin Feng questioned him yet again. His sword started to glow while releasing a strong qi which created a whirlwind. When that qi reached Chen Xing's body, he started shaking violently. His pupils shrank and he was breathing heavily and very quickly. "Lin Feng, that's Lin Feng and he surprisingly still dares to come back to the Yun Hai Sect." Chen Xing was stupefied. Almost all the elders and Nan Gongling had died in the battle in order to save Lin Feng's life. Chen Xing would have never thought that Lin Feng would dare to come back. Duan Tianlang was looking for Lin Feng everywhere. If he found him, he would make him die in the most horrible conditions. But because everybody thought that Lin Feng would never dare come back to the Yun Hai Sect, Duan Tianlang hadn't bothered staying there. He had just asked Chen Xing and 2 other cultivators of the first Ling Qi layer to stay there and guard the territory of the Yun Hai Sect. These days, all the strongest cultivators had gone to the imperial city to join the holy courtyard of Zhu Yue. Duan Tianlang was excited by that major event. Lin Feng was strong enough to walk freely within the territory of the Yun Hai Sect. A horrifyingly strong qi crashed onto Chen Xing's body. His back was soaked with cold sweat. It seems that you want to know who I am." When Lin Feng saw Chen Xing's reaction, he laughed evilly. It seemed like he was becoming more and more evil. The two people standing next to Chen Xing were oppressed by Lin Feng's sword qi as well, but were not brave enough to retaliate in any way. "Let me off, I do not have the power to do anything." Chen Xing was begging Lin Feng. He was terrified by the idea that he would die here after escaping the massacre. "You can't do anything, but you did manage to betray the Yun Hai Sect. You also managed to let the smaller sects come to humiliate and disrespect the corpses of your former sect. You had the power to stop them, but you didn't. How can I tolerate such disgrace?" Lin Feng took a step forward while his sword started glowing with a magnificent sword force. "I don't want to." Chen Xing's weak voice spread in the atmosphere. Suddenly, Lin Feng's sword disappeared from sight, and 3 different trails of blood gushed up in the air. Nobody had been able to resist to Lin Feng's sword. "Sigh." When Lin Feng looked at the 3 corpses, he exhaled a deep breath. All of those who had come to steal items and treasures from the corpses of the sect had left, or were among the corpses. Only Lin Feng was left alive while surrounded by the endless corpses. Lin Feng looked around at all the corpses of his former sect members. He was looking at these corpses lying on the ground with eyes filled with sorrow. Some of them had had their heads split in 2, some had been attacked multiple times in the back as they retreated. The more Lin Feng looked, the more his determination increased. Lin Feng had decided to take the risk to come to the Yun Hai Sect to see these corpses for one last time, and to see the setting sun refracting on that river of blood. He never wanted to forget that the blood was flowing because of hatred, jealousy, and other evil intentions. He wanted to remember that the weak were bullied and killed, and that the strong ruled in the world. Lin Feng was furious, and anger welled up within his heart. Lin Feng definitely wanted to avenge all the deaths of his former sect members. He would never forget that these people had sacrificed themselves to save his life. He was bearing the weight of too many people on his shoulders. All these dead people had put endless faith in Lin Feng. Vroom, 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 vroom. At that moment, the ground started to shake. It was even shaking more and more intensely. The sound of the shaking ground was also getting louder and louder. "Kai Zai armored cavalry?" Lin Feng's pupils shrank. Without hesitating, he quickly moved towards the edge of the gorge. He could hear the sound of the incoming heavy cavalry. "Moonlight feather agility." Lin Feng stabbed his sword into the cliff in order to propel himself to the top faster. In the space of a few deep breaths, he reached the top. "Let's go quickly." When Lin Feng sensed the ground shake even more, he was stunned. These Kai Zai armored horses were so quick, it seemed like they needed only one breath to gallop over a dozen meters. Lin Feng couldn't afford to think too much. He grabbed Meng Qing's little hand and left at full speed. When she felt Lin Feng's hand holding her hand, she had a strange sensation, but considering Lin Feng was anxious and in a hurry, she let him take her hand. Lin Feng had reacted quickly, however there was no way to escape. At that moment, Kai Zai armored horses were arriving at full speed. Lin Feng stopped in his tracks. The cavalry on the Kai Zai armored horses were also wearing armor which looked imposing. When Lin Feng saw the Kai Zai armored horses move nearer, he held Meng Qing's little hand even tighter. She also held Lin Feng's hand tighter. But Lin Feng didn't pay attention to that. He didn't even notice it. What troubled him the most is that he hadn't expected the Kai Zai armored horses to come to the Yun Hai Sect, and especially at full speed like this. "Could it be that they know that I have returned?" thought Lin Feng. The Kai Zai armored horses were moving closer and closer. They hadn't stopped galloping at full speed. "How handsome!" When Lin Feng looked at one of the riders, he couldn't help but be amazed. It was a middle-aged man. He looked handsome and had the most dashing eyebrows. However, he looked extremely sad, like something sorrowful was haunting his heart. He was wearing a beautiful armor plate which looked quite spectacular. His gray hair was floating in the wind. He looked slightly strange, though. The Kai Zai armored horses galloped past Lin Feng and surprisingly didn't even look at him. Lin Feng couldn't help but be a bit scared. Maybe he was wrong after all and they were not here for him. They possibly didn't know that he was Lin Feng. When he thought about it, Lin Feng relaxed a little. When he turned around and saw the Kai Zai armored horse neigh and then jump straight down from the top of the gorge. That looked extremely dangerous. "Amazing!" Lin Feng was impressed by the Kai Zai horse's power. He then turned around and went back to the edge of the gorge and looked down at the scene. At that moment, Lin Feng saw the man with the gray hair stand on the highest fighting stage of the life and death arena. He looked like a statue. He was calmly looking at all the corpses. His gray hair was still floating in the wind. He looked lonely and sad. Crash! Lin Feng was stupefied. The gray-haired man suddenly kneeled down on the fighting stage of the life and death arena, and while kneeling down, his knees had made a loud crashing sound when they slammed into the arena floor. "General," a loud voice had interrupting him. The voice was spreading through the air and making the atmosphere shake. Immediately after, the other cavalry all got off their Kai-Zai armored horses and stared at their general. Some of them kneeled down. He looked like he was injured, and his eyes revealed an immense sadness. Lin Feng's heart was pounding. Lin Feng found it amazing that the other cavalry seemed to care about their general so much. Lin Feng suddenly thought about a name. If the rumors were true, he really looked like that. Divine Arrow Liu Kanglan? Lin Feng was sure that it was Liu Kanglan, except for him, who would kneel down in front of the dead disciples of the Yun Hai Sect. Besides, wasn't he one of the generals within the army? No wonder Protector Bei felt proud each time he mentioned Liu Kanglan's name. Such an outstanding student definitely deserved such recognition. "This is my own business. Stand up, everyone." Liu Kanglan's voice was loud and resonated in the gorge. His voice didn't sound imposing or bossy. On the contrary, it sounded friendly and clear so that everyone could hear properly. "General, please take good care of yourself." When Liu Kanglan had learnt that his army had been ordered to exterminate the Yun Hai Sect, he had disregarded everything and headed to the Yun Hai Sect. He had immediately put the harness on his horse and had ridden it for 3 days and 3 nights without sleep to arrive at the Yun Hai Sect as soon as possible. All the other cavalry wanted to follow him on their own free will. "I order you to stand up." Liu Kanglan's voice was still calm. When they heard him, the cavalry stood up. They would never disobey Liu Kanglan. "When I was 7 years old, I joined the Yun Hai Sect. I received a teacher and was respected, but then I left and abandoned them for the sake of the Zhu Yue country. I will never forget the affection I received from other Yun Hai Sect members. I will never forget my dear teacher either. But now the Yun Hai Sect has been destroyed, and my army has played a big role in that massacre. I will never forgive myself for that." When Liu Kanglan finished talking, he started kowtowing in front of all the corpses and hitting his head against the ground of the fighting stage. Suddenly, a noise emerged. "General, Duan Tianlang had been premeditating this event for a long time. We have all been fooled." One of the cavalry troops said that to Liu Kanglan. "I know that Duan Tianlang is a monster. He even ordered Fei to convince the best disciples of the Yun Hai Sect to go to the holy courtyard of Zhu Yue. But it is useless to try and find excuses. I have played a big role in this affair as well. I have been unfair to the Yun Hai Sect and played a part in its destruction." Liu Kanglan kept kowtowing, and his head hit the ground of the fighting stage over and over again. All of the troops watching this scene felt for their general. They felt powerless and hopeless in front of their general who was suffering so much. The cavalry troops all felt very close to their general. If a soldier was attacked, even if he was low-ranked, Liu Kanglan wouldn't hesitate to protect them. Liu Kanglan didn't kneel down in front of anything or anyone. He didn't even bow in front of the emperor, but at this moment, he kowtowed more than he ever had in his entire life. "The Yun Hai Sect has given everything to me, but I escaped. How shameless can I be?" Liu Kanglan looked desperate, which filled all the soldiers with emotion. They shouted in unison, "General!" A strong chi was released into the atmosphere, and he raised his arm in preparation to cripple his own cultivation. The soldiers were staring at him, and suddenly there was no movement. Liu Kanglan was as motionless as the corpses surrounding him, and there was complete silence in the gorge. "Coward!" A cold and indifferent voice filled the entire gorge. When everybody heard the voice, they looked stupefied. "Coward? Was Liu Kanglan a coward? Since you abandoned the Yun Hai Sect, you also played a role in its destruction. You must pay with your life." These words made the soldiers extremely furious. Lin Feng was the person who had said those words to Liu Kanglan. Since he had insulted Liu Kanglan, he had to die. PSSSHHHHH. At that moment, an incredible force and chi moved straight towards Lin Feng's body. The soldiers on the Kai-Zai armored horses were releasing such a strong and powerful energy. Lin Feng felt completely oppressed and had the sensation his bones were going to explode. Only these cavalry troops were able to release such a strong chi. Lin Feng was almost collapsing under the weight of that chi, but he remained calm as before looking at Liu Kanglan on the fighting stage of the life and death arena. "You are already a walking corpse. Duan Tianlang achieved his aim long ago. No need to try and escape again. He just used you and doesn't need you anymore." All the soldiers were furious, but Liu Kanglan raised his head and looked up at the top of the gorge. You are ready to die, and your daughter, Liu Fei, can now become a member of the Duan family. You don't need to worry about her. Lin Feng's words were like a sharp sword that cut into Liu Kanglan. Liu Kanglan was stunned. Was his daughter Liu Fei going to marry Duan Han? When you die, maybe all those that have died for the Yun Hai Sect will be able to rest in peace because they will know that they have died for nothing. There was no hope for you. Each and every single word that Lin Feng said was like a sharp sword. Liu Kanglan closed his eyes and slowly put his hand down. That's right. Liu Kanglan had abandoned everything and everyone. Could it be that Liu Fei was really going to become one of the Duans, though? What was to be done if she married Duan Han? They had exterminated the Yun Hai Sect, so who was left to protect Liu Fei? When they saw that Liu Kanglan had put his hand down, the soldiers didn't feel angry at Lin Feng anymore. They were grateful because they understood that Lin Feng had been using these harsh words to stimulate Liu Kanglan to prevent him from crippling his own cultivation or even ending his own life. Good that Lin Feng was here, otherwise Liu Kanglan would have probably killed himself here. But Lin Feng's words had been really harsh. Each time, they had resonated in Liu Kanglan's heart and only increased his sorrow. Take care of your general. The Yun Hai Sect doesn't hate or blame him. Protector Bei was always worried about him. The wife of the former patriarch also respected and admired him. She also forgave him for everything that happened in the past. Make sure that he remembers this. Lin Feng had stopped looking at Liu Kanglan and had walked towards the cavalry seated on the Kai Zai armored horses, and while still holding Meng Qing's hand, he said these words to the soldiers. A while after Lin Feng left, Liu Kanglan opened his eyes, and a sharp and determined light flashed through them, which made his army delighted. Their general was back. Everybody help me bury my fellow sect members. Let's allow the dead to rest in peace. This is an order. Liu Kanglan's voice was calm but still firm. From today onwards, you have to guard the territory of the Yun Hai Sect. Without my permission, don't let anybody into its territory. If they try to enter by force, kill them without mercy. Liu Kanglan was strict with his commands. When he finished talking, everybody shouted in unison. At your command, Liu Kanglan looked expressionless. He climbed back up onto the top of the gorge and gazed into the distance as if he was looking for Lin Feng. General! At that moment, a soldier walked towards Liu Kanglan and stopped in front of him. What is it? Asked Liu Kanglan. General, that young man earlier told me to tell you that the Yun Hai Sect doesn't blame or hate you. Protector Bei was worried about you every day, and that the wife of the former patriarch forgave you for everything. She also admired and respected you at the end. Liu Kanglan was standing while speechless and motionless. He raised his hand and looked at the sky. That powerful and battle-hardened man had tears flowing from his eyes. Forgive this unworthy disciple. After a while, Liu Kanglan took a deep breath and stopped crying. He could see a silhouette on the horizon. Lin Feng? Liu Kanglan had never seen Lin Feng, but Liu Fei had told him a lot about him. He wanted to know what kind of young man had inspired so many people in the Yun Hai Sect, and also why he had just saved him from ending his own life. At that moment, Liu Kanglan gradually started to understand that Lin Feng was probably not an ordinary person. If Lin Feng was an ordinary person, then could he have used such words when talking to Liu Kanglan? If Lin Feng was an ordinary 16-year-old teenager, could he have resisted the chi of the cavalry on the Kai Zai armored horses without collapsing? If Lin Feng was an ordinary teenager, he wouldn't have come back to the Yun Hai Sect. Rather, he would have left and never come back. After all, Duan Tianlang and many others wanted to kill him. Lin Feng didn't leave the Yun Hai Sect, even though Protector Bei had told him to go to Duan Ren City to look for Liu Kanglan. He was never planning to leave the corpses of his sect to be defiled. He would stay and protect them so that the dead could rest easy. However, now that he had seen Liu Kanglan arrive with his troops, he had decided to leave because Liu Kanglan's army would be more capable of protecting the Yun Hai Sect territory than him. They were all extremely powerful, and there were such a large number of them. Lin Feng knew that the imperial clan was the strongest within the Zhu Yue country. But in the continent of the Nine Clouds, there were people who were even stronger than the emperor. There were people in the continent that could destroy the entire Zhu Yue country if they wished to. Lin Feng wanted to reach such heights. At that moment, Lin Feng and Meng Qing were standing on a huge rock. Lin Feng saw Liu Kanglan's silhouette descending the mountain at full speed. Let's go! They jumped from the big rock and took a small road. they starting moving farther away from the approaching Liu Kang Lan. "Aren't there many questions that you would like to ask me?" Lin Feng asked Meng Qing in a low voice. "If you don't tell me, I will not ask," replied Meng Qing in an indifferent tone. It seemed like her heart had never been moved before. Lin Feng wanted to know if she ever smiled or laughed. "My mother says that when a man is sad, the best is to let him keep his thoughts to himself and not to ask anything." Lin Feng wasn't expecting her to continue speaking. She was staring at Lin Feng. It seemed like she wanted to verify her mother's statement and check its authenticity. "Everything that you know of the outside world is what your mother has told you." "Indeed," said Meng Qing while nodding. "What else has your mother told you about men?" asked Lin Feng. Lin Feng had the feeling that he knew nothing about the world even though he had memories from two different worlds, and Meng Qing, she only memories of the Black Wind Mountain. "My mother also said that, well, none of these things are good," replied Meng Qing. Lin Feng was surprised. He looked at Meng Qing, his eyes filled with curiosity. It seemed like Meng Qing was about to tell him some private things. Could it be that her mother had decided to live in seclusion in the hinterland of the Black Wind Mountain because she had been emotionally hurt in the past? "She told me how horrible and disgusting men were, but you seem to be a really good man. What my mother told me doesn't apply to you." Her beautiful face looked so cute, as if she didn't understand what she was talking about. She was definitely very curious to discover the world, which is why she secretly escaped with Lin Feng. Lin Feng could not help but let out a laugh. It really felt good to laugh after everything that happened. "Are there other things? What else did your mother tell you?" "She told me a lot of things," said Meng Qing while nodding. She then looked at Lin Feng and said, "But I'm not telling you these things." The imperial city, the Zuyue country, both were extremely vast. Billions of people were living in the imperial city, but it never looked overcrowded. The imperial city had huge roads. Several hundreds of people could walk side by side on some of its large roads in the imperial city. There were mostly pedestrians. Even those who had horses often didn't ride them in the city, but led them by hand. In the imperial city, there were multiple incredibly strong cultivators who had become rich. They could gather many items by killing extremely strong, ferocious beasts and had slowly gathered a fortune. Many of them had extremely expensive horses. A few days later, it would be the inauguration of the holy courtyard of Zuyue. All the strongest disciples of the biggest sects of the country would be there. The holy courtyard of Zuyue was greedy and was always longing for more geniuses. Many young cultivators from the age of 6 to the age of 18 were hoping to be able to join the holy courtyard of Zuyue. In such conditions, they probably would be able to become a great cultivator in the future. The holy courtyard of Zuyue was going to be the best cultivation academy in the history of the country. At that moment, some silhouettes were walking on the main road. They attracted everybody's attention. Amongst the group of people, there was a girl who was wearing red-robed. She looked very beautiful. An ice and fire chi was emerging endlessly from her body. These people all want to become members of the holy courtyard of Zuyue, but what they don't know is that it is extremely hard to join it. Only geniuses can gain entry. "How many people have what is required to join?" a teenager said in a low voice. It made the girl in the red robes smile coldly. That girl wearing red robes was Lin Kaian. "I heard that Lan Feng has returned to the imperial city too. I heard that the holy courtyard of Zuyue is really interested in her. I don't know if it's true or not." Lin Hong, who was standing next to Lin Kaian, said this, which had stupefied Lin Kaian. The last time they had seen they hadn't been able to battle properly to find out which of them was stronger. Lin Kaian remembered the annual tournament in Yangzhou City. She couldn't help but recall that piece of trash that had been expelled from the Lin clan. He had surprised everybody at the annual tournament. He had even scared everyone with the power he held. He was truly a terrifying genius. But in Yangzhou City, a myriad of people still didn't even know Lin Feng's name. She remembered how Lin Feng had been able to leave Yangzhou City by simply taking Lan Feng as a hostage in front of everybody. Now that the Yun Hai Sect doesn't exist anymore, he is probably dead. Lin Kaian didn't know if that was a good thing, though. She did not understand why she had mixed feeling after hearing of his death. Yunyang was a small town quite far from the Yun Hai Sect. It only had about a few thousand inhabitants. It was said that in that small town, there was a noble in decline whose family name was Duan. He apparently belonged to the imperial clan but had been expelled because of internal conflicts. After having been expelled, he moved to his small town. Of course, the people that lived in the small town did not believe the rumors. How could a member of the Duan clan end up in such a small town? That noble had a large courtyard in front of his house in the small town, in front of which there were two huge carriages. It looked like they were getting ready to go on a long journey. "Sister, let's go." A young boy, who was about 14, said to a gorgeous girl who was stood in front of him. That gorgeous girl looked as if she was going to cry. She was gazing at the horizon. She was staring in the direction of the Yun Hai Sect, and her eyes had revealed a great sorrow. She would have never thought that when she left the Yun Hai Sect, it would get annihilated. Everybody had died, everybody. "All right." When the girl heard the boy, she tried to smile and slightly nodded. She then said, "I'm getting into the carriage now, let's leave." "Sister, don't worry. Wait until we arrive in the Imperial City. Our brother will introduce you to some handsome and talented boys." The girl shook her head and nearly laughed at the idea. "Everybody is waiting. We should make our way." "Okay," said the young boy while nodding and walked over to the gate. "Jing Yun, you and the young master should take this carriage," said a young guard hastily while looking at Jing Yun. He was thinking that Jing Yun was growing more beautiful. He wished she could become his wife, but knew that he could only dream. "Indeed, Jing Yun, you need to have a rest. Old Wang and I are outside," said another young man while smiling. "Sister, they are right. Let's sit," said the young master whose family name was Duan while pushing Jing Yun inside the carriage. Even though Jing Yun had been a servant in their family since she was a child, the young master was like a sibling to her. Jing Yun didn't refuse and went into the spacious carriage. At the same time, Lin Feng and Meng Qing arrived in Yunyang. "I hope that we'll find a horse or a carriage which we can use," said Lin Feng. He felt desperate since it would be unlikely for him to find a horse or carriage for sale in such a small town. He couldn't help but force a wry smile. His goal was to go to the Imperial City, which was a great distance from that small town. Traveling there by foot wasn't a realistic option. Lin Feng had completely neglected that aspect when leaving the Yun Hai Sect. He did not plan ahead and instead started to travel towards the capital on foot. "Is that a carriage over there?" Meng Qing was pointing to a place in the horizon and asked Lin Feng with her usual indifferent tone. Lin Feng raised his hand and looked to where she was pointing. He saw a few carriages coming towards them. "What a coincidence!" Lin Feng smiled and started walking towards the carriages. When they saw the youth approaching the carriages were brought to a stop. "Who are you? Let us pass," shouted a young man furiously at Lin Feng, who was blocking the way. "My friend, you are only using one carriage and you still have others. Could we borrow one of them? I would happily give you a huge sum of money in exchange." Lin Feng was smiling at the young man and remained very polite. Inside the carriage, Jing Yun anxiously opened the curtains when she heard the familiar voice. When she saw Lin Feng, she couldn't but feel overjoyed. "I'm sorry, we will need them later. We cannot let you use them," replied old Wang while pulling on the reins. "Exactly. Get out of our way this instant. We don't need your money," shouted a young man wearing black robes, which surprised Lin Feng a little. There was no need to get that angry over something like this. After all, Lin Feng had remained polite. It wasn't a problem if they couldn't give him a positive answer, but they had no need to be rude. "Lin Feng!" A voice came from inside the carriage. Jing Yun rushed out of her carriage to speak with Lin Feng. She had a big warm smile on her face. He hadn't died. The Yun Hai Sect had been annihilated, but Lin Feng had surprisingly survived. "Jing Yun!" Lin Feng was stupefied when he saw Jing Yun. She looked as resplendent and beautiful as she did before. She looked as fresh as a spring breeze. "Jing Yun, who is that?" At that moment, the young man in black robes moved down from his horse and stood in front Lin Feng. He then arrogantly looked at Lin Feng. "Lin Feng, you're really alive. What happened to the Yun Hai Sect?" said Jing Yun as if she couldn't believe her eyes. She quickly moved next to Lin Feng, which made the young boy in black robes grow terribly angry. His expression became extremely cold. Lin Feng was looking at her in a very strange way and then said, "Jing Yun, you really don't know." "I really don't know. When the second round of the elite disciple exam took place, I had to leave because the young master wanted me to come back and go to the Imperial City. I had to accompany him as it is my duty. I thought that I would go back to the sect a few days later, but... Jing Yun was unable to keep speaking. She had been worried to death at the event. It was like a nightmare for her. "I see." Lin Feng was happy that Jing Yun hadn't been there on that day otherwise. "Jing Yun, who is that?" At that moment, the coach driver, old Wang, asked Jing Yun again. "Uncle Wang, this is my friend Lin Feng. He is also a disciple of the Yun Hai Sect." Jing Yun pulled Lin Feng and introduced him to Uncle Wang. "I see," replied Uncle Wang while slightly nodding his head. PFFF, the Yun Hai Sect has been destroyed. How can he still be alive? Said the arrogant young man in black when he noticed how enthusiastic Jing Yun and Lin Feng were. Jing Yun was surprised at his response. Wan Qingshan, what's the problem? Jing Yun said with an ice-cold tone. She was actually angry that he was acting this way. You should know what I mean, continued Wan Qingshan angrily while staring at Lin Feng. Jing Yun was just an ordinary disciple of the Yun Hai Sect. Since Lin Feng was Jing Yun's acquaintance, he was probably an ordinary disciple as well. He had probably reached the 8th or 9th Qi layer. Of course, Wan Qingshan wasn't going to pay attention to someone as weak as Lin Feng. Besides, the Yun Hai Sect had been destroyed, so Lin Feng was probably drifting and living without purpose like a beggar. Lin Feng shook his head and decided to ignore Wan Qingshan. Jing Yun, are you going to the Imperial City? Yes, said Jing Yun while nodding her head. Very good, I am heading there as well. Can you lend me a carriage? We can travel together. Really? Let me ask the young master. There should be no problem with you joining us. When Jing Yun heard that Lin Feng was going to the Imperial City as well, she felt delighted. Jing Yun, it doesn't look too good. Uncle Wang said that to Jing Yun on a cold and detached tone. Uncle Wang, Lin Feng is also a disciple of the Yun Hai Sect. He is quite strong. He can also help the guards. Exactly, I could help the guards, nodded Lin Feng. The Yun Hai Sect has been exterminated, and even if he's strong, we don't need more guards, said Wan Qingshan coldly. Jing Yun, you know what our purpose is. It's not very convenient to have him with us, but letting him accompany us on a part of the journey is no problem, said Uncle Wang after considering the situation. The other carriages were ready to use anyway. Besides, if there was a problem, Lin Feng could indeed be useful. He eventually accepted Lin Feng to escort party. Uncle Wang, it's all right, let him come with me. At that moment, the young master came out of the carriage and said while smiling at Lin Feng, My name is Duan Feng. Lin Feng, replied Lin Feng while slightly nodding his head and smiling. His name was similar to Lin Feng's, but it had a different meaning. Young master, said Uncle Wang while looking at Duan Feng, who wanted to say something, but Duan Feng interrupted him and said, Uncle Wang, I am with Jing Yun in the carriage. There will be no problem. Of course, our new fellow Lin Feng can sit with us so that we can all speak together. Young master, how can you accept such a thing? Asked Wan Qingshan, surprised to see that Duan Feng allowed Lin Feng to sit with them. At that moment, he didn't seem very happy. The other guard also pulled a long face. Young master, your status, how can you sit with such people? Said the other young man who also didn't agree. What's the relation between my status and? Ah, never mind. Stop talking now. If I say he can, then he can, is that clear? Said Duan Feng strictly and then added, Lin Feng, big brother, please come into the carriage. Wait, I still have a friend. Lin Feng turned around and saw that Meng Qing was still standing behind. He then called her loudly, Meng Qing. When she heard him, Meng Qing slowly came to Lin Feng and then stayed behind him. When these guards saw the extraordinarily beautiful Meng Qing, they were stupefied. They found her absolutely gorgeous. They thought that her beauty was infinite. What a beautiful young girl! A moment before, nobody had paid attention to Meng Qing. The old man Wang was also astonished. Jing Yun was also a beautiful girl, but next to Meng Qing, she was obviously invisible. Meng Qing could make most men lose their soul to her beauty. She was infinitely beautiful. At that moment, Jing Yun noticed Meng Qing. When she saw Meng Qing standing behind Lin Feng, she couldn't help but pull a long face. That girl is very beautiful. Lin Feng, big brother, since she is your friend, she can obviously join us. Duan Feng was a very warm and enthusiastic person. Indeed, Lin Feng, let's sit down inside the carriage, said Jing Yun while smiling and nodding. Let's go inside, said Lin Feng to Meng Qing. Then they immediately went into the carriage. Wan Qingshan was extremely jealous when he saw that beautiful girl. That little boy, I have to show him. PFFF, a disciple of the Yun Hai Sect. Is that a joke? Wan Qingshan envied Lin Feng, who was sitting inside the carriage with two amazingly beautiful girls. The 3 Cayenne Li Zhu horses were galloping at full speed down the large road. Inside the carriage, Duan Feng and Jing Yun were sitting next to each, while Lin Feng and Meng Qing were sitting next to each. Both pairs were sat face to face. Lin Feng, how did Meng Qing and you get to know each other? Jing Yun was staring at Meng Qing, but Meng Qing remained expressionless since the beginning. It seemed like the muscles on her face hadn't moved at all. The fact that she was expressionless, though, actually made her even more beautiful. Her beauty was truly breathtaking. Jing Yun didn't ask Lin Feng how he had survived the massacre of the Yun Hai Sect, because she was scared to touch on Lin Feng's fresh wound. It was obvious that he was still greatly wounded in his heart. It was strange, though. Lin Feng had survived and all the others had died. Of course, Jing Yun wasn't going to blame Lin Feng for that. On the contrary, she was very happy that Lin Feng had survived. The fact that he was alive was the most important thing to her right now. "We met in the mountains." Lin Feng vaguely replied to Jing Yun because Meng Qing might not have appreciated if Lin Feng shared her past with others. "Oh well, why are you heading to the Imperial City then?" asked Jing Yun. The Imperial City was full of extremely strong cultivators. It was the place which held the best cultivators of the Zuyue country. There were also a great deal of them looking for Lin Feng, because there are a great many people in the Imperial City, replied Lin Feng, but Jing Yun didn't hear him. "And you, Jing Yun, why are you going to the Imperial City?" asked Lin Feng while looking at Jing Yun and Duan Feng. From what Jing Yun had told Lin Feng before, it seemed that Duan Feng had asked for her to accompany him to the Imperial City, and that he was going there because he had people to meet. Duan Feng had to leave immediately and travel all the way from his small town without stop, which meant the people he had to meet were most likely not ordinary people. Jing Yun glanced at Duan Feng, who was sitting next to her. Duan Feng was laughing and said, "Lin Feng, big brother, Jing Yun is accompanying me to the Imperial City because my big brother wants me to go there to practice cultivation at a cultivation academy." "Academy?" said Lin Feng, looking perplexed, and then asked, "The holy courtyard of Zuyue?" "No," said Duan Feng while shaking his head, "the Celestial Academy." "The Celestial Academy?" Lin Feng was surprised. He had never heard of the Celestial Academy. "Indeed, the Celestial Academy," Duan Feng said while nodding, and then added, "The Celestial Academy is not very famous. Not many people know about it. Actually, it doesn't accept external applicants. Someone who is already there has to recommend you, which is why my big brother recommended me." "Recommend, not external applicants?" Lin Feng was surprised. Were academies like sects, but with a slight difference. In a sect like the Yun Hai Sect, there was a countless number of disciples. They were then separated into different classes: ordinary, elite, and core disciples. Then there were the ordinary and the elite elders. The hierarchy was extremely strict, and disciples had to rely almost exclusively on their own abilities to climb up in the hierarchy and to receive consideration from the sect. Academies were something new in the Zuyue country. They only accepted young people who were extremely talented. They had cultivation teachers and received the best weapons and other resources. Teachers helped the juniors to become strong cultivators. Before, in the Zuyue country, there were no academies. It was a concept which had come from another land. Therefore, there were very few academies in the country, and they were not famous at all. They couldn't be compared with the foundation of the large sects. The establishment of the holy courtyard of Zuyue enabled some of the most outstanding and talented young cultivators to receive instruction. The holy courtyard of Zuyue was being established to counterbalance the importance of sects and less popular academies within the country. "Lin Feng, brother, you are a Yun Hai Sect disciple. You're probably just as strong as Jing Yun. When the right moment comes, I'll talk to my big brother and see if there's a way for you to join the Celestial Academy." Duan Feng was smiling sincerely. Even though he was still very young, he was already very mature. Besides, he had a strong personality considering the way he had talked to these arrogant guards. "Oh yes, Lin Feng, you should come to the Celestial Academy." Jing Yun's expression started to brighten. The Yun Hai Sect had been annihilated, so if Lin Feng joined the Celestial Academy, then it wouldn't be treason against the sect. Besides, Jing Yun didn't even ask herself if Lin Feng was strong enough. During the first round of the Elite Disciple exam, Jing Yun had seen with her own eyes how strong Lin Feng was. He had killed an elite disciple with a single strike from his sword, and had then become an elite disciple. Lin Feng was laughing but didn't reply. Even though the Yun Hai Sect had been annihilated, Lin Feng was the new patriarch of the Yun Hai Sect. The carriage was already far away from the small town. The evening sun was shining down on the earth. Inside of the carriage, Lin Feng, Duan Feng, and Jing Yun were unceasingly chatting while Meng Qing was quiet and had closed her eyes. She looked like she had fallen asleep. She looked extremely peaceful and serene as she rocked back and forth with the carriage. Lin Feng took off his top and wrapped it around Meng Qing's shoulder. The temperature was quite low, and Meng Qing had put on such lightweight robes. At that moment, Jing Yun made a weird face. A short while after, Meng Qing opened her eyes, looked around her, and noticed Lin Feng's top wrapped around her shoulder. She looked very surprised. She had never experienced such a thing before, so she found it quite strange. Vroom, vroom, vroom. The carriage suddenly started shaking. At that moment, Uncle Wang pulled on the reins and stopped the carriage. The ground was still shaking. It was getting more and more intense. "Uncle Wang, what's wrong?" asked Duan Feng from inside. "Young master, there are thieves. Don't come out. I will negotiate with them," said Uncle Wang strictly. Uncle Wang then went towards the thieves to negotiate with them. Ah! A short moment after, a horrible shriek was heard which scared those inside the carriage. "Send me someone who knows how to talk," shouted an extremely aggressive voice. "I'm going to see," said Duan Feng hastily. He then immediately went out of the carriage, followed closely by Lin Feng and Jing Yun. Meng Qing didn't follow them and stayed inside the carriage. Not far from the carriage, there were a few dozens of thieves who didn't look very friendly. "I'm going to see," said one of the guards as he walked towards the thieves. "Everybody, said the young guard. These thieves were riding horses. One of them, who was holding a dagger in his hand, jumped off his horse and threw himself at the young guard. The young man was extremely surprised. He suddenly grabbed his spear and thrust it towards the dagger. But at that moment, the thief had already reached the young guard and slit his throat with the dagger. Blood was gushing from the young guard's throat as he fell lifelessly onto the ground. Jing Yun was stupefied. Because of all the blood which was so close to her, she was overcome with nausea. Her face turned deathly pale. "I said, send me someone who knows how to speak. That girl doesn't seem too bad." The thief was pointing at Jing Yun with his dagger. At that moment, all the other thieves laughed evilly. "Indeed, yes, we want to talk to that pretty girl," said the thieves in unison while thinking of other obscene things. When Jing Yun heard what these thieves were saying, her face looked even more livid. "Jing Yun, get into the carriage," said Lin Feng to Jing Yun while pushing her towards the carriage. "Little boy, you surprisingly dare hide the girl. You want to die?" Every single thief was looking at Lin Feng furiously. "Indeed, we have to kill that guy and take the girl to make us happy." "What the hell are you doing?" Wan Qingshan was furiously shouting at Lin Feng. He was furious. Lin Feng was stupefied and coldly looking at Wan Qingshan. What was he doing? It sounded like Wan Qingshan wanted him to hand over Jing Yun to the thieves. "You little piece of trash. You're causing trouble. Now this is your problem, and if you want to escape, don't count on us to rescue you. We won't help you." Wang Qingshan was expressionless. He was curious to see what kind of disciples the Yun Hai Sect had. "I don't need your kind of help," replied Lin Feng coldly before running towards the thieves. "I'll talk to you guys for a while." Lin Feng was standing close to the leader of the bandits as he spoke with a cold tone. "You want to die?" A thief with a long dagger jumped towards Lin Feng while stabbing with his dagger, which emitted a whistling sound as it pierced through the air. Suddenly there was a dazzling light which filled the air. Lin Feng had unsheathed his soft sword. No one had seen his movement, and he slowly began to sheath his sword. Suddenly blood splashed everywhere from the thief's throat. The thief was dead. Lin Feng's speed had greatly increased, and his speed alone proved that Lin Feng was an extremely powerful cultivator. Therefore, he could carry out attacks very quickly. His sword skills were extremely high, and he would often kill people with a single strike from his sword. How was this possible? How had that thief been killed with a single movement? "He was no good. Give me someone else to talk to, all right?" said Lin Feng indifferently towards the thieves. Lin Feng had noticed how young some of them were. It seemed like only one sword strike had been enough to scare the majority of them. Wan Qingshan was stupefied. He wasn't happy because Lin Feng had killed a thief. On the contrary, he was unpleasantly surprised to see that Lin Feng was so strong. They were unable to guess what Lin Feng's cultivation level was, as he had only used a single quick strike. They only knew that he could use his sword extremely quickly to deal lethal strikes. "My friend, this thing has nothing to do with you. You don't need to get involved," said the leader of the thieves in a low voice to Lin Feng, which showed how terrified he was. Lin Feng was stupefied. Lin Feng was suspicious, though, and said, "Didn't you want to kill me a moment ago? I'm waiting for you." "HMPH, since you are being like this, then don't blame us for being impolite." The leader of the thieves looked at all the other thieves and said, "Kill him." 3 thieves headed towards Lin Feng at full speed. Lin Feng was surrounded by the attacks from 3 different people. "Die!" A thief had thrust his long dagger, which was diffusing an extremely strong qi towards Lin Feng's body. It was the same sensation as in the stormy gorge when he faced the soldier's qi. However, the difference between their strengths was like heaven and earth. "Die!" Another voice filled the air. A long dagger was spinning in the air, which looked incredibly dangerous. All the thieves on their horses were simultaneously moving towards Lin Feng to kill him. Lin Feng suddenly jumped up in the air. While it looked like he was seemingly floating in the air, he adopted a strange position. At that moment, he was at the same height as the thieves sitting on their horses. Deadly sword! Lin Feng's sword was glowing and releasing a dazzling light into the atmosphere. It released an incredible amount of deadly qi, which created a vortex in the air. In the blink of an eye, the thieves were surrounded by an incredible amount of qi. Lin Feng's deadly sword qi suddenly had the shape of a magnificent arc as it slashed through the air. The horses were going insane and neighing. All the thieves were falling down lifelessly from the back of their horses one after the other. With a single sword strike, all of them had been killed. A strong smell of blood invaded the atmosphere. Everybody was calmly staring at the horses that were running around with nobody on their back. The leader of the thieves was looking at all these horses without anyone riding them with complete shock. He then looked at all the corpses that were spread across the floor and could not believe it. Only one sword strike, and they had all died. That powerful attack was a masterpiece that killed everyone who stood in Lin Feng's path. Ling Qi Layer, Wan Qingshan and the other young guard were stupefied. Lin Feng was way too strong. Provoking him was a mistake. No wonder that Jing Yun was particularly friendly to him. He was an extraordinary young man with amazing strength. Wan Qingshan's back was covered with a cold sweat. He was provoking Lin Feng earlier. If Lin Feng had attacked him the same way as he attacked these few thieves, he would probably be. Uncle Wang, still sitting at the front of the carriage, was stunned. He was blankly staring at Lin Feng's back. "Friend, aren't your methods a bit cruel?" said the leader of the thieves, looking furious. "When you kill people and rob them on the roadside, do you care about the fact that you might be cruel?" Lin Feng's tone was ice cold. Thieves were the kind of people who never felt bad when they killed other people, but became furious if one of them was killed. They thought that killing was like a game, but they didn't like losing. Lin Feng started walking forwards. A strong energy enveloped the leader of the thieves, which made him shiver from head to toe. "Friend, take one more step and you'll die," said the chief of the thieves, threatening Lin Feng. "One more step, but there are still more steps between us," said Lin Feng while running towards him, releasing an incredible amount of sword qi. The leader of the thieves did not expect him to not even hesitate and started to grind his teeth in anger. He took out his long dagger, and suddenly the strong and violent qi invaded the atmosphere. "He is also at the Ling Qi layer," thought Wan Qingshan, who was stupefied. A thief had surprisingly reached the Ling Qi layer, but none of them would be able to defeat Lin Feng anyway. Lin Feng groaned. It seemed like Thief's long dagger was shaking in fear because of the energy of Lin Feng's sword. Lin Feng's sword was moving towards the thief at full speed. Even though it wasn't diffusing any light, his sword contained an incredible amount of energy. There was no light because Lin Feng was condensing the energy of his deadly sword skill back into his sword. "PSSSHHHH?" A whistling sound spread in the atmosphere. Lin Feng's sword was moving towards the thief's throat at full speed. His long dagger hadn't blocked the attack at all. Lin Feng was getting more and more familiar with his sword each day. He was becoming more and more agile as well as quicker and quicker. The thief heavily fell on the ground with a look of shock covering his face. Even a cultivator of the Ling Qi layer can't stop Lin Feng. How incredibly strong! Everybody was astonished by Lin Feng's strength. He was way too strong. Lin Feng had killed that thief who had broken through to the Ling Qi layer with a single stroke of his sword. It had looked like it had taken no effort from him. Lin Feng didn't even look at the corpses. He just turned around and walked back towards his group. "Lin Feng, big brother, you are very strong." Duan Feng was smiling at Lin Feng with admiration. It is perfectly understandable why Lin Feng was in one of the largest sects. We wouldn't ever be able to achieve such a thing. He is so strong. Wan Qingshan was walking towards Lin Feng while flattering him. If someone was only slightly stronger than him, he would envy them and bully them with his status. But if somebody was much stronger than him, he was either scared or filled with admiration. "Someone who survived the extermination of a great sect has to be strong," replied Lin Feng with a detached tone. He looked a little disdainful as well. Lin Feng had never considered himself as merciful. When Wan Qingshan still thought that he was weak, he didn't hesitate and humiliate Lin Feng. It is not out of mercy that Lin Feng hadn't attacked him, but because Jing Yun, Duan Feng, and the others were there. After all, he was the guest. Now that he had shown that he was strong, Wan Qingshan wanted to make friends with him, but Lin Feng didn't feel like it. When Wan Qingshan heard Lin Feng's cold tone of speech, he became angry again but kept it to himself this time. Provoking Lin Feng again would be a reckless act. Lin Feng was able to easily kill cultivators of the Ling Qi layer. Provoking him would be too dangerous. If he made Lin Feng angry, Wan Qingshan might not take another breath. Wan Qingshan moved away in a bad mood. "Lin Feng, let's go," said Duan Feng, ready to get back into the carriage. "Young master." At that moment, Uncle Wang was in front of the carriage and called Duan Feng, which surprised him. Duan Feng asked, "Uncle Wang, what's wrong?" "Young master, it is not appropriate to travel with Lin Feng. Give him a carriage for him and his friend," said Uncle Wang, which surprised everybody. He suddenly wanted to get rid of Lin Feng. But having a cultivator of the Ling Qi layer with them was perfect protection from most bandits and thieves. It would make their journey much safer. After all, the greatest threat they would meet on the road would be Ling Qi layer thieves and bandits. Lin Feng's eyes were wide open in shock. He didn't understand what the old man meant. "Uncle Wang, what's wrong? Lin Feng and I making friends. It is a stroke of luck as well as a pleasure to be able to travel with Lin Feng," replied Duan Feng, who didn't understand. "Young master, don't be naive. There are dangerous things. There are things which you cannot understand because you are too young." Uncle Wang was shaking his head and sighing. "Lin Feng, let's do it this way. You can have one of these carriages. You can even have both of them if you feel like it. This is a present to thank you for saving us. What do you think?" said Uncle Wang while looking at Lin Feng. Lin Feng frowned and asked Uncle Wang, "What are you implying? Dangerous things? What was he talking about?" "Young Lin Feng asks many questions but understands what I mean deep in his heart," said Uncle Wang while shaking his head. "I understand nothing of what you're saying. Give me a hint." "Young man, since you are insisting, I will tell you. Don't blame me." Uncle Wang paused and then continued while staring at Lin Feng. "Young man, these thieves were not weak. If they had attacked us, they would have easily defeated us, but they were looking for someone to talk. Maybe it would have worked, but you immediately killed them. You would want to talk to these thieves." Lin Feng was puzzled. "This is only my opinion, but it is wrong that Lin Feng killed all of these thieves without trying even a single time to negotiate with them," added Uncle Wang aggressively. "Not even trying to negotiate." That time, Lin Feng understood what Uncle Wang meant. He could help but smile coldly and say to Uncle Wang, "What you are trying to say is that I am just like these thieves, that I kill for pleasure. And maybe that I'm a thief too." A moment ago, the leader of these thieves was calmly talking to Lin Feng, but we didn't hear what he was saying. Uncle Wang didn't immediately reply to Lin Feng and carefully replied. Lin Feng was stunned. He dared to say that the leader of the thieves had talked calmly. "Well, are there other things you would like to blame me for?" said Lin Feng while smiling coldly. "Exactly, Lin Feng is right. Uncle Wang, you're way too heartless, treating Lin Feng as if he hadn't tricked himself to help us. Thanks be to him, we are still alive and still have all of our things. How can you criticize Lin Feng like that?" Duan Feng said while coming down of the carriage. "Young master, you are only a child. You cannot distinguish good and bad," said Uncle Wang while shaking his head and sighing. "Young master, if I am talking to you like this, it is because I want you to understand who you are and how people will attempt to use your status. You are going to the imperial city, which in some ways is your heritage. You are not just anybody." "Of course, I know," replied Duan Feng while nodding. "Since it is like that, young master, I want to ask you, does your family have anything to do with Duan Tianlang?" Duan Feng was surprised. Why would Uncle Wang suddenly talk about Duan Tianlang? What did he have to do with that whole story? "I know that he is also part of my Duan clan. I also know that our relations are not harmonious," replied Duan Feng. "Young master, since you know that, think again. Isn't it Duan Tianlang who annihilated the Yun Hai Sect?" Then shortly after, Lin Feng arrives in our small town of Yunyang when he suddenly comes across us. Wasn't it too much to be a coincidence? Lin Feng was speechless when he heard Uncle Wang's words. Uncle Wang thought that Duan Tianlang had made Lin Feng betray his sect, and then sent him to the small town to find Duan Feng. "Uncle Wang, you think too much. Lin Feng could have already easily killed us." "All right, but young master, remember that your big brother asked you to come to the imperial city, and then suddenly Lin Feng appears from nowhere and then kills an army of thieves to save us. Doesn't he want us to return the favor in some way?" "That's enough," said Lin Feng coldly to Uncle Wang, who kept talking over and over again. Uncle Wang's goal was obvious. He wanted Lin Feng to leave. He could talk as much nonsense as he wished. All of his words served one single purpose. Lin Feng looked inside the carriage and said to Meng Qing, "Meng Qing, we are leaving." "All right," replied Meng Qing while nodding and coming out of the carriage. Lin Feng, let me convince Uncle Wang, said Jing Yun hastily. Lin Feng, you and Meng Qing get back into the carriage. I trust you, begged Duan Feng. No need, I would be humiliating myself, said Lin Feng while glancing at Uncle Wang. He then looked at Duan Feng and Jing Yun and said, Let's meet in the Imperial City. When Lin Feng finished talking, he pulled Meng Qing's sleeve and started leaving. Lin Feng, maybe that it is only a coincidence and I have misunderstood you. What I said a moment ago is still valid. You can choose any of these carriages as you please, said Uncle Wang. No need, thank you. Lin Feng refused the old man's proposition. Lin Feng wasn't shameless. He wasn't going to use the carriages of people who had just humiliated him and suggested that he might be a traitor to his sect. He had just killed all these thieves. Weren't there enough horses to use? Can you ride a horse? Asked Lin Feng to Meng Qing. No, I can't, said Meng Qing while shaking her head. But do you want to teach me how to ride? Asked Meng Qing to Lin Feng. Me teach you how to ride a horse, said Lin Feng surprised. You want me to teach you how to ride a horse? Meng Qing was staring blankly at Lin Feng, which made Lin Feng smile. Anything Meng Qing would ask, Lin Feng would agree. At that moment, he said, All right. When Lin Feng finished talking, another surprising thing happened.